I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there, so I said poutine will make me feel at home and good, straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
Gotta focus. I'm shifting into soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy is always better.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, you got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy. I'm a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, being a very talkative and someone that can, just get along with a lot of people.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance. And I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO,
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game, just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared.
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, just my main thing is always having fun, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
All these people would really like to give up and they really had that drive.
Envy's bad. Envy's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner. Oh, lineup. I mean, take what like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this one. Oh, especially now.
By Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Welcome, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash on the desk. And boy, do we have some games for you today. We were discussing it before the broadcast. These are going to be fun. These are stakes-filled. And most importantly, you're here watching with us today. Ash, how you doing? Are you excited for today?
I'm super stoked for today. It's a big elimination day here for the last week of Swiss stage. It's going to get really intense really quickly.
Yeah, and Gompers, I mean, Ash just hit on it. This is the last, we're going into the kind of this last moment of Swiss stage. This has already been super stressful, but now it's do or die for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and I honestly think that pressure is going to kind of elevate them just a little bit more, right? Like you said, do or die. So stakes are incredibly high for a lot of the teams that you're going to be seeing playing today. So I'm excited. I think we're going to see some pretty critical differences in play styles.
Of course, we can take a look at our bracket to see how exactly our teams got here, how they landed here, what their journey was like, the hero's journey, if you will. We will be looking at the games today of the teams that won 2 but lost 3. First game, obviously, Shopify Rebellion and Blue Otter. Ash, this is not, to be frank, this is not the Shopify Rebellion that we expected, or Shopify Rebellion Black that we expected to see in this Swiss stage.
No, absolutely not. I think you look at the fact that they're even within that bottom 8, and it's just insane, all things considered. This is a team that took the crown for stage 1. These are not the results that we were expecting to see from SRB. And when we're talking about some of their previous matchups and whatnot, the ones that they had lost are up against teams that do have bite back to them, in Landor, in Winthrop, in Core. But they're also teams that they would have handled with ease, I think, during the first stage of this season.
I agree too, because coming into this, they were one of the top dogs, the team that we thought was really going to bring, like Ash said, that fight. We thought they were going to be the ones to have very, very sharp teeth moving into it, and it really did feel like they fell apart, right? Alongside one of their duelists coming through with Spaz. It didn't feel like we were really seeing the full potential there. I mean, Paint. So there's a lot that I felt like was missing from Shopify. I'm hoping they did fix it. It seems like they are trying to experiment a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, I guess we'll get into that eventually, but my hands are tied. I'm stepping back.
Well, if you do look at the bracket, they will be facing Blue Otter today in this spicy elimination match, which again is crazy to say with the Shopify Rebellion Blacks. This is not the team that we expected, but Blue Otter being here as well, we have to bring them up. This is a do or die for them as well, Ash, going up against such a titan like Shopify Rebellion Black.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test for this new look that we saw for Split 2 from Blue Water, right? The changes that they made to their roster and whatnot, but we'll get into that a little bit more. This will be a rematch situation as well. Last time these two teams faced off, it was during that upper bracket quarterfinal during the playoff stage, and SRB were able to take them out in a swift 2-0. And with everything on the line now for stage 2, this is the time for this new roster to step up, and also a time where we're expecting SRB to prove themselves as the team that we witnessed them become throughout stage 1.
Yes, and what better test than it is for SRB to be playing for this elimination match today. And this is a roster of folks that we have seen throughout the scene, whether you've been here from the beginning or just joining us, the tried and true classic BCJ, Pancakes, Pain, all these folks, even the Coach Vapin, folks who have been in the scene and who are no stranger, Gompers, to these do or die situations.
In it, right? Like, it feels like we've seen them die and then get revived again over and over again. So they're really just testing their limits at this point and seeing what they're capable of. I think they're also going against, teams that they typically would believe they'd be able to fight back for and just be able to just dominate. So I think it's just such a different air for them to not be at the top and to have to really fight back and use these different incentives and different strategies. But all in all, I think this team has been carrying themselves well. There has been a lot of times where okay, well, that was a little but they always do fight back. And I think when Paint's on top of it, then the game really is starting to show for SRB. Of course, some tweaks needed to be made, but I think they're on their A game today.
I do think that this is a team where after the win, where they're able to stop out that loss streak of 3 matches in a row, where they took that 2-0 up against SRB Esports, was a really important win for them, just in the sense of being able to find some of that momentum back into stage 2. I think BCJ, during his interview with Sierra after that matchup, was talking about how the team feels like they're back in form when it comes to like pracs and scrims, and it feels like the energy is kind of getting back into the same groove as we saw during stage 1. So I'm really looking forward to that performance carrying through today, especially hearing that from BCJ. I mean, like, there's so many players that we can highlight. I feel like on this roster, he had an insane matchup up against SRB Esports with that utility, but also going to be looking at some other players to step up to the plate for today's matchup.
Perfect segue, Ash, because we're going to be focusing on Pancake. So I believe just turned 23 yesterday or the day before.
Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday, Pancakes. Welcome to your elimination match as your present.
Wait.
I mean, you just turned 23, you're another year wiser, and what better test than you have to be kind of, this moment of, well, he celebrated his birthday already, so he's good. We got the celebrations out of the way. But Ash, talk about this birthday boy to me. This is someone, because you talked about how we could highlight pretty much anyone, but this is someone that we've chosen to highlight today, our birthday boy, our birthday king.
Well, hopefully the celebrations aren't ending for him because, if you're an SRB fan, you want to keep that good energy going so they get to continue through during the Swiss stage. But this is a player who has been, around the block when it does come to the competitive scene. He's always been such like a consistent Sentinel player. I think what's really unique about Pancakes too is that within this era of challengers, within the current meta, he sticks to very old school Sentinels for the most part, and he makes it work really, really well, because when it comes down to his fundamentals, just the general micro way that he looks to play, that tends to outperform maybe which way you would lean into the meta, because he does tend to pull out like that KJ pick on some maps as well, which most teams have moved away from just due to the Yoru Vice and like deadlock combinations that have been going on out there for comp. So it's been interesting to see him kind of like stick to that kind of niche and a style of play that works very well for him, and for him to be just like such a consistent player because of that.
No, I'm glad you highlighted how, he kind of has his old school style, because someone I think who has a very kind of new wave duelist style is his teammate Paint. No, he's on the waylay on Ascent. He's doing all of these things where he's innovating, taking that space, the kind of this new school sort of aggression that we see from kind of these more duelists, especially in like in the international leagues, taking for, and he is someone who like on the waylay, whether it's on the Neon or the Yoru Ash, is quite frankly, dare I say, terrifying.
Oh, he absolutely is. Like, this is a stunning duelist player. Cool, calm, collected in a lot of those situations, brings a lot of firepower to the team there, Gompers.
No, I think, honestly, for Paint, too, I mean, we got to see a little bit of it within their game against Fun Havers, right? So, Paint is insane. Of course, it takes a little bit of elevation to really get to the point where we do get to see Paint truly perform to the top of their ability. But whether it be the Waylay, the Neon, right, the Jet, I feel like this player is always just really giving you the best, and it's never subpar, it's never below average, it's always either average or just above what you really need to get the game going. I mean, it was like, what, 74 or 46 for Paint, and that's in the stage 2 game, the first series that they managed to get. And of course, that 2-0 coming through, they did manage to get a pretty good average score. So for me, this is a player that is never really lacking in the sense. Of course, there are times where if they aren't on top of it, the team does start to fall apart. And again, elevation for Paint really is a necessity here. So I'm hoping, today is the day we get to see Paint really shine. And this is a player I really do look up to be honest. I mean, listen, as a run it down duelist, like, you got to have some sort of muse, and I feel like Paint is that for me.
I think one of the things moving forward about Paint that I want to highlight is that he is such a great test if you're one of his opponents, right? Like, he is someone that, like, if you are able to shut him down, in my eyes, you have passed the test. And someone looking to folks looking to shut Paint down are Blue Otter today. And I mean, we talked about it earlier. This is a team that there is no better test than right now, Ash.
No, there definitely isn't. I think that these changes that we saw coming in for Blue Water with the addition of Fireball Ops, with Fair coming in as well, have looked great for the team too. I think that they have been nice changes. It just hasn't been quite enough. You have to keep in mind as well, like, I feel like it was kind of a 50-50 split between stage 1 into stage 2 on whether teams ended up making roster changes or if they stayed together. And it does take that time to build up that synergy, especially when you have like a new duelist coming in. But Fair has been honestly insane in the server.
I think one thing I do want to bring up, though, is we are in an elimination match, and we're talking about this synergy, Gompers. It might be too little too late at this point to find the synergy. Same thing with Shot for Rebellion. You can say, they found that BCJ, they found that groove. But here, that groove, maybe we would love to have seen it been found a little bit ago.
I agree, but I do think, like, with some certain changes, of course, I believe it's Fair coming in and, just kind of taking away from the previous game of course, the last game that they played was with Shondix and Zeldris, against Shopify Rebellion. So we do have a couple changes there. And for me, I do think the changes they've made are significant, right? It wasn't looking too sharp before. Initially, I don't think the synergy was there with Shondix and Zeldris. I think now kind of tuning into Fair being able to fill in that duelist role and really just make some numbers happen. They have looked more dominant in a sense. Of course, I really do hope today we get to see more of that aggression that we really need to see, the space taking, because for me, it's not about the holding for them. They're so significantly good at being able to isolate their fights and take up some space, but it really is about the fact that, can I get into the site, and how much util am I using to do it? For me, that's the biggest thing. I think if they can do that, they can dominate against Shopify for sure, but it really is up to the test.
I think one thing I do want to highlight as well is this is, again, the kind of that space taking, that sort of I'm losing words, that sort of energy that you're speaking about. I think it exponentially improves every single day when you have a new crew and you have a new folks of you're working with, especially when things weren't working out before. When it clicks, and you just keep on getting better and better and better. You're trying to reach that peak, right? And I think right now Blue Otter are really starting to reach that peak and really starting to find that moment. And there's literally no better time but today. And someone we want to highlight especially for doing that is Zeke, our kind of basically perma breach that we see out there. We see like a lot of times we highlight these flash initiator duelists who really set up their duelists, who we'll be talking about later. But Zeke Ash has really just kind of this quintessential tried and true king of breach.
Yeah, I think that you talking about, you know, how he's mainly really just been pulling out the breach on most maps lately. And I think that the big thing is being able to have those reps to find that kind of duality where he's going to be working alongside Fair for those setups is huge. We've also seen Zeke have like some like pop off moments as well. And that's a kind of performance that we want to continue to see coming out from Zeke. I want to see that come out maybe a little bit more consistently in this SRB matchup, because that is the kind of energy this team is going to need to bring to the server up against a team like SRB. I know that we talked about how, you know, they haven't been having the best second stage for SRB considering their results previously and the ceiling that we've seen from that team. And I think that's something where Blue Water are going to be going into this matchup with that kind of respect for SRB despite their recent results, and still recognize like this is a dangerous team to be going up against, especially when elimination is on the line. You have to be completely locked in, and there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Zeke being that mainstay initiator here for the squad in being able to open up these rounds for Fair to actually go in.
I think this is something we talk about in Valorant all the time, right? Like no duelist is like without their initiator. No duelist can find as much success as they would normally without their initiator. And Zeke, you put him together with Fair. That's the pair I want you to look out for in chat that you're watching. Now, we just highlighted Zeke, that breach, but Fair joining the squad pretty recently, Gompers, is someone that you said is kind of really just, oh man, it clicks with them.
Yeah, it does. I think it does. And in terms of clicking, it's not just with Zeke, right? We've seen some really good synergy coming through with Fireball, and more so, especially like it doesn't matter whether it's the Sentinels, Ostol, or Bob. Like there's always something working out with Fair to where they're setting Fair up for success. And I think again, like we saw the highlights with Zeke doing a really good job at allowing Fair to get these frags and being able to not only just push in onto the site and get those eliminations, but also die trying. Like at the same time, they manage to get the space. There's always one there, and I don't feel like they really go down in vain. So for me, Fair is such a significant player in terms of just being able to play with the team. It's not the duelist that is, you know, so insanely cracked that they can walk in and get an ace every single day. Like it's one of those duelists that you could put on any team, and it feels like they're able to take the calls and do them exactly how they're told. And I think that in itself is so valuable within a player that Fair does that so incredibly well.
Well, I think you highlight an interesting point. You know, if walking in, getting those aces, I think if we're going to expect it from any duelist, it's going to be Paint and it's going to be Fair. These are two players. I mean, look in the similar ACS, similar KDA. They are a perfect match for each other. Ash, it's really kind of going, if you will, bar for bar, band for band in terms of how they see each other, that kind of aggression, but working so well with their team. Kind of that quintessential duelist that I think maybe if you're scouting or you're playing, that you like pray that you have on your team.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I think like you look at these numbers and they really are almost exactly the same realistically, right? Like at the end of the day, if you're rounding up or down. And it's really fine margins that separate these two players. I think that Fair is also like stepping up big here, considering this is the player that comes mainly like from the collegiate scene, has played on a couple of other like pub teams prior, but doesn't have as deep of a pool of experience that he's pulling from, and is definitely like a young gun rookie to be looking out for here. And I think that again, it does come back to the supporting line between these two teams, right? I think for Paint, there's a lot more experience when it comes down to the support that he's going to be receiving. And then for Fair, we've seen glimmers of that brilliance coming out from the initiators on the side of Blue Otter, but are still lacking a little bit of that consistency, I think, when it does come to making those plays. But either way, both these players, two to definitely look out for in the server, and they're insane openers to have for your team. I'm looking forward to the head-to-head.
I mean, let's talk about a warm-up. You know, there's no more. We're sending you right in to some of these insane banger matches, quintessential Valorant. And of course, it's an elimination match. We live for the drama. We live for the moment. But we do have some map picks and bans for you right away moving forward. And it's a Duelist Paradise to begin with. Pearl, then we move into Haven. They're big maps. I mean, maybe we'll end on Ascent, maybe, Ash. But right away, I'm noticing the Pearl and the Haven. That is a lot of space for these duelists to be taking up.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think when my eyes get drawn over to these two maps as well, it's both these teams run different duelists on it. Just drawing back to the conversation that we were having previously, the expectation is that Pain's going to be pulling out the Yoru. And then for Blue Otter, they've been running that Jet. And I think it's tough because you look at the fact that these teams have somewhat similar map pools, minus the fact that with Haven being left open, SRB are very confidently taking advantage of that second map pick, seeing the results that Blue Otter have had on that previously, not being able to take a single map of Haven during stage 2 so far. So Pearl is going to be incredibly important for Blue Otter to stay alive.
I think they have the leg up too with Pearl. They've gotten enough reps. They've stayed solidified to this particular composition of, you know, I'm hoping they stick to it because then I look like a fool. The Astra Jet, right, Sova. And so I do think Pearl, like Ash said, this is detrimental for them. I think Blue Otter definitely have maybe the Pearl in the bag, especially with, you know, defense being such a pivotal, place. It's so hard to keep the sights on defense and to really keep yourself very solidified. But I think that's one of the things that a lot of people can't do that Blue Otter can. And I think their defense is so incredibly strong. So for me, for Pearl, I'm really looking forward to seeing, you know, how exactly they can kind of switch Shopify Rebellion and make them turn into that submissive role.
Well, if anything, if I may play devil's advocate for a hot second, switching up your comp, not making you look like a fool, compers, but making your prep look, like they've changed something, if you will, is something that you don't really want to do in an elimination match, you know, especially if like you're not sure if it's going to work, or you're not sure it's going to trip them up the way you think it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as the old adage goes, Gompers. And here it just might not quite be the right move to switch it up. So like to your point, the Astra Jet works. They shouldn't really be changing it, Gompers.
Yeah, I think it really is, of course, like if you VOD review enough, you know, you can really start to get like the iterations that teams typically do, repetitions and all of that stuff. But again, it's all about placement. It's all about game sense. It's all about, you know, taking advantage of your strategy to the best of your ability. So even if they do VOD review, right, do it right back. And if that's, you know, a circumstance as to, let's prep for if they know our strats, you know, always have something, you know, in the backhand and always keep innovating and making things better. But for me, I think keeping it the same and just what you've been doing before might actually be what's best.
I do want to highlight the Ascent pick because that will be a Waylay, and we might have just caster cursed, everyone. Preemptive apologies for SRB if this is indeed true, then we've cursed them. Even Shift with Tenrek joining us on the SRB train. I will get a very angry message from BCJ once again. But Ash, I think there's something to be said that, like, even with all of this, you know, this is not the SRB that we expected. This is not the SRB that, like, we wanted to have here. We're all believing in them, Ash.
I think that there's a reason to believe in them, right? And I think that the hope comes from the fact that they're building off of momentum from their last win that they just found and are able to turn over a new leaf and show the face that we saw during stage 1. Sorry, I'm still looking at the predictions and I'm like, yo, if Sean is watch partying right now, he's like, they've done it. They've done it. If they've done it. We're all getting angry messages.
He's in the corporate Slack being like, you guys will never believe what they did.
But
sorry, Sean.
We're sorry. Our apologies. But yeah, I think that this is a team where you would still be kind of foolish not to be gunning for them, I think, in this head-to-head. And that's not to say that Blue Otter don't have what it takes to catch SRB out, but I think also looking at how that map veto just went. Guys, we did the predictions before the map veto, just saying. But looking at how that map veto went, Pearl and Haven are extremely strong contenders for SRB as well. This is a matchup that I think they should have in the bag. They're a great team that knows how to handle things when their backs are up against the wall.
Well, to be fair, I was asked a second ago because I'm an emergency sub host, and I still said SRB. So that belief that we're talking about is still there, regardless of the map pick, regardless of whatever it is. I listen, and maybe I don't want to have BCJ angry in my DMs once again. And because I've done that once, and he did not talk to me for 3 days. But that's okay. You know, because Brendan has a game to play right now against Blue Otter, and I'm seeing in chat. A little later. I'm seeing in chat. I'm looking at your predictions right now. There are a lot of votes and a lot of channel points going towards Blue Otter. So this isn't to say this is going to maybe our predictions show that we're all on the side of Shopify Rebellion, Black, but this is not going to be cakewalk for either team. Hopefully, but it was. But I don't think I don't think any of us are expecting a complete blowout either way. Now we are moving into Agent Select. Now Gompers, right away you said, please don't change anything. Please don't change anything. And looks like they listened? Question mark.
No, I love this. I think their Vise on Fireball is actually phenomenal. So I'm really looking forward to everyone actually seeing how, Fireball works in cohesion with Fair. Again, it's odd. Like, oh, the Sentinel and cohesion with the Jet, like that's weird. But starting on defense too, like this is so incredibly strong in my opinion. I think they start off so well with the same composition that they've been working before.
Yeah, I think that we're looking over towards the likes of SRB, the fact that they also make this change to their composition. And this is like the third duelist now that Paint's going to be running on on Pearl. He's running the Waylay at one point. He was running the Yoru at one point. And I do like the idea there, trying to catch Blue Otter off guard. I think especially being able to have like those quick rotations with the Neon. Paint is one of the best Neons within this league. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity for him to shine. Though I'm more questioning, I think maybe Pancake's going back to the Killjoy pick and moving away from the Cypher that we saw him playing previously, just because I don't feel like KJ is incredibly strong on Pearl, especially because of those long rotation times. It kind of nullifies like some of like your utility in that sense. And I don't know, I'm kind of nervous about it.
I actually fully agree. I didn't even think about the factor of, whether or not KJ would be such a pivotal Sentinel, but alongside Paint, like with Neon, I mean, I guess it's more so just my opinion, but I think Neon on Paint is like a crazy circumstance to be in, especially like when things are so cutthroat, because Paint, when they're like on it, I mean, they are just on it. The aggression is insane. It almost feels like you're just in a room where all the walls are closing in, and honestly, you can't do anything. Like you just have to wait for it to finally finish. And for me, I think Paint is going to be so detrimental with the double initiator setup here. They're going in on this attacking side, and they're going to completely dominate the wall that Blue Otter has. So Neon, a little dangerous in my opinion, I will say, especially with the way things are looking right now. We pretty much cast our curse to them, so we're gonna see how this goes. I'm just gonna sit back and relax and hope that everything works out.
Dangerous in a good way or a bad way? Like
dangerous in a very, very, very good way, an entertaining way, I guess.
Okay, got you. I was following the point there. I was following the plot.
This is Twister, like
Twister.
This is the movie Twister. Like we're just gonna.
I do want to point out, I quickly listened to Sean Garris' stream, and he muted his stream to say nobody is forgiven for our caster curse. So
I didn't need your forgiveness anyways. It's fine.
Yeah.
Dang. Like that. I mean, what happened? Okay, what happens to Shopify Rebellion Black Win? Which obviously we're talking about. They have a very good chance. I would see BCJ is back on the fade, his beloved.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. This is. Sean, we're not surprised, right, Ash? Like we are thrilled. We are expected to hence we predicted it, so we would be right, Ash, right? You see where I'm getting at?
Yes. That's definitely why I predicted that. And definitely not to caster curse Sean Garris and Sean Garris alone.
Cut the cams.
Cut the cams. Oh my God, no! We can't do it like this. Something I do want to highlight that you guys were talking about a little bit was kind of this going back to the KJ, but as well as the Vise. I'm going to ask you, Gompers, to talk about this a little bit more because you said earlier the KJ is not. It's fallen out of the meta, right? It's not that she's bad. It's just you have agents like Vise who have that global utility, have that flash, who are so versatile. But Pancake's going back to the KJ. Kind of going back to that, comfort pick. He hasn't played it in a hot second. But we're not seeing the Vise, we're seeing the KJ instead.
Yeah, it was typically the Cypher that we got to see on Pearl from Pancakes. And I thought, I mean, to be honest, Ash was the one who brought it up. Like, I do think that, you know, KJ probably isn't the best circumstance for this. You know, and I'll probably let Ash take over. But Ash, I mean, if you want to submit your point.
Oh, I mean, I just think that KJ's fallen off meta a little bit. I think Pancakes has made it work in the past, but it's a question of how deep you can really dig because of the fact that you can't be as mobile and roam as much on the Killjoy because you're kind of stuck and locked into wherever you do set down that utility. But I'm curious to see how SRB are going to handle that. I think a lot more of that pressure ends up falling on Paint then, so re-clear a lot of space.
Well, folks, you know you love hearing from us ladies, yeah, but I have two astounding casters in the game too, finally, including my arch nemesis. It is Shift, my arch nemesis, and my best friend, Tenric.
Well, that's tough, honestly. I don't remember ever saying anything about being a nemesis. I was just, you know, sassing it up a little bit. All right, let's get this thing going. Blue Otter, Shopify Rebellion Black. I'm Shift. This is Tenric. I mean, I'll just say it straight up. I'm curious to see if you're just going to shoot me down here, 10. This feels like Shopify Rebellion just going back to like the old antiquated if it ain't broke, don't fix it type comp.
You're right on the money, dude. That's exactly what I was going to say. This is the team that has been known just a little more than Blue Water for going against the current meta grain, and Paint back on Neon is the perfect symbolism of that. Trying the way layout, shifting over to the Yoru, trying to fit with, you know, what so many teams have been going with, the invasiveness that Yoru gets to possess in this Sentinel heavy meta, but he's just too good at Neon, man. He's just too good at it, and he wants to flex those muscles again. Very same thing goes for Fair, continuing to play on that Jet, on that Raze, on the mid-range as well. He continues to deny that Yoru pick as well, and he's continued to put up the stats that Paint does this split. Regardless, though, I mean, this is a Shopify Rebellion that made the very top spot in the very previous stage. Blue Water made top 8 in the playoffs, regardless of how this match ends up, Shift. One of these teams is gonna downslide after this match.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. I think especially for just the, you know, the track record that Shopify Rebellion Black has. But also Blue Otter, I thought there's kind of, as they were finishing up their stage 1, they were looking pretty positive, looking pretty strong. And to be candid, you know, they've been, you know, diversifying what they're playing in a couple of other outside tournaments as well, trying to get the reps up. So definitely a proving point between these two squads, but it is Pearl for our opening pistol, and it will be Shopify Rebellion Black on the offense, looking to play for what looks to be, what is going to be just a flash and dash type situation with Paint. But opening headshot on Amanzi slows things down just a bit. Zoe trying to get into the picture, and no, Paint will find first blood, but Shopify Rebellion have not fully committed yet.
Still not stepping outside of these smokes, unsure of how much is still present on it. Fair is early, and they'll pay the price.
Got Paint, a little slide through for the trade. And this long flank from Zeke and Bob.
Planted.
Well, not being watched for at the moment. They've avoided the sentry turret, but you do have the ability to maybe scale a little bit deeper into the site, and that's a nice double from Zeke. Fireball following up. No pinch, though, from Bob. Still worried about where Paint is.
Now the easy crunch here from Blue Water should seal away this defense. It's Paint that gets active as always, though, and he's immediately shortened this to 1 before Bob gets in the right spot. Slides over and gets the intel, too. Now the double back. The 1v1 that Paint will clear up. And what a bombastic way to open things up after this duelist switch, right?
Yep. I mean, it's... It's exactly what we were kind of hoping for, I think, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. Let's see what the Neon can bring to Paint, and, well, it brings a lot, including, I think, just the last little bit of movement finesse to get the information on where the last one is. Because Zeke initially, that double makes it look really good for, you know, the side of Blue Otter to get back into the mix. But, yeah, I don't know. Bob just maybe got a little bit too scared about who was pushing through yellow or over towards flowers and just didn't really have the same timing with the pinch. So now you've got a very potent anti-eco around here for Shopify. Vandal, 2 Bulldogs, a couple of Stingers. And to be fair, Blue Otter have not fully saved a couple of Sheriffs in the mix here.
They understand how slim the gap is when it comes to these rounds. And with this massive stack on the B site, they are ready for that one and done if it decides to go that way. But Shopify slowly crawling up to that A site. A lot of util available to offer for that retake as well, so Blue Water can manufacture another crunch later on, especially if they can continue getting away with these flanks. Pancake's already not asleep at the wheel, but a little too far forward to negate that double peek. So Blue Water, they can start getting away with that a little more often. Not this time, though. Everybody's going to hop around the back site, Shopify Rebellion, get that easy plant.
Fair. Well, Well, not who he was shooting at, but you take the kill regardless. Follow-up from the salvo starting to come through as here comes Blue Otter. And they've got numbers and an opportunity to just flood in from the front of the site. Again, there is a pinch opportunity still available for Pancakes trying to get back over towards A main, but for the side of Blue Otter, they've got a nice little angle here. Problem is the weapons just are not all that great, and it leaves Zeke by themselves. And yeah, just too many things to look at, you would figure. There's a little check, little shoulder, fade utility to come through, and Pancakes will finish off the anti-eco.
As long as the onus continues to be on Shopify Rebellion to push it, they're going to 100% take it. They have the confidence to peak this a majority of the time in Blue Otter, regardless of how much they have to offer. It's always going to be tough to be willing to take that fight or initiate that fight in the first place. And again, you have way less utility to initiate those fights. Shopify has a much more active composition. Meanwhile, you've got to kind of flash yourself in steps here with this Vice and Teo. It's got to be the positions first before the fragging. And with this comp that Shopify is running, they're not going to let that happen a majority of the time.
Good stuff so far. Blue Otter, though, on their full purchase. The bonus does require a couple of follow-up purchases just to kind of get Shopify Rebellion back to where they were in the anti-eco. Knife deleted at the very last second by Bob, so Fair may be kind of covered, but without any information being revealed, yeah, it looks like Shopify Rebellion Black are just going to bail out on playing through A main, and instead, Fair gets an aggressive peek and actually does tag BCJ.
Forcing Shopify to kind of press those passive options they've already been able to make some steps on. Pain, of course, the front runner for it. Now the Prowler to double up on top of it, and that's the stack. That's the kill you're looking for. Pain gonna step forward a little bit more and somehow get another.
That is so good. I think you also had a Nova Pulse in the mix there too, being placed by Spaz. So utility all over the place for that isolation. Now you head back over to A main. So there to at least meet one. Fair, who had done the initial damage, avoids the follow-up knife, and there may be an opportunity to kind of get a little bit in towards the front side of this site, trying to see what they can do to just hopefully kill a little bit of time and space, allow Bob to come in, but Fair will be stunned up. No problem there for BCJ, and Bob's got no entry. The bonus is good, and SRB are off to the races.
Bob being a little late to the party has been a kind of the tail of the tape for a lot of Blue Water's run throughout this split, unfortunately. It's one of the unfortunate weak points for this team. Bob has been such a crazy influential duelist over on FlyQuest Red and Game Changers North America. Having her relegated to this Tejo Flex Initiator option has been a tough decision for Blue Water to make, but a necessary one to let the other players really work their magic, which they absolutely have. Unfortunately, Bob has just gotten placed in too many a scenario where too much responsibility is placed on her in a position that she's not really able to take it. So the timing's just not really gone her way so often here.
And I think it's one of those things, you know, for Blue Otter, you have to maybe even look a little bit further towards how do we want to try to utility exchange earlier? I think that might be part of it, because we really haven't seen the stealth drone find much effectiveness. We haven't seen early salvos come out. And I think with the idea of like combining like both of those things alongside Zostal, there is an opportunity to try to dominate some of those spaces. And we kind of saw that a little bit over the top of like that A main play in their last round, but getting isolated because you're spending 3 members to take control of one of those main choke points is leaving too much of the map open. So may just be one of those things you kind of have to field things out with owl drones and stealth drones first.
So much carving out that Blue Water has to do prematurely in order to have a chance of winning these fights that Shopify continues to get active on. So like you said, getting there a little bit earlier, going for those double swings that have been pretty effective, just a little bit sooner than Shopify is ready for them, because it has continued to be them springing the trap and letting that util dump go on whoever's isolated on that defense. I mean, we're talking about rice paper walls here on Pearl that Blue Water could breach just as quickly.
And I think the thing, too, for Shopify, just to give them a little bit of credit, they seem to have done their homework in terms of where is Fireball going to be set up at, and that has been almost purely over at B, and they're just avoiding it. You know, let's not worry about things like the shear wall. We can just play from the other side of the site and let the Neon run through with Monzi supporting. I don't know, this feels a little too easy right now. So we'll see what adjustment Blue Otter has coming in around number 5 with their next full purchase.
And the Vice Ball, I mean, that has been long time the answer for these players that have gone for the off meta to even the slimmest margin, who have not decided to go for that Yoru that is so perfect at being able to counter the shear. But even the funnel into B side from Plaza looks really clean. Shopify have no discomfort, just completely pile drive in that narrow choke and send in 4 or even 5 that way if they need to. We're set up on B again here. Sheer a little bit earlier on in the push, but again, Shopify paying zero attention to it at the moment. They don't need to.
Yeah, they just don't. Yeah, but I like this. Aldrone early up towards mid.
Yeah.
You've also got the Vice utility kind of stopping the choke point over towards the B connector, so there's a little bit more of a stack here in terms of how Blue Otter want to use utility to try to stop these initial engagements, including a couple of the star placements. So there's a bit of a one-way. Zeke in some trouble. Flash comes through. Bob trying to follow up, not going to be able to connect. And Paint will be good for 2. Now you got the Nightfall out, and it should be, well, you would think a full flood in through this mid connector, but no commitment here for Shopify, taking their 5v3 with some caution.
It's a tough Nightfall to execute when you haven't been able to clear these other chokes. And Blue now has free run over A main as well, so no escalation off of that. Maybe seeing if Blue sense that there is a rotation in this. It's not going to happen, and Zoe will get that first peak kill.
Well, Fair's going to have to hit if this play continues to make a way over through A connector here.
Left.
Looks like it wants to. Stack up over towards Art. Got Spaz holding a little bit deeper. And there's the pop flash over the top, combined with Haunt. Fragment into the corner. Now it's on to Fair. Misses the first. It's critical. And now he's just stuck. Trying to get the knives. Will be 1 kill away from it. Zoe able to go 1 for 1, but Fair will drop, and Fireball is trying to make a play through Flowers that is just, honestly speaking, not going to find a lot of value from this angle, unless maybe you can get a 1 tap and then get a swing, but Shopify Rebellion are not going to allow that to happen. 5-0 start for SRB.
This has just been a very well-practiced attack exec for Pearl from Shopify thus far. They've found every place to be able to isolate members of Blue Otter and force a 2 or 3v1, whether it's via util or swings. A lot of very trivial fights that result in the team fights on site almost being non-existent these past 2 rounds. But again, the proactivity from Blue Otter is continuing to be there. We're seeing those peaks. We're seeing these players get a little brave, and then we're seeing that intel searched for just a little bit earlier. You understand how committal Shopify has the ability to be at a moment's notice thanks to that neon that they have in the pocket. So coming into this round, I mean, Blue Water, they won't have a buy again. They'll have to play a little more together and look for this full reset, but nothing really stopping the Shopify train so far, Shift. They have every read they need to make this attack as clean as a whistle.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just been Flash, Haunt, and a star placement, whether it's Nova Pulse or Nebula, just to block off the site, and then Paint just runs forward. I mean, you know what you're going to get with this composition. Yeah, I think that's the biggest part about it. And to this point, like, again, we're 5 rounds in. Fireball has been just avoided. They're just not playing into the Vice at all. Bob hasn't really found much value pausing anything with things like the salvos, things like the stealth drones. Like, we really have only gotten 1 forward Aldrone through mid. Everything else for Blue Otter has largely just been, well, we'll just kind of wait to play contact. Now a salvo check will come through. Now we have a stealth drone. So again, like I like this proactivity, but you're dealing with, you know, limited arsenal here with just pistol upgrades and a stinger.
Yeah, forcing you to use everything a little bit early here. Even more committal now that Teo salvo doesn't recharge. So Bob, husk of a kit that she's got to play with for the remainder of this A-hold that Shopify will continue to tease Blue Otter with, dangling it over their heads with 0 B presence. I mean, they're flexing the fact that they're playing this out.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a check here. And Fireball's going to get punished, and look what that's going to do to the defense. Pulls everybody back. Got the finger guns out. Paint. Whoa, shut down as Fair's got knives to play with. Nebula also slowing this down with the vacuum being called over towards Art. So the defense is holding nicely. With only 30 seconds remaining, yeah, you're going to make a hard check pivot through B connector where you got your first blood and then try to get to B. But This is going to take some time, and Blue Water are going to be aware of this. It's just down to how much can Spaz get from this position, and the first one is good. We'll go 3v3.
I'm running back in. Pancakes has this early. Gun's not out. Just trying to run this down. Stall out Shopify before they could get the plant down, but now the Cosmic Divide is up and the reset fully in tow.
Yeah, and this is going to have to be Zoe making noise that keep the eyes away from Fair. And Fair's going to have to hit some of these knives at range. Not going to happen. So just down to Zoe still. Stuck up top on tower, half HP, and Shopify will stay flawless on the scoreboard, 6-0. And you start to look at the tools available, woof. I mean, Blue Otter still don't really have much to cook with. You got a Cosmic Divide and a Steel Garden and a Hunter's Fury, but I mean, you don't win this round, you're back to another save, and you're waiting another 2 rounds before you really use any of those.
Yeah, and again, so much of it has to come down to this Teo kit that is still burning a hole on this map. I misspoke, by the way. I apologize. Teo is not nerfed just yet.
Not yet.
For this for the patch that we're still playing in for this Swiss. So the Selvas do recharge. Bob can get nice and proactive early on in the A push, which she will again in order to continue farming this orb. Shopify, they play Spaz technically over on B main, but this is like the farthest they've walked up that lobby so far. And Paint's already going to press A connector here and start clearing these angles that Blue Otter's been able to get proactive on once in a blue moon.
Yeah, I mean, it's Shopify's just doing a really nice job of keeping the defense kind of unaware. Stealth drone out. Blind Hunter's Fury just trying to connect onto something. Is there any sort of a peek off of that? No, instead, Zostal gets caught. It just goes from bad to worse that quickly. And now you've got, the fast lane coming through. Although, Paint will get caught. Bob playing inside the site. Nova Pulse is there. Spaz shuts down the flank. And now you've got, Steel Garden in the mix. So, an opportunity to still hold on to the site. Monzi is low, but that will be Spaz falling and making sure that there is no regen. So how about that, Blue Otter on the board?
Step laddering their way up throughout that fight and stepping out when the moment matters. That Steel Garden just to finalize as well. Good touch with an ult economy that Blue Otter can continue to boast. And that Cosmic Divide and Armageddon for the follow-up round. So Shopify Rebellion will have to start paying attention to those creds pretty soon if Blue Otter can get a streak going. That being said, it does come down to winning those fights. And Shopify's positions were a little bit predictable just because Blue Otter, again, spurned the trap a little quickly. Shopify didn't have too much time to extend. If you can continue doing that, great. If you can't, that's okay. It's Pearl defense. Nobody's really going to be mad at you.
And no command doesn't hit onto the device either, which I think is super important. Nice little double peek here through mid. Fair for first blood as we have our first look for an execute kind of towards B. I say that with hesitation because the spike is not a part of this play. A little check from Fireball. They bait out the Armageddon. Tried to dodge that as Paint, but he has nowhere to go. And that'll be another free first blood coming through, but BCJ does respond, keep this more manageable, 3v4.
One cut early on in Plaza as well, so Spaz walks alone through Art as Blue Otter get that signal. It'll be a mad dash over to A here. Well-timed Armageddon from Bob on top of the shear. Paint sticking around a little too long, and their own moment of indecision. One fluke that Blue Otter's able to exploit, at least here, but second attempt at the push. Blue Otter is once again in front of those smokes. Do they decide to breach them?
Onta's out. Here comes BCJ for the plant. Bob trying to get some spam. A little bit late on the salvo. BCJ can't get away. Follow up on Onzi is good, leaving it just down to Spaz, who gets blindsided by Zeke. So 2 in a row here for Blue Otter. And again, I think they've gotten a really good feel out to what Shopify Rebellion are trying to do, just try to stretch out their defense. And instead of committing early like we had seen in the first 6 rounds, Blue Otter are holding their ground nicely now.
Yeah, a great read on the macros in the long run, and if they can condense onto the site at any point, really, while Shopify are still on it, as they've proven, then they can absolutely win that fight. It's about Shopify having the time and the space to get into the extremities where it gets a little dangerous, where BCJ can start using those Prowlers wanton, where Paint can do Paint things, as always. But Blue Otter, if they continue to disallow that like they have these past 2 rounds, and then util dump, either during or right after that plant, as we saw previously, they have that time window to get inside and force Shopify to be the ones to turn tail and try to force, the disadvantage fight, which they just can't do with their snowball comp.
Well, these are going to be some critical rounds to finish off this half here, because it feels like for Shopify Rebellion, maybe time for a tempo change. I mean, they've kind of respected the fact that Blue Water have shown some force over towards this A main contest, but maybe is it time for a trap play of their own and just try to change the script a little bit, because it does feel like kind of what we're talking about when we're floating around, that Blue Water have gotten a really solid read in the tempo that Shopify want to play at, and have countered it nicely. Even in that round right there, you kind of see it like it's a fake towards B main. It gets read perfectly. So I would be happy to see some sort of a trap setup here for Shopify Rebellion, but I don't know. It's hard to say because salvos and stars are hard to break through at A main. Those were continuing what is the case here for Blue Water off the get-go.
Yeah, really hard to break through the util before it's used. Shopify still have to go for the clears manually as if they would be running into that if they don't have the info. Which is why, you know, you like to still plant one over here at A. It's comforting to know that Bob will continue going for that orb, which it looks like she will with some help this time. It's comforting to have Spaz at least poke his head out over to B lane just to make sure that Fireball's still set up over on B. But Blue Water is starting to make their moves a little more silently and be able to drift between these sites without Shopify catching them off guard after the stack can really progress. I don't know if it's being warmed up. I don't know if it's having the playbook. Either way, Blue Water have stepped up to the challenge. Round 9 deep. We'll see if they continue to. Fair already getting active.
This time, though, BCJ, different angle. And that's Fair down for first blood. That will stretch out this defense over towards A a touch, but you see the scaling forward at B. Zeke, is there anything more? Because Spaz has been, throwing shoulders here. We'll just pull the star back, little quick charge on the Nebula, and that will lead to now an attack over towards B connector.
Do it all over again. Blue Water continuing to play the distance, understanding how much they have to offer once Shopify settle, making sure not to lose too much on the way out. That's why you see all this extra clearing anyway. Shopify aren't just looking so that they don't die. They're looking so that they can get that extra kill on the way to the site.
Yeah.
In order to find that extra advantage so that they can guarantee that team fight that they know could slip away from them at any moment. Nightfall into A main. They know that players have been planted there very often, so you see Zoe is going to be a little more stuck, but Bob early with this Armageddon.
Yeah,
and the salvo's now out.
You've got a lockdown in a very safe spot here for the offense to move through, or Bob is going to sit in the backside of the site. That Nanostorm doesn't get exactly where it's intended to go. Zoe with a late star, just trying to get the vacuum in. Gravity Vortex not going to pull anyone forward, but Bob does go undiscovered over through dugout. Fireball also follows up in towards Flowers onto a second, and now the exit feels a little bit more labored. It's going to be a 2v3 situation on this post plant. Advantage to Blue Water. Shot guard is good, but Paint able to get a long swing for one. Follow-up good onto Spaz. Down to a single point worth of health, essentially. Recon dart there, but the double setup for Blue Water too strong, and now they've got 3 in a row.
This attack comp quickly proving to be less about just raw dominance and more being about you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. That's kind of the sacrifices you have to make with this new Yoru meta. The potential that Sentinels have to creep in, the potential that Teo still has to be this rat, as even this tip of this spear, or any part of the fight really, there are going to be parts of these sites, parts of these extremities, that unless you send a player who's willing to kill into them, they're not going to be fully checked. Can't be fully flushed. This time it was Bob, letting Fireball go in with all of that action on site. And it's another bunch of dominoes that Shopify just have to let fall.
I'm just really surprised they're not trying to play with better tempo here. And even in 5v4s, like you have that first blood onto Fair last round, you're still just kind of finessing, trying to get a little bit too cute. Like, flash and dash, get in, scale up. And how about that from Fair? Gets the collat headshot, so 2 will drop. So the spike will be collected up, but it's still a 3v4. Hold that. 3v3. But still, map control convincingly in favor of Blue Water. They've got just about all of this trapped. Good reveal here. Paint, though, too slippery. Hunter's Fury is going to be called out, though. That will tag on the 2. And Fireball will collect just about everything. Really good stuff here from Blue Water. It's going to be 4 in a row for them.
Shopify finally falling into the pitcher plants earlier than before. Fair with that kickoff. It was what he was searching for previously, but finding that collat, more than he could have ever asked. And then Shopify, of course, they turn face. They tell Paint, hey, Paint, we're not up right now. In fact, we're down. Paint's like, got it. Let me equalize. Steps out of the smoke one time, gets his kill, goes back to playing with the team again, like a sleeper agent in order to find even footing. And then he's back to not extending. He's back to not having that time because Shopify's got to worry about making this site work. And then they fall right into Fireball this time. It's his pitcher plant once again on the arc connector. That catches him stranded. A couple trips that Shopify have not been able to clear here.
Well, Shopify is going to play with a little bit of aggression here over towards A main. Yeah, they've got a deep star, plus they've got the orb out, and that is now enough for Pancakes. A different flex here. We'll just hold the flank with an operator. This has got to be a flash and dash into sight. Like, it just has to be. I mean, I just don't know what else you're waiting for here if you're Shopify. You've gotten the first blood. Maybe you wait a little bit to see if there's any pressure going to be established on, you know, picking up that angle towards B, but you just got to just hit this with your execute.
Yeah, act like there's a nebula here the whole time. Salvos out. It's Blue that steps in. Zoe opening frag. Couple misses, but Monsi comes up with 2 on the kill feed. And they've caught Fair, who is doubled back on this shotgun. Does find one. Stuck in the cloud burst. That's a second.
And it opens the door for Fireball for the 1v2. Just on the backside of A. Well, they're going to clear out, at least towards Secret. Fade to make sure no one's in connector. There's the information, but wow, Pancakes takes a shot from Fireball. Follow-up is there, but PCJ on the wide swing is able to at least trade things up. But that got mixy for a moment there again, considering that Shopify had the green light to go. Good follow-up comes through for Blue Water, giving them a chance, but it is going to be round 12 with Shopify at 7.
And you see how dangerously SRB is playing even now, though, having to go through that whole checklist of clearing, even in the 2v1. Granted, Pancakes is still clutching that operator, so it's a little tougher to farm that crossfire. You want that guarantee. But then you're still not able to find it, even after. And BCJ has to stay uber patient in order to clutch that one up. Once again, the rats of the Otters
for real
have made some real damage in this playoff contending team.
Well, how about this from Fair?
Comes again.
Timing was decent. One of the knives hit, just doesn't connect into the headshot. Now Fireball, yep, we'll know that this play is likely over towards B main and catches one through smoke. Razorvine gets destroyed with an ult command. Cosmic Divide is out. Zeke thinking about it. Sees one, but no. Isn't able to stand tall onto it, and Fireball gets caught on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. So looking like it will be an 8-4 half, but considering that it started off 6-0 with Blue Otter not really doing much, that would still be, I think, a marginalized win for Blue Otter overall. And it still isn't done yet. Now with the Cosmic Divide out, and with Zoe finding a couple, he can hop onto it immediately with the gravity. Oh, nope, Nanoswarm will give some respect back to it. Hop out for Bob. It's going to be difficult to get back onto this plant, and you can see the stars that are still in place. You're going to have to win a gunfight. Oh, they don't know that there's a second member at Pillars. They think there's a late flank coming through. Gravity Vortex will pull. Bob halfway. You got to go, though. You got to get up and try to chow this, and there he is. Follow-up Nanoswarm will work things out. Got a little dicier than I would have expected, but 8-4 still holds.
Yeah. The most normal Pearl round we've seen so far, and it took us getting to round 12 in order to do it, but the Cosmic Divide giving that comfort to Shopify to finally take a B site with ease. If it weren't for Zostal throwing a wrench in the gears this time around, there's always somebody from Blue Water making a nuisance, and that's how they got this 4. Now, on their own attack side, it's going to be about how they can exude their dominance on site, how they can fight these extremities that Shopify wanted to so badly, and if they can get stopped as early as they can. No question that Paint is going to want to do some dirty work early on in these rounds, especially to try and get that confidence boost to shoot this to a 13-4. But how proactive does the rest of the team get? How many pieces of util are you willing to just grit your teeth through?
Well, first sign of aggression here from SRB. taking a main control. Sentry turrets in some trouble by the salvos will be deleted, so that will force the attention of Pancakes over towards B connector for a lot of this round. And you've got an opportunity to possibly get a bit of a pinch here over towards A. It just comes down to how they want to try to break open this fight. And do they get maybe some less Valorant timing? No. Monzi able to find the first Paint, easy headshot there. It also confirms there's a third, so advantage in a major way here at SRB.
Monzi's IGLing has never really been called into question. His fragging was a little bit lacking so far this stage. I believe he was getting like terrible frames though in those games, allegedly. That's this is all hearsay, but going into the previous week, their game against SAD, again, hearsay, Monzi's back to a full-fledged gamer setup. So he's been looking very active, very willing to go kill again. Here's Fair all the way up, and Pancakes has spotted him in the slide back. Actually, a decent trade of the health pool, but BCJ on the bigger one steps up to the challenge, and Fair trounces him too.
Hit on the way, defense here, but Zeke, double classic headshot. Hold on a second. Now we're into a 2v2 situation. Pain able to find the first. That's a very valuable one. Zeke off the reload has done a lot of the damage needed. Trying to play off this double swing. First one there. Separation. How do you want to play the recon? Oh, really well played. Paint revealed, but again, the movement too strong. And now the pistol duel continues. Running out of ammunition. Right click out, and Zeke will find 4. No idea how Blue Water keeps strangling their way into these rounds, but this time they end up finding a key victory in the pistol.
And that's just unbelievable gumption from Fair and Zeke, deciding to win those fights because they say so. Fair, crucial health pool cut after that kill on a BCJ that left those remaining kills for Zeke easy, especially if there's a lineup for him. After that, Onus is on Paint. He gets to reset the fight as many times as he wants, but he's still got to go get that kill, and Zeke is not going to let that happen. Up to double digits here on the scoreboard, giving Blue Water a nice portal to a 6-8 gap here if they can make this B attack work, as it looks to be.
Well, quick action here for Blue Water on to B. Vortex pulls in a couple, gives the shotgun an opportunity for Shopify, but no, not going to happen. No kills come through. Monzi would have to hope the fragment can maybe do something to this round, and to be fair, it's some good damage, but not enough to deter the plant. Fair's going to step up and take care of the final 2. So quick action here for Blue Water. Flawless means a perfect bonus opportunity coming up for them next.
Love seeing Fair really already start to walk up as this Jet. Know he's going to have to take just as much space as Paint does if Blue Water wants a chance at being able to utilize everything that they have to offer for this attack. It'll be about cycling, preventing Shopify Rebellion from having a decent window of time to come in with everything they have to offer on the attack. Forcing Paint to come in disjointed, forcing the flashes to come in with no follow-up, forcing Shopify Rebellion to keep chipping away at what little they have before they make the fight trivial. That's how Blue Water won their defensive rounds. That's how they have to inch away at their attacking rounds. Aw.
That's unfortunate. Pancakes will not be revealed. Stealth drone also avoided. Doc starts there, Nano swarm up. Salvo has to be dodged. Pancakes in some trouble, but will call for help, and then I'm sure immediately say we don't need it, but instead commits forward to it, and after the pop-off that you had from Zeke, he's already got himself the Hunter's Fury. That will connect onto Pancakes, and Blue Water looking really strong in this bonnet.
Forcing a scatter shot from Shopify out the gate here, and Shopify fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Paint though on this Vandal, continuing to stay active, continuing to slide in. There it goes. So you'll have to fish out the next one. It's easy to do that with Monzi's fragment. That's a defensive reset on B side. Still the personnel advantage, and Fireball Ops going to take advantage of it by going for this creep up A connector. An uncertain half of the map, forcing Shopify to go for the reset.
This is really a tough call though if you're Fireball. You feel like you're going to be called upon to do something here, but what a snap that is. Able to find Monzi. But now head is on a swivel. Paint looking for the trade. We'll find it for free. Now we have the 2v2, but there will be a free plant on the B side here for Blue Water.
And a gun that Bob can grab at the very least. So she's fully kitted. Zoe's gonna creep up on his stars. And Spaz is gonna actually be quite late to this, having to snake all the way back from A main. So again, not a great window of time to work with here. It's going to have to be Paint getting proactive, and he does not have his slide right now.
No.
Oh, he does. He
Oh, doesn't matter. Just get on into the face as Zoe still find the free kill. And now it's on to Bob, who has stayed concealed to this point, or has he? Spaz, good prediction. Has to hop on. That's the salvo out. Paint. Wait, that salvo, I was about to say, is it actually in a good spot? I couldn't see it on the ground, but from the box, it still does hit. Bob finds the kill and wins the bonus for Blue Otter, down 1 now.
My fault. I forgot Paint got a second kill in between all that and was able to get the slide again to re-engage. I mean, that's exactly how you want the remainder of Shopify to take that fight. You definitely have some notes about the beginning of it, though. That first, you know, jump the gun to the connector forced Shopify to put themselves in some kind of dodgy places. Slows it back down here on the bonus, but after that creep from Fireball finds merit, you're able to keep that advantage, keep Bob alive, and Paint does not step off, so we'll go for a full-blown reset this time. Shopify on a full-fledged eco.
Yeah. Baz will still get some control at A main. Bit of a heavier stack in through mid, leaning B, but now that's going to have to move as Fair connects on to Spaz. And actually, Shopify Rebellion, they may not have a choice here. They may just have to either just group up and guess or give up the round maybe to the spike death, but they're going to rotate over. Knife does not reveal anything at A main. Plus, you've got quick clearance on the site itself, so maybe a chance, to just triple this up and try to get something over through mid. Nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing there.
Takes a village. So now my question is, how far does Fair creep up with this Outlaw?
Yeah.
How, you know, what does he decide to hold? Oh, Monsi, this is interesting, isn't it? That's one. Now a lot on pancakes, but that was a fun idea for sure.
Yeah, especially to collect the weapon and try to cut the rotation off. Yeah, if he gets both there, it's a very winnable round, but now it's just down to Pain. Nebula will allow him to get into sight. Was he seen? Doesn't look like it. Huh? Here's all the noise. Oh, it doesn't matter. Fair double checks at the exact right moment, and it's 8-8 after, again, a 6-0 start for Shopify Rebellion. Blue Otter have really woken up and figured out what they want to do in the map.
No need for them to do anything crazy either. Everyone's playing pretty by the book, just doing it extremely well. Fair is not overextending too hard, but he's still able to, you know, carry his own fragability here. And in the meantime, everybody else on Blue Otter currently having a great buddy system, able to kind of cover each other's fires. That's how they won the early trade fights at the very beginning of this map when they stood a chance in those attacking rounds. Here, it's a little tougher to coordinate that, but Shopify, again, they've been the ones who have kind of had to react a little aggressively, and so Blue Otter can maintain this blinding tempo. And with Fair on this knives, it's very possible then it's a different game.
Yeah, just forced the tough shot coming out. Pancakes, though, does slow things down for a moment. Lots of utility still existing under the side of Pancakes! Oh! Oh, 5 for Pancakes! Doesn't matter how fast you want to move, you got to make your way through Pancakes. The op is salvaged, and Shopify steal one away.
Line them all up. Pancakes' seminar is in session as he steps onto the B site and lays waste to the lineup exiting the smoke. Nothing to offer this time. After that knife from Monsi, I believe. But, I mean, you were there. You were ready to react to it. Everybody had enough util to offer to at least bludgeon that entrance. Pancakes with the LOS to deal with it so properly.
You want to fight it?
In one fell swoop, Blue Otter pressured to play this B-side a little more classically and a little more heavily. Cosmic Divide on early.
Lockdown at the ready. If you do want to try to counter this for Shopify, but they're not going to commit to it. Spike gets planted. That's set up for Pillar. Fair will stay here as long as they can. Overdrive out. Steel Garden going to be planted out by Fireball. Inside the smoke, no one's looking for Fair right now. No one's even bothering for it, but the smoke replaces. Detainment comes through. Fair's going to need a little bit of help. If they even look, though, Fair's still hanging out up top. SRB are finding eliminations, but oh no! The damage starting to come through. Now it's just on a Fair who somehow gets 2. maybe makes that doable for Bob, especially with this post-plant situation, but the shot is not going to land. BCJ will stick, and there should just be enough time for this to get to double digits for Shopify, and it is.
Oh, we were inches away from that being so well coordinated for Blue Water. Continuing to protect Fair with those smokes on top of the boxes, outlasting the lockdown. Again, that is such great improv and commitment from Blue Water to try to stick to that plan to keep him planted. And of course, Fair is going to come up positive on it, drops down for the 2. Unfortunately, a little too late, and Bob is forced to use those salvos right before the window would be too short for Shopify. Loses the 2v1, and the window is shut. But what a fun idea to try to counteract all that Shopify had to offer on that dump. Fully set up, again, though, on the double digits, and Shopify very close to taking this map.
Nearly works out.
Obscuring vision.
Broken by situation with Zeke only able to go to an upgraded pistol. You got the op still in hand for Paint. An idea starting to develop over towards A, really from both sides. BCJ throwing shoulders on the angle. Fair set up to try to watch for something on this cross. Well, Fade Utility will land, and does he get any more information? Just a Nebula pullback completely baffles Fair.
All missiles away.
Bob trying to get some space done over through B, but has to be ready for this, and just simply put, is not. 5v3. Post-plant seems likely, but it's going to be a tough hold for Blue Otter.
Spike planted.
Great pressuring by Spaz this whole time. Now again, an overextension from Blue Otter. Fireball, how do you find a second there? Continuing to keep these interesting. These moments where Blue Otter members just frag, get that extra kill out of nowhere. Still though, so much work to do in the margins where Shopify continue to come up just fine. So that's a full reset for the eco here on Blue Water's half. We have come full circle to the point where Shopify is as prepared on the defense as Blue Water evolved to be. Issue is Shopify's aiming has been consistently just a little better.
Yeah, I mean, outside of like a couple of moments where it's like 2v4 and it looks like the round's about to be cashed out for Blue Otter, and then they make this heroic comeback opportunity. Yeah, it really has been a big difference maker, I think, just across the board here. I mean, Paint with a fiery start. BCJ has been rock solid the entirety of this round, the entirety of this map, rather, I should say. And now you're starting to deal with some financial straits that Blue Otter we're going to have to consider as we get closer to match point here, map point for SRB. So conversations to come through as Shopify Rebellion hold a pretty significant advantage here late into this map. And I think the biggest thing about it is the operator, I think, is still in play here for SRB. So they're going to have to really work on what they want to do execution-wise here if you're Blue Otter, just to try to get some clean entry. And I don't know if you can really bank on, you know, what you had early, which was, you know, just a full flood down B long. Not anymore, especially with the op in play.
Yeah, now there's even more hurdles to jump. And the whole thing about the kit that Blue Water has to get onto a site is just about kind of reducing the need to even deal with those hurdles, right? Just sequencing your site, playing keep away with the salvo and the recon and these vines, and then setting yourself up for the long term. Shopify continue to pound on that door, and setups continue to change here. Pancake's gonna be a little more forward, and Spaz big chilling with just this Nebula in tow on B site.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that they want to put the operator into that close corner at mid.
Yeah.
Smoke is out. Spaz kind of has to give up the site for now. Retake tool would likely be a Cosmic Divide. A little bit of spam coming through. Connects on to Fair, but... Oh, that's the one that matters. Bob will drop. Plant will still come through. But now you got to look at this lurk from Fireball. It has to be there, but Pancake's very aware of it. The Hunter's Fury kind of provides a bit of a smoke coverage for Paint right there for 2. Then the flash for 3. Shopify on map point. Keep in mind, it's Blue Otter's pick. And I don't know what the economy is really going to look like here for Blue Otter.
Yeah, this was your one shot.
Match point.
And again, they tried to reduce the consolations, but God, Bob getting sprayed by Spaz as you're getting
So
that spike
unfortunate.
down. Really tragic. It forces Blue Water to get so active. They can't play the post plant nearly as long, and they know that the second she goes down. So Fireball's going to step out, knowing the Pancakes could very well still be here with this operator, and he is. He's going to get stuck there as long as they don't see 5 bodies. And yeah, now the eco looking a little frisky for Blue Water on this attack round. We are not paying much attention to B site at all this time, Shift.
Nope. Oh, gosh.
So, he's been so good with these fadeaways, dude, every
Yeah.
time.
Orb collected. Paint connects onto another, though. 5v3. Fireball has been seen over towards Art. Paint still not missing. And it just kind of feels like composure's been lost a little bit here from Blue Water. It's so tough, man. This map honestly could be 12-8 the other way with how many heroic moments we've nearly seen get past the finish line for Blue Water. Just haven't quite been able to have it. I think the first blood tally is likely going to tell the story here. Just in terms of how many advantages Shopify had early. Not to call this round done yet, though, because Blue Water have, again, had some miracle works in the mix of these late rounds in odd man situations, but doesn't feel very likely.
First potential victim into the gutter.
One enemy remaining.
She won't get anything done.
Defenders win.
And neither will Fireball on the lurk.
Nothing's perfect.
It's as exciting as it is frustrating seeing 5 players on Blue
Correct.
Water have these heroic moments, these abilities to just absolutely dominate lobbies and even play them well as a team together, but only see them as flash in the pan moments. Across the board, Shopify Rebellion Black displays that consistent talent, and that's how you stay in this Swiss stage, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely is like if you were to spark notes like that first map, it legitimately comes down to just the good old like it's so close yet so far. And again, I do think that when we look back over it, the first blood tally will likely give us the indication of how this map went. Blue Water are fighting, but that is their map pick now done and doesn't go their way. So Shopify Rebellion looking to kind of get themselves into the mix with their map pick coming up as we go to break. Come back with the desk.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the Challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say that it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. And maybe last year they handed our to us.
Big parts, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting, because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like Amedi, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against Amedi, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. Media has been very welcoming, and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the 3rd participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to Ascend.
All these people would really like to give up and really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ash and Gompers. And if you're just joining us, well, Shopify Rebellion Black took away Blue Otter's map pick of Pearl. And if you're just joining us, you didn't hear us be a little nervous with that map veto a little bit earlier. We were a little scared, little anxious, but frankly, anxieties were quelled with Shopify Rebellion Black taking away that map pick. Ash, again, like talking about that anxiety, Ash, we felt it. We were nervous. We go into the map, we load in the comp, and then turns out Shopify have it pretty much in the bag.
Oh yeah, I think like the questions kind of revolved around what look we were going to see from SRB on Pearl because of the fact that they had been hopping around a couple of different comps previously. But I think more of the nerves were also about that Blue Water conversation. We were afraid of the pressure that would be on them for this first map of Pearl and needing to be able to find their map pick. And it's something that they weren't able to get done. We saw great momentum starting to build for them as we headed into that second half, chaining those first 4 rounds in a row. It looked like they were going to be able to, start to make that comeback. But then SRB, they're quick to put a stop to that.
It's that classic SRB moment of like, oh, you thought this could have been different, but they like to keep it dramatic here. They want to give like Sean Garrett a heart attack in his watch party streams, just fun little Shopify Rebellion things. But Gompers, to be said, that wasn't like Ash was saying, that wasn't a bad fight at all by Blue Water.
No, it wasn't. I do think there were moments that I wish they had handled differently. It did feel very individual in terms of the way they played, as to where there were occasions where they would play with each other's utility to kind of give themselves leeway into sight. I definitely saw, I believe it was round 8, Astra did actually allow Bob to kind of move in a bit onto the site, and that was a pivotal moment where they finally were able to convert around. So I think there were times like that, but it was very individual. It was very isolated, and the fights could have been better, in my opinion. It felt like we were watching more so deathmatch orientation, and they were allowing this util to kind of just fall back onto them when it didn't have to happen that way.
No, we did see a couple really cool moments there. I think one of the few clips at the end where we saw, Fair on top of that box on B's site. We had the smoke on top of him as well, and just the picks that he was able to get there. So a lot of interesting micro combinations, but shifting the conversation, I think, back over to the timeline that we're seeing here, some of the numbers on the table, my eyes get drawn over to that post plan. I think I did vocalize a lot of my concerns about, okay, Pancakes shifting back into the KJ, and I understand the vision now. I definitely get it. I think what works really nicely for them is the fact that knowing that they're starting out on the attacking side first as well, they were going to have the opportunity to really see Pancake shine into that post plant. And that is what we saw happen. There's incredible delay potential on the side of SRB with utility coming out from Spaz, whether it was coming out from Pancakes, even the mollies coming out from Monty at times as well. Just so many opportunities to delay that retake from the enemy team. And a lot of those backstabs coming in as well. I think that the system there for SRB works well for Pancakes to continually shine on these more traditional sentinels that we like to see them on.
I really like the usage of the lockdown as well, as to where it was able to give to that site clear for Paint to to really just abuse the outer spaces of sight. But, you know, going back to Blue Otter's moments where it really did work out and vibe very well, I think Bob did a phenomenal job when those lockdowns did come down to actually halt the pushes from coming through. So there were these moments where you could see Blue Otters and the way they thought and like the calls they were able to make. But the problem was, you know, the execution in terms of how they handled said call, how they handled the util they were really providing. And I think that, you know, that's where we did get to see things kind of awry. Again, like being able to isolate the fights really did carry them in the sense where they could pull through with this 8-13. But I really do wish we got to see a little bit more setup from, you know, from some of our initiators and sentinels to allow Fair to feel that comfort.
But moving over, or shifting over, excuse me, to our focus back onto SRB. We highlighted him at the beginning, top of the show. We got to highlight him again. Paint, once again, proving. I called him terrifying. Ash agreed with me, but just on this Neon, once again, proving, Gompers, that just the kind of quintessential classic duelist that we all know and love is Paint, and they just play the duelist to a T.
Yeah, Paint was phenomenal. I'd say, if anything, they were really the one person that you'd be afraid to see on site first in this particular game. It was always just kind of being ready for the push in terms of, you know, the setup that they were giving Paint, especially, I mean, even having Neons, there were some circumstances where there were so many ultimates coming out. Paint was getting cornered. There was nothing they could do. But then, you know, we did get to see Paint be able to pull through with their ult and kind of just completely dominate the round with their speed, their game sense, you know, their aim. So there was always something for them to do. And I don't feel like they ever had a moment where they were scared or not feeling the confidence they need to feel as a duelist. It was very much, you know, let's work with the util I'm given and let's work with mine and be a little selfish here.
Yeah, I think that that's the big shout, right? With the confidence, is that's something that is not lacking when it comes to duelists, I feel like, in Challengers. And Paint does it in such like a calm, cool, collected way. Grat has great setup from his team as well. And then that ability to play with himself. I think that Neon was a really big pick for him, considering on Pearl, like how long the rotations can be and whatnot. And I think there were a lot of opportunities that he took to be able to catch them off guard in Blue Otter. But as we look over onto Haven as well, I think I'm also excited to see that, because we are expecting that Neon to also run it back there for Paint. And after a performance like you had on Pearl, you can only expect great things from SRB on map 2.
I think, I mean, what a great tempo set, right? Like, this is someone, like, you have the bigger maps, you have that space taking already with Neon, and you're running it back on one of the best maps to do it again besides Lotus on Haven. And I think it's such a great spot for Paint to kind of like show, once again, if you're just joining us on the broadcast, exactly who he is, why he's here. If you just joined us at the beginning of the broadcast, you see he's focused in that video. He is someone, like you talked about, that cool, calm demeanor is exemplified by not only that beginning of the video where he's like, some people just don't want it enough, you know, etc. Summarizing what he said. But it's, you see it in his gameplay. And of course, we'd be remiss if we did not highlight the folks that help make that happen, whether it's Muncie calling or, you know, Vape and the coach, etc. But he is just someone, if you're, again, just joining us, keep an eye on him on Haven. That is a Neon's playground. Oh, way back in the day. We're talking like Baby Bay, Victor days. It started then, the Neon Haven, right? And now we're here and kind of this reinvigoration of that meta. I want to pose a question to you, Gompers, because you talked about what you wanted to see moving forward from Blue Otter. What adjustments would you specifically like to see for Haven? Because this is Shopify Rebellion Black's pick. That, you know, Shopify Rebellion took Blue Otter's map pick of Pearl. You know, we could talk about the confidence or pressure or whatever for a while, but, you know, adjustment-wise, what do you want to see them make going into Haven?
I think for Haven, I mean, a lot of the difficulty that I saw here in Pearl is that, you know, I did talk about before, they have great holds for Blue Otters, but I wasn't seeing that. It was a lot of lack in utility, and it felt almost lackluster in the sense that, you know, because Shopify were pushing them so diligently, it almost felt like they didn't know what to do. And so they just spammed whatever they had. And then there were moments where, you know, they didn't really understand what the perfect time was to push certain util or when to push certain sites or or when to push certain angles. Like, there was no space. And I feel like for Haven, that's such an important factor of being able to take space and really just utilize it. I think in Pearl, something I liked that we did get to see was adaptability, noticing that when Killjoy was gone, they could push mid and they could possibly get some certain flank from that. And I think that's what really started to give them momentum on defense. So I'm hoping they get to just really attack the weakness of Shopify a bit more and look for certain, I guess, certain moments where, you know, okay, maybe mid isn't really looking too good, or okay, hey, let's coordinate a little bit more in terms of how we can use this util to help Fair push in. I definitely think allowing Fair to shine is the best, because Fair is a phenomenal player. I think he just needs a bit of a push.
I mean, just that spot of him just waiting on that box, just waiting, you know, that discipline, that patience, realizing that he was in a perfect opportunity. I think only got away with one there, but listen, shout out to the Observer for catching that one, because that was hysterical, but also incredible at the same time. But we are moving into Agent Select. Oh, Gobbers, would you like to say something?
I don't know what's going on with the ISO, but I guess, like, when I say, hey, set up Fair, like, Fair's gonna set themselves up. So, like, at the end of the day, the day ends, as as we would say. So
what do you think?
I think that I look at this and I actually really like Fair on the ISO here. I think that this is something where Gompers was talking about wanting to see him like be in a position where he can frag out more. The ISO is going to allow him to do that. Bob, going back onto some of those duelist routes, like, yes, she is well known for her initiator, but her initiator play, but she is also, you know, she's running the duelist for FlyQuest currently. And this has previously been her main role on this roster as well. I like that Blue Otter are taking a fresh new look to them. I wonder if part of it is maybe even getting ahead of like the meta with like Taeho kind of falling out after patch 10.09 comes through later on. But despite that, in this elimination matchup, I think this is an important comp change for Blue Otter to take this with kind of like the vigor of putting all of like their belief in their skills and just like being able to play their own game. I don't think I explained that like super well, but I'm basically trying to say like this is something where you want to see them coming out with a fun comp like this to have that confidence when their backs are up against the wall.
Backs up against the wall, exactly. Do or die for Blue Otter. Can they reverse sweep, or will Shopify Rebellion Black take this in a clean 2-0? Well, I'm going to send it to my favorite casters, including one of my favorite casters, Shift. See him being so nice. Hopefully he gives me a compliment too, but it is Shift and Tenrek on the call.
Too late for that, Elizabeth. Get out of here. It's boys' time. It's guys' time. Girls have goodies. Let's get this thing going. Shopify Rebellion Black playing the as expected composition. Blue Otter flexing into something that they have not shown in some time. In fact, I don't know if they've ever played the ISO on this map, so should be interesting.
I don't believe they have. I think Fair really taking matters into his own hands this game, and I couldn't be happier. And this could be a better time to do it. I mean, you're sitting on absolute sudden death. You're sitting on Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick. You know they're going to get aggressive. You know they're going to be willing to fight. Fair says, I'm going to be just as willing to fight you as you are, and you better be ready for it. The question is, after all that fighting that Shopify had to go through and all those times that Blue Otter's players did manage to get those clutches, is Shopify ready for those fights this map?
Well, see what we get. It's going to be Blue Otter on the offense. And I mean, again, it's not the first time we've ever seen ISO on this map. So I think we're all assuming how we know this is going to go. And I think it does just put a lot of pressure on the Fair. Like, you got to be good on the entry. Got to have it. And we'll see exactly how they want to cook that up. I think the interesting thing about this composition, though, is like, you know, one of the things I feel like we've seen teams deter away from playing the ISO is largely due to the power that Breach Taeho have. Like, doesn't matter if you have a shield that stops a bullet. If you're concussed and blown up by salvos, it doesn't matter. So there is a level of like timing the execute for Blue Otter versus not being hit by all this incoming utility that you're going to be getting from Shopify.
Yeah, a lot of ways to be able to trap this Blue Otter squad on the attack if Shopify is able to get as active in the pre-plan as they were last half, then should be able to seal a lot of these rounds up before Blue Otter even gets on site. No intel given away just yet, though. Big creep up to the B door where this first trap wire is going to be landed.
That comes through. Monzi trying to combine. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was going to say, Fair will actually does make good on the shield. But you get stunned up like that, it can sometimes be difficult to dance with. But Monzi for first blood. Check from paint. Doesn't see anything through long. Does he get a scout out of what's happening through garage, though? Another shoulder comes through, some damage is there, and no kills for SRB's defense, and that'll be an easy plan for Blue Otter.
Something important to note, that if that kill didn't come through for Fair, if Fair didn't get that second shield, he would have died to the salvos. They would have gotten another proc on him and killed him before the rest of Blue Otter could have gotten on site. Preemptive engagement not going the way of Shopify. Post-emptive not either. That was a nice early clear of the B site that went their way. With those pistols, it's definitely a lot more in the cards with how much they have to offer in the solo, particularly with Fair. But it's a perfect time to talk about Bob's ability to make that distance while Fair gets those close range fights in, because she's already made quite a bit and is at the top of the leaderboard thanks to those 2 extension kills on this Yoru that she has been leaning into just a tiny bit for FlyQuest, right? She's been doing pretty dang good over there.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll see more game changers soon TM.
Yes.
Recon Dart trying to get over to try to stop say anything from where BCJ was positioned, but instead we get the first contact down C long with the Outlaw to connect. No immediate commitment here, even though Shopify Rebellion do still have 3 members here. There is the check after the fault line. A rundown comes through. Blue Otter are aware of that. Don't want to get caught. Throw your traps. Get the heck out of there. And move your way into A, which is wide open.
Yeah, waltz right in. After everything else is exhausted. Still though. Couple bag checks on the way. That Shopify will fall right into.
Spike planted.
Again, getting on top of it early. Negating even the option. Very clean so far from Blue to build themselves up on this attack half. They'd really like to with how explosive Shopify's is.
Ain't that the truth? Okay, so good start. True bonus coming through with the falls around there. Weapons, of course, going to be purchased up for Shopify, but it does include 2 Guardians with the full armor. Knowing that you've got the Outlaw in play, you have to make that sacrifice. So you don't get 1 tap, of course. I don't know why I'm telling you guys this. You all know it. But I think the thing is, like, so far so good in terms of Blue Otter, like, not getting caught on any trap plays first and foremost, which maybe just leans towards the fact that, like, Shopify Rebellion just don't want to play that kind of game. Like, we didn't see it at all in map 1. We're not seeing it all here. Very reactionary from SRB, and Blue Otter are capitalizing early.
Monsi, first peek out of the B door, and now Blue Otter will make themselves an audience. Here in the courtyard, gonna try and save guns, save face, save themselves a piece of this A site that'll be a little more abandoned, but BCJ, nice little 2-step to slow them down. Where's this setup?
Well, still kind of feeling it out a little bit. Shock Dart won't get all the way to the back of the site. Zeke not going to commit the other at the moment. So Blue Otter maybe just trying to get into B. You do have Spaz in sight on the gong. You also have Pancakes watching the cross. That will work. Decoy. A mere inconvenience. As it's all down to Zeke trying to hold this post plant. Try to go for the long route. Nope, can't do that. And there's gonna be a walk down here from Paint. Wow, what a snap.
Hey.
That's one that gets, you know, the heart rate going a little bit if you're Paint. Like, oh, okay, I'm that guy. All right, sounds good.
Well, see, that's, I mean, I think to your point of how Shopify tried to approach the pistol and a decent chunk of that previous map is still coming off of that, you know, top of the podium spot from the previous split. With a lot of these top 8 teams previously, you know, a very exclusive club of teams at the very top has been able to kind of just I'm better their way through a lot of the fights and the util swings. But here in this stage, it's come up time and time again where teams are like, are you better though? Like every time. And it's been quite the hurdle for some of these teams to just hop over. That'll definitely, that'll get your heart rate pumping for sure if you're Paint, which, let's see how active he gets now that the guns are equalized. Bob on the op though, I won't pay attention to that.
Yeah, not what you would expect, I think, just with this double duelist setup.
Found them.
Ooh, good reveal onto Pancakes. That will get some free garage control. Pain's thinking about it. Oh, and the fault line assists. Really well done. So that'll be Pancakes for first blood. And now all of a sudden this offense feels, you know, very soft just due to the fact that you've got an operator in play. Like if you're sitting as the defense, you know, you're not going to know it's here, but really, at this point, you just don't overpeak anything. B becoming a threat, though, may still force a couple of the contact plays, and Fireball outside, sees the barrel, sees the brim of the hat, finds the headshot, and now numbers are Blue Otter.
Shopify were able to corral Blue Otter into only one option, but that option was taken with so much.
Oof.
Great aim. Fair. Getting away with a whole lot there on the B creep. There's always going to be one option left when it comes to Haven, and Blue Otter clearly going to put the pedal to the metal when they recognize that it's the only one they have at any given moment. Keeping 2 upstairs, they get their chunk, say their piece, and Blue Otter carve out the C site of the map that time around. Well played by them, Shopify. A great enabling in the early round there to get Monty implanted. Again, massive control of the A site. That's what forced this bottlenose, but these opening chokes by Fair and Fireball really opened the map up for Blue Otter.
Weapons will be purchased here for Shopify Rebellion, but some regenerative armors and light armors will be the cost for that. Defense continuing to feel pressure through Garage. Pancakes will see 2. He does have a couple of very strange traps set up here. That one in particular on the top of the door, just to make sure, I don't know what. But Fair is going to sneak on into the site. Spike will follow up, and you still have Zoe watching this Garage window, which very well may be under threat. Fair will follow up, trying to use the shield to his advantage, and that works out nicely. So again, the ISO finding value here early.
And with that suppress tossed forward, that catches so many members of Shopify. They'll all be stunted beyond this smoke on the link. Armageddon now ready to go, and here comes the push.
Well, Paint shut down, kill contract is out, and the defense is just completely stuck. Although Monzi does win the 1v1 inside the alt. So now you can try to reform here. Not a lot in terms of utility, though, to break your way back into the site, into the corner. Zeke will find 2. Now it's just down to Monzi, and a late teleport from Zostal will avoid the line of sight and allow Blue Otter to capitalize for a 4th.
More than enough to throw at things here again after Fair gets those steps forward, exactly what you're asking of him on this map. To be the tip of that spear just about every single time. So fights have to be taken with a lot of hindrance from the rest of the team when it comes down to these starts and pre-plants over in the courtyard in particular. Having Fair peek out to go for that implant onto the B side has been really difficult, and already he'll be the first one with the shield up. Much faster gun down the B door for him and Zoe this time around.
Well, quick hit on the way, and wow, Fair is just not losing gunfights right now. His opening firsts have been great for the side of Blue Otter. Trade is out though, so we go 4v4. Paint still does not have the overdrive ready to go. So it's just down to what you can find with pistols for the most part. But Spaz inside the site has an angle, lots of damage, but can't find the kill. Can you follow up on this? Spaz still playing inside. Nice shock dart coming through. Zeke trying to make this really just be on his own, but he's got help. Bob gets there, hits the close shot, and Blue Otter quickly up 5-1.
Respectfully close round, considering the Shopify didn't have a whole lot to offer there. They were stuck up on that B site, and Blue Otter willing to take the fight a little preemptively there. And so it leads to something a little scrappier than I think Blue Otter would like, but they've been built up quite well, so they're able to get away with that, and they prefer to force Shopify to play that extra bit reactively, and a little scared at this point with how much they've been able to just get bludgeoned outside of this C site in particular. Timeout justifiably called, because it's really hard to hold this, especially when Bob is staring down your gullet the whole time with the operator on the lane. So it's all going to be about re-invading those sites that Blue Otter has been able to poke and prod at, find the weak point, and just gun it down. Is the speed at which they've been able to take over these sites that Shopify has to let go of in order to go for the overwhelming map control in the long run has been, frankly, blistering. They've gotten on, they've said their piece, they've done what they needed to do, and then the fight's almost already decided.
Yeah, it just goes to show again, like, this is now, I can say with some conviction, like, you've got now a map in almost a half worth of Shopify Rebellion just not showing any eagerness to play for anything off the get-go. Like, it is very reactive from them. They haven't really gotten aggressive through A main at all. They haven't even poked out even in towards sewers. And outside of a little bit of a shoulder peek on pistols through C long, we just have not seen them trying to hunt for information. It's very reactive, and it has not worked for them. This time, Paint will try to go op for op by holding this 1 pixel angle on A long. But Bear, no, does not have the shield up, so he will fall. A little bit of panic there from Paint. Not the smoothest utility from a Neon we've seen, but is fine for a 5v4.
Probably panicking after realizing that he killed the ISO. Bear is not going to make that mistake again. Here. Conditioning that you toss up the shield on any old peak. Just got to do that once you brandish that operator. But again, that pressure on that A site to make sure that Paint's potential death doesn't go unchallenged opens up the C site again. So Blue Water gonna just barrel it down there. Fun plant by Zoe. It won't get anything done. That is very big.
Yeah, because if you find that pick, if you're Zoe, that's no Rolling Thunder, which is essentially what Shopify are banking on for this retake. They won't need it now, though. They've got numbers. At least they shouldn't use it now. They've got numbers. Bob would have to snap. Connect on to probably 2 to have a chance at this. Misses the first. Stun is out. Zeke only gets 1. And yeah, Bob is just going to play through long with the op. And Paint will be right there to try to match it. Monzi just going to hold it. No worries here. And Shopify will get a key second round. The eco will also start to build up a little bit for the defense, while Blue Otter are now looking down a Hunter's Fury and maybe a Dimensional Drift for the first time here soon.
But still stalwart. Still, you know, zero need or want to initiate or start things first. If anything, they leaned back even further in the recliner by giving Paint that operator, which he's going to stick to this round as well. Not sure where he's going to get inserted this time around, because at this point, I mean, Blue Water are going to completely rethink how they approach things with Fair's shield on these pushes, but he's just going to cut it down sewer.
Yeah, at least initially. ISO wall getting some A-long control. Now that they know that Paint has an operator in play, Hunter's Fury going to get called out. That's over towards the site, though. So you have to know of the potential threat that could be over towards sewer side. Bob able to connect. That's on sewers. Rolling Thunder's already been called, and Monzi's barely gotten into sight. Fair going to still peek, even while Concussed will take 2 with them. Spike not on site yet, though, and both Cyphers, yep, very well may find each other on this lurk. Pancakes with a check, finds the win. Still doable. 2v3, though, post-plant.
I'll try and catch in Spaz early. He's already in front of this to try and farm some stuff out. Pancakes meeting him here. Attempted retake is Bob with this op early on to force the first peek out, and now the double up for Spaz. Pancakes has to react quickly. We'll grab one from on high, but forced to drop down. He's got to double up on the peaks and just can't get that done. Keeping it tidy is Blue Water here, who do their homework up that A lane. Takes a lot of the ISO util to shield outside of the moving wall. But if it's that committal, if Blue Water's going to be setting up shop there, doesn't matter. Especially if you're able to take care of Paint without losing a body.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations, like, that is such a bold peek from Fair. But the power of the ISO, again, coming through, this wall stun at the end of that Rolling Thunder, you're able to connect before the defense can snap onto you. I think it's also important the fact that you get that first blood down through sewer. That just opens up the eyes of Blue Otter completely onto the back of the site. Now, yeah, you've had Dimensional Drift to play with. So Bob will take a rifle this time. Zoe will have the op.
It's you and me.
And yeah, kill contract will come through. That will pull in the 1v1 on the picture-in-picture. Fair able to win that one with ease. And that will lead to an immediate 5v4 post-plant. But here we go again with the Neon antics. 4v4. Stun gonna come through. Paint looking to move quickly. Decent damage, but doesn't clear the close corner. And Fireball, yeah, is just gonna lock this one down completely. No chance for Monty.
Can't be left unsaid how much of a raid boss Paint has had to be on Haven defense for Shopify in order to give them as solid a record as it is. And if Blue Otter is able to continuously deny him, as they have these past 2 rounds, in which Paint did try to become that tank, then a lot of the rest of this exec is pretty by the book for Blue Otter. They're doing a lot of the things that you see other teams do. You are seeing the blueprints that these guys have written oh so well. Far from the fragmented Pearl before. Does that translate to the defensive half? It depends on the proactivity. Again,
yeah, exactly.
As slow as Shopify has been to meet these fights, does Blue Water do the same thing with this ISO Yoro duelist core that they've got?
Yeah, there hasn't been a response at all for Shopify, honestly. And I think that's concerning. You know, looking at how Shopify have played, again, just no contact off the initial 30, 45 seconds. It's all been reactive defense. And you really don't have an option here because you've got two Buckies and a Vandal, two Vandals rather. But it's just odd to see Shopify Rebellion play this composition and not have any sign of aggression at all down A long or really even into sewers.
Already pretty dried up. You've condensed into this B site that they know Blue Water have been trying to twist the knife into. Again, such a ballsy first move from Paint, but there's the proactivity you're looking for on the gun diff round. Paint does not have the gun diff and is good for the one. Rest of Blue Water meet the makers, and they'll come up with the advantage, at least for now. Now that Cypher ultimate to guarantee position. Fair still wins the fight, and that's any chance gone this round.
Yeah, it sort of feels that way. Monzi would have to be a hero right here, right now. Does catch Fair, but there's no exit. Fireball on the lurk will connect. Spike will be planted by Zeke, and BCJ's got nowhere to go. Fireball's really stepped up nicely, I would say, since the first half of the first map. Just kind of being avoided largely on Pearl. But so far, the last two halves of gameplay action, been really solid.
Yeah, working with this composition where Bob is the one that's going to be playing in the extremities, and of course, post ping through smoke meta, Cyphers do have to be a little more active on the site. Letting these fraggers take that sentinel position has been a fun way to let them stretch their wings in these post plants, and Fireball's been quite comfortable just holding up on that corner and letting the bullets fly. Doing a really consistent job so far of making sure that whatever Shopify has to offer, which again, they're trying to make it a lot, but it really doesn't feel like much at the end of the day. He just burns through it. Very consistent aimer. Just as all of these Blue Water players are. Again, they made top 8 previously. They have been continuing to bust their ass here in the Swiss stage and make these matchups as close as can be. It seems like this time around against those top dogs in SRB, it'll be no different. On the verge of really demolishing this half.
This timeout feels about 4 rounds too late. You have won against the bonus and 1 gun round if you're Shopify Rebellion. Feels a little late. But see what they can try to muster here in the last 2. 8-4 and plus a pistol would give us essentially the same ideas that we had seen in map number 1 from Blue Water's perspective. And this is what, again, why have we not seen that opening? It doesn't really make much of a difference. You just throw a contingency down and you just get Fair in the mix. But I feel like this has been a little bit too free. Blue will catch one member over on the backside of the site, but not much to be done with that as Pancakes is still planted pretty firmly behind a spy camp.
Trying to see if that eggs on any other member of Shopify to head on over to the A site. But after that time's allotted, they'll take the fight. See what they come up against.
Good first.
It is still Pancakes, so they're jumping on. That's 1 fight down. He'll step back into the smoke, actually, and let the rest of Blue step on for now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the neural tech to tick again, and that's actually some really good damage onto Fireball. Spike will be planted, though. Post plant could be made safe by the Hunter's Fury, which Zeke has backed up in towards A main. Defense doesn't really have much to work with outside of basic utility. Bob connects with the operator. So again, this Hunter's Fury, the big key here for this post plant. Here comes the swing. Paint can't connect a single shot. Oh, but there's the follow-up. That will work. 3 straight eliminations all in quick succession. And Shopify Rebellion will get their 3rd.
Great shipping done to make that retake pretty trivial. Nice intel with the Cypher ultimate from Pancakes to be able to, again, have that safety of being able to play for the long game a little bit. So at the end of the day, Shopify will build themselves up to a potential 4-8 half, something they can absolutely salvage. If they can take this round away, which they're going to key themselves up back to the kit that they've been wanting to work with. Paint, once again on the operator. But Blue Water do have this Hunter's Fury to be able to play with to try and hunt someone down. Fair, one orb away from the contract as well to isolate Shopify. They could become as fragmented, as chokeable at a moment's notice.
Hunter's Fury out early here. The offense, Z trying to put some pressure over towards A. But you've got to walk down from Spaz for the first time. Steltrum to clear out long. The defense can really rely on Monzi to rotate early over to C. Pancakes will, again, just be offering to give this site up. And it's going to be onto a full retake. You got the Armageddon this time, though. That's the big difference maker here for Shopify. And they get a first one from Payne. Maybe more, and yeah, he connects for 2. And in round 12, yep, you have Spaz working on C long. You wait for him to clear, and then you just throw an Armageddon down. You just reach onto the site. Zeke is the only thing that could possibly stop this, and that first is good. But no, they're not going to be able to hold on to the site itself. Zeke is stuck. Flashes are good, and SRB will get 2 in a row. Take it to an 8-4 half as we swap.
Fun little speed run of the first half of that round. A good Hunter's Fury from Zeke to keep a lot of the action over on the A side as Blue Water walks up. But with that cam from Pancakes, they get the intel early. They dash back over. And Pancakes with that double kill from the garage window, forcing Blue Water to, again, play solely from sight and the lane. Very predictable positions at this point in the map. Shopify play into that beautifully. Just in time for us to swap sides, just in time for us to see just how foot to the floor this attack half is going to be for Shopify Rebellion Black. They're back in their comfort zone. By all accounts, will they work with it as well as the fans expect them to? Or do we go to 3? Do we go to Ascent?
Yeah. A lot riding on this pistol. And again, it does feel like when we've seen this composition of the past for Blue Water, it tends to be a little bit less effective defensively. And, well, Fair was hoping for a one-on-one contact to try to take something away, but instead meets 4 members of Shopify. Zeke just trying to get some sort of a sound cue. We'll have a little bit of help from the dark cover plus Paranoia, but how about this? This is such a bold play from Fireball, and it may work out perfectly. In fact, it very well be a round-winning setup, but no, Monzi too aware of it, deals with it, and now you can join Pancakes on site.
He's played these games before, and so is Fireball. Every check done as they make that mad dash over to C site. They recognize the kind of speed that Blue Water can come with as well. There's not enough to make it back to C in time for this spike to go down, and the spam will not do that much.
Well, this crunch is going to have to work out perfectly. Trap deleted. Monzi will be responsible for this. Everyone else will, again, just keep their eyes on the choke points up front. Easy for the first. Zoe, only an angle for a moment. And now Shopify have just stacked onto site, and it's going to make this very difficult for Blue Water to break back in. Bob, the last one left. 1v4, not a lot of time. Will just sacrifice their lives to the spike exploding.
You just hand yourself over to this after, again, unable to make a dent. Great awareness from Shopify Rebellion that whole time. The full-blown push to take care of Fair outside the smoke, and then double back after realizing how much time Blue Water's had to get over to the A site. You understand that you can win that race back over to C. You still check for Fireball ups. No notes here on the pistol round for Shopify's attack. Exactly what you want to look for them to be able to take this map back, make that climb back up. Still so much in the cards, though. Fair considering grabbing a sniper, but he will alleviate.
Same idea here from Fair. That works, though. Yep.
Cutting through.
So now you've got numbers, and these sheriffs can connect. Pancakes take some damage to the wall. This makes this extremely doable. And Bob is going to actually sneak forward down grass. Zeke seen on the shoulders, but this is everything. And no, the gate crash will have Blue Otter kind of stacking towards A. No commitment again, though, from Shopify, just kind of playing with their food a little bit here.
Here comes Fireball. The trap wire is going to be ready for him this time, though. So he'll just bear witness Be an audio cue to this stealth drone. BCJ, manual check at the B site that they'll creep into. Fair check number 2. It's like he's walking through a busy sidewalk. He's like, excuse me, pardon me, just trying to squeeze through.
Hey, don't mind me.
30 seconds left.
But here comes the play. Paranoia across the site. Blue Water able to take down one more. Actually, a follow-up from Zoe is great. And then you've got Fair in the mix. So it's just down to Spaz with a stinger off the reload. Sprays down another in the top corner. Oh, now to the 1v1. It's Fireball with the Sheriff versus Spaz with the stinger. Contact is there, but Fireball connects and saves the round from what would be a 1v4 from Spaz.
A backyard brawl that Blue Water come out on top of.
Weapon here.
And it still comes down to a mountainous gun diff that you have to take care of.
And then we will die.
At the end of the day, though, that's a perfect execution from Blue Water after Shopify get a little too spooked again on the initial push. Double back into the B site. And the damage is done from there. Spaz putting up a hell of a fight with this stinger, but Fireball's locked and loaded. Finally getting that lurk somewhere. And Blue Water, once again, the momentum is all theirs on the verge of double digits and no doubt taking us to Ascent here if all goes well.
Well, Salvo clears out Bob's position inside a garage, quickly taken by BCJ. Spam shots, though, still landing. Goodness gracious. And Shopify find themselves in a bit of trouble. Zeke just waiting for contact, and we'll get a visual cue onto at least one. Gatecrash sent back over towards the A side of the map for the quick rotation from the Yoru. But again, this is the same. This feels like just different map, but same game plan for Shopify. Just keep stretching. And yeah, I think Fair may have caught a couple of footstep sounds. And so now Fireball's aware that he should keep his gun up and only finds the opener. That's going to be a gun collected.
It's another mad dash, though, and you bet your bottom dollar whoever from Blue Water is here is going to react to it. It's going to be the guy that they want to do everything for Blue Water this round. Fair steps out. Fair dies pretty dang quickly, and that's a lot of individual responsibility placed on each member of Blue Water. Swiftly collapses and puts us right back in a spot where Shopify can take the wheel again.
Yeah, I see the idea right there from Blue Water. You call out the double tap. Fair's the one who's going to try to get everyone to start looking at him. But when he misses out on the opportunity to get the win over towards Logs, his teammates just don't have the ability to work their way in. And there may have been a little bit of miscommunication on timing as well, because there really wasn't a lot of supply of utility to help Fair out to try to keep him safe from that left cross. So he gets blindsided, and then, no reason for Shopify to turn their heads. So everyone else just gets melted. But a decent idea from Blue Water. Here we go. Quick fault line, followed up by relay bolt, and there's nowhere to go. Whoa, for Bob, but Zeke with a classic response. This game has been just full of hijinks and hilarity. Pancake's gonna get a 1v1 here with Fireball. Cyber Cage, yeah, will deter a touch. Fair gets caught picking orbs though. And now we just gotta keep our eye on what does Zoe want to do for timing, and will we actually get a Cypher 1v1 on the other side of the map?
There's the commitment and the stick from Payne. Once again, chipping away. Preventing any member of Blue Water from getting too antsy. Still hanging out closer to the T doors. 40 seconds on the clock. Lot to play with to hold on to all of your guns here, just to fully snowball what will be a very long attack half here.
Yeah, feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
30 seconds left.
If Shopify is going to continue getting stopgaps like they have been on these A and C doors, then we are going to be here for quite a while, because Blue Water, they've done a great job of really threatening these first bloods before Shopify get a word in edgewise.
It just, I don't want to come across as too critical here, but it just feels too cautious from Shopify Rebellion.
Way too critical.
You've got,
sorry, man.
It's fine. That's fine. But you've got a breach Tejo. You should be breaking down these sites easy.
Yeah, you should.
And it just doesn't really feel like they've been able to find that kind of commitment, and that's just not part of their playbook, which, again, you can't, come across too harshly because right now it seems to be working, but it just feels odd just looking at this composition and seeing it take until the last 15 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
We are in the advent of a switch in the meta, of course, with the new match coming into playoffs. The teams that are kind of straggling and catching up in this Swiss bracket are forced to kind of juggle 2 game plans. Of course, one is the priority here, and Shopify continuing to encapsulate that with this Tejo Breach core that they're running. So, I mean, meeting these individual fights halfway for Blue Water, they're going to be happening. Zostal is going to be using his TP ult early to grab intel on where SRB is stacked. I mean, Blue Water, they're going to try to make some headway as early as possible every time. And so, who do you put on to take that fight? Do you have Paint continue to just be the front of the death ball and say, hey, can you make sure that you can swing off of us properly and just keep the advantage going? Or do you start having him lurk and go for these extremity kills while the rest of your team has that more reliable util to just dump onto a site as they go, sort of like they did in that pistol? It is really tough to find a role for each of these players right now, despite the fact that individually that they are looking fantastic.
One enemy remaining.
All right, we'll see how things kind of unfold now as we get back to full weapons pretty much across the board. Should be something for Bob to work with. And I guess there is a level of, like, you have to be somewhat cautious if you're Shopify Rebellion because Neon and Decipher, like, lol. But there is, like, I don't know, like, I feel like they've gotten good info on where Fireball is. Shadows. Maybe not super quickly, but I feel like they get good intel on, like, what they're dealing with early. So, I don't know. We'll kind of see if this mind game continues to develop and we get, like, a 40 game of chess here. Or is it like Shopify's trying to play chess while Blue Water's playing checkers? Like, it's kind of hard to tell, like, which it is.
I will say Shopify are trying to take advantage of the lack of flushing that Blue Water is able to do. No Tejo, and your Sova's playing from a distance, so you're able to rest in these corners a lot more consistently. Again, that'll slow the game down a decent bit, but it also allows you to check around for these trap wires a little more passively unless Fireball steps out and starts peeking you. Now Pancakes is going to get sprayed through and die. Whoopsie.
But again, we know where Fireball is, so we should just be utility bombing A and getting into sight. And we're not even using Fault Line. We're not throwing down Dark Covers. We're not throwing down Paranoia. This just does not feel like the Shopify Rebellion Black from last stage. I don't know what it is, because now you got the Neural Theft to come through. Defense is trying to commit to it.
Breaking them.
Hunter's Fury is out.
30 seconds left.
Missing, though. Last one down towards Hell also misses. And BCJ follows up. Oh, goodness, not like this. Nice one from Fair. Resets the shield, not once but twice. Kill contract will come through. BCJ gets one with the Armageddon. It's just down to the 1v1 inside the kill contract. First shot there, and Fair takes down 3 to secure the round for Blue Otter.
Really got to give credit to BCJ for trying to get on top of that so quickly. The Armageddon. Such a knee-jerk reaction that he's able to get away with there. But the lack of speed that Shopify came with in the beginning of that push. A 3v4 that Fair can just choke slam on the retake. I mean, there are so many things that Blue Water could have offered after that push from Fair could have failed. There are so many things in which Shopify still have to clean out of Blue Water at this point. And they're at 10. Zo on the run back after the salvos will flush him away. This is a bit of activity early on in Garage.
Love this.
But it'll have Fair creep up now. Fireball is no longer the lurker. It's that ISO that's been fragging out so heavily.
And the Paranoia just puts Paint into this moment of kind of dire desperation. Fair now back in the mix once again. Resets the shield, and Fair is getting it done themselves. Looking good for 11 here for Blue Water. And Fair's not done. Could be good for the full 5-man ace. Pancakes avoids him, though. Fair's hunting for it. We'll see the spike, but we'll not find Pancakes.
He's like, please, anyone but Fair. on the Outlaw too. Oh, man. Masterclass walk up from Fair. After you saw that one glimmer of activity from Shopify, immediately it's going to be either that static sentinel that's already set up all the util, or that static duelist that is the immovable object. Insane run from this ISO to give Blue Water a quick step ladder to 12. BCJ's on the Odin, baby.
Why not? Just send it. Send it full on out if you're Shopify Rebellion. And Blue Water are gonna be like, no way. Well, yeah, way. BCJ have to know it, why not? Come to know it. Some of us have come to love it. But again, it's just look at the difference in the map again, how the defense is playing. Like Blue Water just continue to take away space for free. And it's just forcing Shopify Rebellion to have to play off of like one angle. And they're not hitting it the way that you would expect them to with the Tejo breach.
Still trying to pour a lot of elbow grease into this B side, really pressure Fair out of using a bit more. But the double tap hasn't even been proc. So, I mean, Fair has every reason to just step back out into this as the rest of Shopify try to make some headway elsewhere. They don't. And now Fair's back up in the courtyard. Steps are heard. Guns aren't out. Fair will get 2 free kills.
What are we doing? Like, what are we doing if you're Shopify? It's just, there's too much space on the map being given away for free. And that's just kind of how this map has gone.
30 seconds.
I don't know, man. This has been a very frustrating watch if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. I mean, it's just they're giving away the map for free and they're stuck at grass. And then these late walkdowns for Fair are just free checks.
It's a whimper of an attack right now. It's just like there's so little to offer when you know Shopify could be taking these space trades and be making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
That last round we saw Monsi try to fault line Fair into paint going for the slide. And instead of like gunning it to B site to try to just pile drive this ISO that's all by himself and trying to control the doors with Spaz's smokes, Paint walks forward 2 more steps and then they go back to playing neutral. There has just been such a lack of decision making when Blue Water has taken those windows of opportunity and opened them up massively. Now it's Bob that's going to be walking up, making a mile out of this up to the steps as Paint will get that first frag. There, refrag on the kill contract, and Bob crept up. There's the kill.
It's just too much map given away. Too much map given away again. And that's just another one of those moments where, like, for Shopify, you have the overdrive out, so you play aggressively into A and you get in there, but we're not in positions to stop the walkdowns at mid. I just... Maybe there's something that I'm missing here, but this just feels a little too easy right now for Blue Water, especially in a map pick that coming out of Shopify Rebellion's bank. Yeah, Paint stuck.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to go. That's gonna do it. Unless Pancakes can 1v4 with just the Guardian at the moment. Teleport across. Pop flashes through. We're gonna double swing this. Yeah, sure feels like it. Pancakes gets the first though.
30 seconds
Here comes help down long. Pancakes gets the read.
Come on.
Surely not like this. Oh, 1v4 for Pancakes. And somehow, some way, that's how Shopify Rebellion went around.
Oh, limitless aura from that guy. Just never stops. That's my man, Pancakes, man. On the Guardian, no less. Blue Water taking every precaution for that final fight after everything else was so decided. After Bob got to walk up for free. After Zostal got to walk up for free after that. It looked like a wash. But one Pancake stands between Blue Water and victory. And we'll have to do it at least one more time here on the defense.
This is better. Okay, how about some A-long pressure? We've got spy cams and stuff over towards mid to stop any walk down through grass. Rolling Thunder opens up the site. Dimensional Drift is at the ready for Blue Water. Spam shot from Bob, not gonna hit. Do you pop the ult here? Yes, you do. Checks find one at hell. Follow up, looking to come back on in with the owl drone right there. Contingency wall also in play. Paint can't get back to safety. Spaz is still known in the back line, but is able to find one before Fireball gets the trade. 3v4 on the site. Pancake still holding. Salvo out late. Nice shots from Pancakes, but completely flanked out as Zoe was able to find him from the side. There's the fault line. No more utility for BCJ after this salvo. Fireball still on, gets it to halfway, trying to stick for it. BCJ gets two, but Fireball gets the defuse before the salvo gets down. Oh, mercy.
It's all about the margins. And Blue Water continues to play in between them. Shopify Rebellion's moments of weakness have felt like eons at this point. And with Haven broken open, there's no telling of how this last map on Ascent could go. Could Blue Water's individual talent, along with their ability to buddy up at a moment's notice, will that ego carry them farther than Shopify Rebellion's? Do the champions fall here?
That would be a hell of a story, but it very well may be. I mean, Shopify Rebellion is not playing a game that feels like it's as dominant as it should be, especially for the compositions that they've brought. So map one that looked like Blue Otter was going to keep it close. I'm not quite able to get it down the distance, but map number 2 goes pretty convincingly their way. We send things to break before we get to our decider. Be right back.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like is generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. And I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, I like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's...
Welcome back, everyone, or welcome for the first time to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash. And folks, we're going to map 3. We thought maybe SRB could do a nice clean to, we were going to their map pick of Haven, but unfortunately, Gompers, Blue Water had either something up their sleeve, it was the read, but Blue Water took SRB's map pick.
It was, it was a little messy. I'm not going to lie. There was a lot going on that felt almost not really cohesive as we got to see on Pearl. The cohesiveness was lacking a bit, but I do think most definitely that on the side of Blue Water, we did get to see a little more come through from this double duelist composition. I really, really enjoyed seeing Bob kind of like get a bit out of the comfort zone of playing, you know, the initiator for the team and, you know, being able to actually push forward and maybe, you know, assist with being the top fragger. So for me personally, this was more so a win in terms of mental for Blue Waters to be able to say, you know what, we kind of pushed for this double duelist composition and it worked. Not only that, but like we felt more confident than we did before. We were able to isolate our fights better, and more so they knew they had the skill. So those 1v1s coming through in action, it felt better. It felt more confident in terms of what Blue Waters was willing to give.
I think confidence is like the biggest marker between these two teams for how we saw Haven being played. I think that it's a great shout when it comes down to, you know, that conversation that we've had about Fair, how good he's looking on the ISO, and being able to be very enabled to take those risks. But I want to go back and look at how SRB handled this map. This is a Shopify Rebellion that was praised for their fundamentals on stage 1. But then looking at them today on Haven, it did not feel like the SRB that we've known previously. And I don't really understand why they were playing with so much respect on the defense in particular. It felt like we had Paint on a lot of angles where he's playing by himself. There weren't like those trap plays that you normally expect happening from Monty and BTJ, or even just like having that backup from Monty to be able to flash Paint out if he needs to, you know, get away, or even someone playing close enough when Paint is on that operator to try and take down that ISO shield. Like there were moments where we saw Paint playing some off angles that worked well with how Fair was contacting up, but it felt like Blue Otter was being given a lot of space on the attacking side. You can, you know, see that even in the numbers, like being able to get that plant down all like 12 times on the attacking side and win out 8 of those post plants is massive for this team up against an SRB that were honestly giving them the whole map to run around on.
Something I want to highlight is, of course, Pancakes on the side of SRB. We saw that insane clutch. This is a player that we've been highlighting. And, you know, top fragging on the Cypher, 3 first kills, Gompers. That's from SRB, the side of SRB, that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see your Paint 10-16 on the bottom. Even if you're starting on defense, that's not what you want to see.
Now, it's not only that, you know, like for 3 first bloods for Pancakes, I did notice kind of like a very, very big mention of Pancakes just like kind of going in first sometimes, which I felt like, you know, as the Cypher player, I mean, typically like on attack, you really don't have anything else other to do rather than watch flank and maybe just expose yourself forward for more information. But I feel like in terms of the way this game was played, you know, I was expecting a little bit more from Paint on the Neon, especially like you got 2 initiators that are able to set you up for success here. And it really didn't feel like we had that. A lot of the time it was, you know, Paint, go kill, and like, you know, lack of information on site. And oh my gosh, we have 2 blinds and nobody's using it. Like it really was also like, yes, blinds were used and util was exposed. But again, it was just kind of an unfair advantage in terms of Blue Otters just working the map to the best of their ability and using their util very diligently. I definitely think they fixed their mistakes that we saw on Pearl as to where, you know, they didn't really know when to use their util or where to put it. But it felt like here it was a lot more careful and well calculated versus Shopify, which I wasn't expecting that, to be completely honest with you. Monsi is insane on the breach, and we didn't really even get to see any of that skill level that we saw in stage 1, right? So and you know, in the start of stage 2. So I definitely do feel like there's a bit you know, again, confidence, big thing, confidence lacking within this team in this map for sure.
And someone I want to highlight right away is Gompers. You went, as soon as we saw them pick the ISO, but Fair on the ISO, you said, I think it was you, or maybe it was you or Ash, who said that, you know, this is they'll do it themselves. We were highlighting kind of the initiator duelist combo that is tried and true. We all know it's basic Valorant, but kind of ISO is that more self-serving duelist, Ash. And I mean, a 310 ACS, 1.6 KD, Fair found his fights and just went for it.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think you could see just the confidence and more, it felt like, in some moments of how he was taking some of those fights, and it panned out really well, like very much so catching SRB off guard. I think the ISO is also very key with a lot of opportunities that Blue Water were taking to just like honestly walk into some of those sites. Like you'd see Fair walking in through mid into B because, you know, the trip is set up elsewhere and they're playing a little bit further back on site. It felt like a lot of these more like retakey setups from SRB, and Blue Water, once they got a whiff of that, they were very happy to abuse that contact style of play. And a lot of that came down to Fair taking those initial engagements to open up those rounds. And it's not even just like a confidence thing, I don't think, for SRB. I really think it came down to just like not playing that dynamic ebb and flow of Haven the way you would expect to with that push and pull, having that duo of Paint and Monsi, and Fair and Blue Water took full advantage.
What I did like too is like, you know, with Fair in Pearl, there wasn't a lot of aggression. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely felt like we were lacking in that, but it felt like here it was always Fair to be fighting a 1v2, but winning it by themselves. And I think again, it's like the agent you play and the comfort you're feeling really does play a significant role in the game you're playing. And I think being able to understand like, hey, and then we got to see them use it a lot, the shield that they got from ISO. You know, after every pick I get, you know, I can be a little selfish here. I can get some shield and I can, you know, kind of get myself back up in the leaderboard and try to eliminate everybody on the site. And I think they were kind of playing off that to a T as to where they were playing ISO the way that ISO was meant to be played. And I thought that really did help the potential of the team a lot more.
Yeah, if you needed an ISO masterclass, Fair just gave it to you for free here on VALORANT Challengers League North America. But we have one more map in this do or die elimination match. One map more to bring it all down. Who is going to be eliminated? Who is going to keep on going? We all on the desk said Shopify Rebellion Black. Much to Sean Garris's dismay, I would say. But Ash, Blue Water coming in for that confidence, stealing Shopify Rebellion's Black's map pick. That's looking good for Ascent, no?
It is looking pretty good for Ascent. I think it'll be interesting to see how this ends up working out. As we're heading into Ascent, the expectation from Blue Otter is that they have that ability to run the double Sentinel setup in this situation where they look to play the Deadlock and Cypher with Zeke slotting in on that Deadlock, and then if Bob, you know, reprises her role on that Sova. And then it's going to go up against an SRB that's been toying around with this Waylay pick here for Paint, which I think is going to be really interesting, especially up against the double Sentinel. Having that refract and being able to like recall out is going to be huge in breaking a couple of those like setups that they do have on defense. So I'm interested to see how this goes. It's going to be a very different look from both sides heading into Ascent compared to Haven. And the expectation for me is honestly for SRB to bounce back here.
I mean, Gompers, yeah, I got to pose a question to you. What's your expectation now? Forget your prior pets before. What do we think?
You know what? Every time I have an expectation, the expectation is not expected. I don't know. I don't even know like exactly what I just said, how you didn't understand it. That's how I feel when we go into the games and I'm watching it. Like, I'm like, all right, this is not what I thought it was going to be. So I guess for expectation wise, I mean, I'm hoping they kind of, I don't know. I think Bob Sova, despite the fact that I do see a lot of potential with Bob on the duelist, I really do like Bob taking more of that initiator role. I think they shine a little bit more and they're a little bit more cohesive, especially with the Sova, but it seems like not. I mean, actually, hold on, they're cooking. I like it. I like it. Double duelist back. They know that they're getting comfortable and they're starting to understand a bit more as to like, you know, just having that comfort of, okay, Fair's there and we have Bob as that backup just in case things don't work out the way it was planned. And I actually did like kind of like the troll meta that Bob was kind of pushing forward too as well with the Yoru.
Yeah, I think that the ability to have those like quick TPs here as well on Ascent will be really nice as far as like those rotations go, since Blue Water is starting out on that defense first, and that ability to also have both these players, you know, fight up as well with that get out of jail free card too, especially to contest a lot of the space that we're expecting Paint to be trying to take on like the extremities or towards mid on this waylay. So interesting changes for sure. I'm excited to see how this goes. I feel like Blue Water leaning more into the strengths that they were displaying on Haven.
Well, folks, one more map to figure out who is going to be eliminated, either Shopify Rebellion Black or Blue Otter. I know just who to send it to. My perfectly non-enemy Shift and Tenrek.
You didn't have a choice. We're the only casters on the air, so you had to throw it to us.
I feel like I'm such collateral every time she like shades you.
Sorry, my guy.
It is, man.
It's just the Italian sass gets really thick when you've got Donna Frio and Marchini on broadcast together. It's just the way it goes. But yeah, Blue Otter is cooking up a little bit here. Again, kind of the same thing that we had seen from Haven, not playing their standard composition that we had seen them kind of trust throughout pretty much the entirety of the calendar year, pulling in something a little bit new, which again, I think just goes to show that this double duelist, they think they've got something here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that Bob was already cooking on the Yoru before, and you know, putting that trust in her as the duelist has tended to work out in every split of Challengers in GC that Bob has ever played. So I really love where Blue Otter is trying to stick it to Shopify Rebellion Black after they weren't able to just ego them last map. I mean, talking about Shopify Rebellion's comp, Paint has been feeling a little more comfortable on Waylay. He's been trying to workshop it on a couple maps, and this return to Ascent for Shopify Rebellion has been the best stomping ground for him thus far on it. So I'm expecting to see him make some really big and pivotal plays for this SRB team so far. That is what has gotten them these wins at the end of the day. When all else fails to diff. And I mean, really after that last map, everything is in the air for Shopify Rebellion right now, man.
Wow. It would be stunning to put it plainly as, wow, contact through mid goes a bit untallied, but Fair gets 2. You don't expect that. But just a defensive peak with the Sheriff. And now Bob will pick up the baton and stay here. And again, everything's being watched. You got a one-way smoke on A, keeping Zoe nice and safe. Zeke just playing for contact with a shock dart if he wants to. Help on the way. Paint. Dash at the ready. But again, you've got tripwires in the way here. You can't just move on through it, but they still find Zeke before he can return into sight. Bob, though, off the pinch, has them stuck, and Shopify again continue just to play with their food a little bit, trying to bounce out of the sight, but again, they run right in the waiting arms of Bob, and there's just nowhere for Shopify to go.
Shadows traveling.
Seeing this uber aggression continuously from these two duelists. Seeing some pages taken out of Envy's book. Of course, their own sort of silent style on it. Still, a 1v1 that Spaz can recover. 35 HP on the plate. Zostal.
I love this.
Big peek on the courtyard here. Spaz does not have any util. It'll be a raw peek. That Zoe easily wins. Blue Water. That is another pistol in the pocket for them.
And look, it's early in this map 3. Obviously, it's about as early as it gets. But I just don't want to see Shopify Rebellion have these like, here we are, and then never mind, peel off. Like, they're just giving away so much of the map. And in this moment, it's coming to punish them again, because for the side of Blue Otter, you're just playing early contacts. You're getting aggressive on the extremities of the map for free. And you're getting away with it by walking down those same angles.
Yeah.
You're seeing it again. A main's already gone. You're trusting your setup on site for B. You've got Fair in the mix, over the top of market. No one's looking at that. Reveal is good. It's just, this Shopify approach has been very easily read, in no matter what the map has been to this point.
It really is a great attacking composition, though, with this Waylay. And with the pistol round, we did see sparks of it. As Fair, gonna go ahead and farm these knives up. Might as well. But, you know, you saw that group turnaround after Paint doubled back. A lot of these attacking rounds, especially on this B side, are going to be hell-bent on how far Paint gets, how much headway he's able to make. And depending on whether or not they feel comfortable about pushing onto that site, Paint can either let that double back proc or time out and just push forward on that site, or you can have that dynamicism as a group to be able to get back to the other side a little bit faster, or at least press mid. As far as I can tell for that first round, they expected Bob to be behind them. They just expected her to still be like in the courtyard, not right in front of them. So I think that Shopify is approaching this with the right ideas. The framework of it just, again, a little too slow. Now that the guns will shine through, though, they have a much better chance of letting this playbook play out.
But again, you've got Fair who walk up into B main, North deleted the trap. Now you see information, they want more. Weapon swap as Zeke will collect the rifle. But the one-way on A goes unchallenged by SRB. And even though you've gotten elimination at B main, you still don't know if anyone's tucked into a corner. And it's just, we just need to see them execute with some sort of methodical principle about what they want to do to break down these potential setups.
Yeah, just having to chip away piece by piece. It's how they managed to approach Pearl so well. Isolating these members all too often on the Ascent defense. You're capable of doing that with the util that you have to offer. BCJ can do a lot of flushing. Salvo's already expended, and we're on the B site here as Fireball Ops has been backed away and will get shot down.
Oh, they know that he was there. Knife revealed it, but the decoy still allows Zoe to find one. 2v4 situation though on this post plant. And Zeke and Zoe are just hoping they can connect through some wallbang spam. Chip damage at best at this point. You also don't know what's at B main, so you gotta be cautious of that, but Zeke will give this the initial try. If you find one, maybe there's an opening.
One enemy remaining.
No, not gonna happen. BCJ finds a kill, and Zoe will get out of here. Or maybe just play for exits, I guess. And then try to get out of there. Wow, well, that works. Okay, makes it punishing.
It's always something with this Blue Water team. But, I mean, again, a perfectly played bonus round from Shopify Rebellion, in my eyes. The hesitation to wait for Zeke to peek out, get your early first, and barrel it back down that weaker B site after you've done all the other initial checking through mid, as brave as it was. Able to maintain the fight until Zoe cuts a couple guns short again. Now you might be panicking with the light shields a teensy bit, but you got a lot of time to play with here in round 4. Good few options to sort of poke and prod at, see if you can get away with an opening kill, especially if these duelists get antsy.
Yeah. Well, just you're getting what Shopify Rebellion are going to do off the get-go here. You've got Trapwire at the backside of B main, so this is going to be an A hit. There's the dashes in for the waylay. So, just responsible for reading that. Bob in the corner before the door shuts, trying for some spam. Not going to connect fully, but does tag up Monzi quite a bit. Spike will be planted. Flank on the way. Fair. Oh, I love this. I mean, it just comes down to the timing on that, because BCJ has no reason to push up too far forward. Does Fair check for it? Oh, wow. Gets the reset. That's a rifle now collected as well with that. Spaz not going to be bamboozled by the decoy. Knife to reveal. Fireball gets punished. Now here comes the collapse. Zeke up top. Some good damage coming through, but the kills are good for SRB. It's just really down to what Fair and Zoe can do from the outside of the site, but no. Suppress comes through with the null command, and that's enough for Shopify Rebellion to have the edge in the gunfights in that 3v2, and Shopify Rebellion get their second.
The plan couldn't be more clear for Shopify Rebellion Black once they've made their choice on a site. It is a pump and dump, a knife, a dash, a plant, and setting up for the team fight. Shopify have to be perfect on those swing backs. And again, despite BCJ getting killed there, so far so good. Everybody's still doing their homework, preparing for every possible contingency. Just comes down to execution.
But again, it's okay.
There you go.
About to say, if you get away with this, if you're Fair, it just is going to play mind games with Shopify Rebellion the rest of this half. But connection is through. Fireball breaks the trap wire, but just shows a little bit of force. Bob's sitting inside with a bucky of that dark cover in the mid for now, but will not be able to stay here. And yeah, we'll gate crash back over to B.
Stealth drone will force out the TP from Bob. Continuing to chip away. No full intel, but hella mid coverage. So Shopify will take full advantage of that. Crazy sprays into Bob here, hearing those steps.
Now here's Paint. Yep, good help from Spaz. Weapons reigning supreme for now. The refract back, but Zoe still able to find 2, but stuck off the reload, could not find anything more. So a couple of repurchases there for Blue Water, but considering the purchase and the fact that they didn't really get their opening first blood they were looking for, Shopify Rebellion pretty comfortable to get 3.
Yeah, Blue Water having to just sort of wait for the fight that time around. After the gutsy play from Fair. See how many more times they'll decide to poke that bear. Because you can't exactly condition something like a duelist stepping out in the mid.
Exactly, yeah.
Even still, Shopify getting better at working these main lanes. So Blue Water will have to start paying a little more attention to that. So hold up early here, close to Wine, and Knife is gonna catch him off. So Blue very split defense at the moment. Shopify though, no mid control just yet.
Their cover will fade. Here comes the approach. Paint already on site, but Fireball has been hanging behind his Cyber Cage and makes use of it for the first. Help now here from Bob. Wow. Armageddon's going to be called in, forcing out this defense to try to play on the low ground, and BCJ will collect a couple off the reload. Sloppy stuff from Fair. And initially what looked like Blue Otter were maybe going to put together a hold. Now it's just on to Bob, missing the first shot. And well, they're about to be completely flanked up. Yeah, teleport over, get the free plant at B. Don't fiddle with it. And it should be a 4th round for Shopify.
Planted.
Again, Shopify's game sense. Really the focal point of this game for me. Fantastic the whole way through. The great prioritization after realizing the Fireball has been able to hide away in that Cyber Cage, which is absolutely beautiful, by the way. And that Armageddon contributed by PCJ at the perfect time to just double back down, make sure that sight is fully theirs. And instead of waiting for that second step, which Shopify have fully pledged themselves to playing, that team fight in the post plant, Blue Otter tries to double down. They try to step into it and make that fight happen for the one time. Does not go their way. Bob will be holding on to an operator, but that is all Blue Water will be walking into round 7 with. Shopify already, this is looking a lot more disciplined, a lot more mentally reset, much better all around.
Well, timeout called for Blue Otter to talk about this just a touch. And I think the biggest thing is, you know, we're finally starting to see Shopify Rebellion throw out some utility to force this Blue Otter team back a little bit more. They're not just walking up the map like we had seen on Haven. They're not walking up the map like we had seen at the very beginning of this one either, so. Seems like a perfect time, but I don't know, is it enough? Because I think for Blue Water, this is just gonna be one of those things of like, okay, we're not getting away with the same aggression that we had. Do we want to try to play something different off this trap? You know, because we've really only had like one-way smokes at A and a couple of double peeks over towards B main. Like, do you want to try something a little bit more aggressive? Or do we just completely back off and play purely reactive based on what they're sending out to clear those angles that they've largely given up for free? It's, again, it feels like it's either going to step it up a notch and play more aggressive, or you're going to dial it back.
I think a lot of that aggression just has to rely a little more heavily on the duelists. You may just have to seesaw yourself a little bit more. Like you'll have to continue to put Bob in these precarious situations, and if you gate crashes away, forces out the occasional like piece of util or intel check on the way to a site committal. But again, I mean, Shopify, they're very expressive with how they're approaching. Once they've chosen a site, it's pretty clear. So Blue Otter, they can't exactly fight for util any sooner unless they do some stupid BS like this.
Yeah.
Come on, girl.
Oh.
What are you? Okay.
Catches a leg. I mean, it's been free, so why not give it a try, I guess?
Sure, yeah.
But that kind of gives us, again, kind of, you know, especially now, sure, that opening peak is kind of whatever it is, but seeing how the defense is playing, it's giving us the intention that Blue Otter are choosing to dial it back a little bit. I mean, you've got, yeah, Zeke, who can just kind of search for information depending on timing of the round. Recon Bolt will push everyone from Shopify Rebellion back. And then you get one like that. I mean, come on. That just feels unnecessarily easy. And Blue Otter will have numbers advantage with still all these traps in the way.
Crossfire's there, too. They had the setup to be able to trade that.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't. Now you're just completely blocked out. And I mean, this is the point in which Blue Water cement around.
30
like,
seconds
the
left.
game plan for Shopify has been completely stalled. Ground to a halt. And there's 20 seconds on the, yeah, you're going to save.
Yeah, you're done. You're saving. You're saving. You're done. I don't know, man. It's just, like, even in that round right there, you know, you kind of get away from that opening first blood attempt by Bob, but
10 seconds
yeah,
left.
you've got a Zeke solo peek off a recon dart, which is just an impressive shot, but then Paint is charging up the dash, it looked like, but the flash over the top from Monzi doesn't hit in time. And to be fair, Paint was by themselves. Like, there wasn't like a dirt cover back over towards defensive spawn. There wasn't a fragment into the corner. There's nothing. Like, that just feels like they're trying to get one piece of utility with a duelist entry, and it just doesn't feel like enough. And
yet Bob single-handedly creating all of that intel for Blue Water that forces Shopify to slow down that much more, you know? You get so much more bang for your buck with defensive intel on this map, especially if it's with a body instead of a piece of utility. I mean, the fact that Bob's able to get out of that, hold on to her operator, just force a complete shutout that round, that is a 180 to give Blue Water a chance at salvage in this half.
Well, let's be a first look at Shopify Rebellion trying to play into tree. There's the flash. Zoe counters the paranoia. Good fragment combination. But Zoe still gets out of there and finds first blood. That's where it becomes a bit unexcusable again. Fair gets caught trying for a secondary peek through the staircase, though. And you've got a walk down from Pancakes, who has, I believe, heard Zeke on that little pitter-patter back over to spawn.
I'll handle this.
Purely just to expedite this, Bob, ulti's gone. No TP free.
30 seconds
left.
You got to pick this dry. This is looking a little too fragmented to make this work.
I mean, yeah, Pancakes just has to hold here. I mean, you just don't peek. You've got a numbers advantage on site. You win that one. Yeah, you just don't peek. So that works out for Shopify Rebellion. Initially, it felt like it may have been a flop just due to the fact that the utility usage for Monzi was perfect. Flash gets value. The fragment gets value. Zoe still gets out, finds the first blood, but Shopify Rebellion quick to transition back through mid, gets the isolation. And I think most importantly, it's just the timing of Bob on the dimensional drift just felt a little bit like it was, you know, almost a gut check call because Fair drops that tree. You're just trying to get the read on if the hit's still on or not, and you get caught like in no man's land.
Yeah. Feels like everything that's going on in this map right now for both sides is happening on a Broadway stage. It's being projected. Like, everything is so just read by the other side. And rather than Blue Water being free-willed and being able to make their own choices, the moment that Shopify forces Blue Water to make a choice, they know that they've forced them to make that decision.
Yeah.
It's very much a psychological battle that'll carry through here, and that is certainly a way to try to drive the nails in deeper.
Yep. This is, again, another one of those rounds for Shopify. You're dealing with a Blue Otter team that is weaker on utility and Arsenal, and you're letting them get back on the round. They haven't even dropped a member yet. I mean, it's just the aggression from Blue Otter has gone unchecked. They even catch BCJ as the door is dropping. And now it's just on the spaz inside of a deep dart cover, and wow.
Yeah. That's Blue Water sticking Shopify back in the blender this time around. A real trade of blows these past few rounds have been. And it just speaks to how volatile attacking side on Ascent is. Shopify, they understand that you really do just get that one shot to have documented control of site.
Yes.
And then you have one shot to win the team fight that'll decide whether or not you get to hold on to that site. If Blue Water get to interrupt that one time, whether it's with that walking off duelist early on here, or with a pickup frag as you're backing out, as we've seen in these past couple rounds, it is a monumental battle that will see Blue Water have to play too, just as much.
Yep. And I love this setup for Blue Otter. You've got mid control being held by Bob with an operator, can teleport back to A, but loses the gate crash for a moment. Crossfire set up at the front doors at A. Here comes the hit over towards Tree. There's the gate crash back. Paint will get some control over towards Glass. We're still peeking through it, and Bob cannot get out. Follow-up from Fair, though, is good. And you still have Zoe in the top corner. Can teleport back into sight, but is seen and dealt with by Monzi. So back and forth trades. We've got a 3v3.
Bear still inserted on the site, though, and as you hear the drop down, he gets the free turn back, and the spike is on an island. Has to get in further, though, to guarantee that Shopify can't trespass back again before the rest of Blue is on. But that just gives Pancakes a neural theft that guarantees that Blue Water now have to initiate the fight as well. They'll hop on. Spaz peeks out. Fireball gets that kill 1v2. Pancakes, he's done it before. Does he do it again? No! Fireball swings out from the cubes and gives us a 5-5 game.
Wow. Wow.
But again, everything is so telegraphed, right? Everything, everybody's like, got it, let's move on to the next thing. Everybody understands everything that is happening on this map. It's like there's no walls at all.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, just a couple of key moments, a couple of key gunfights keep going the way of Blue Otter. So now 3 of the last 4 go their way. Money is still fine for Shopify Rebellion for this round. You've got knives out for Fair. No backup weapon for them as we're just going to run it down. Reveal is there. Now you've got a reset and a second follow-up looking for more. And Fair is going to take the round into their own hands. What are we looking at if you're Spaz? And how about all 5? That is the most casual ace you're ever going to see in Challengers.
Last round before
no one shot back. 10. No one shot back.
That was a tech demo ace. Unbelievable speed from Fair. Turning it up to 11. Barrel rolling. From cat to cat. Spawn to spawn.
Okay,
and
let's get started.
Unbelievable thwarting. That'll send Shopify right back down to a desperate buy with a half-wit ult bank for this final round of their attack.
I just cannot believe what I'm seeing. How is this the same team?
He just wiped himself off. That was crazy.
Yeah. How is this the same team? Noel Command is out. Shopify Rebellion going to play with some much more dictative tempo here. Pancakes in the corner.
Go ahead.
Sees the barrel of a couple, but still losing the first blood. Unreal. Now you've got an opportunity for the Armageddon to get called in. Trades are back and forth. Spaz trying to hold from inside the site. Thinking about the teleport to join the rest of his comrades. I don't know why we're not keeping someone at main, but that's the call. Everything's been used. BCJ's used everything. Here comes the retake attempt. It's going to have to just be gunfight wins. Spaz gets one, trades out for another. Just down to Bob. Sheriff and an operator to play with. And not going to get out of the dark cover. Shopify Rebellion able to send us to a 6-6 half.
I'm all out.
And you're able to wrestle control of an attack round once more. Once all is said and done. What was dominant in the beginning was once again stunted at every turn by Blue Water. They continue to find new ways to slow down Shopify the one time they need to make that Ascent defensive half a dominant one. Which begs the question, is 6 rounds enough? Does Shopify's defense have enough in the tank to get going? Because Paint, by all accounts, is on his own path, man. He is a nomad for what will be so many of these pre-plants.
A lot of questions about what this Shopify Rebellion defense is going to give up here voluntarily. Now, a map like Ascent, I'm not going to be able to get away with taking away space for free as much, but this is the point of entry that I would be really curious to see how much Blue Otter can work through, is how much can they do at mid-market. Monzi holding a flash, double stack over at the mid-market doors, but Monzi gets pulled back. Now you've got an angle here for Fair, but misses out on an opportunity for it. Follow-up, timing-wise, is good for Fireball, but no connection, and it's Shopify with the numbers.
They see the chemistry coming through the walls again.
Portal closed.
Who isn't present here? It's Zoe. Could toss that paranoia back. And Shopify understands they still have overwhelming control.
Trades are out. Numbers still very comfortable for Shopify Rebellion, but some space has been won over towards topside glass. Shoulder seed.
Remaining.
Doesn't connect under the headshot. Bob will drop.
30 seconds
And
left.
Zoe is stuck in hell with a classic. Does have the spike, so maybe a chance to extend this round a touch more. Decent health pool as well, considering that these last three members are all pretty injured. One more check just to see if anyone's at tree.
10 seconds left.
And then we'll try for the commitment. This will likely be just be all three members driving on it if there's the fragment. And there will not be enough time for Zoe to do too much with this. So pistol goes the way of Shopify Rebellion. This comes down to, can they use that advantage? Because they weren't able to in map number 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to see the Shopify Rebellion that we've seen this year. It feels so base level to say that, but I think a base level is what we're trying to make sure we've got at this point. A sudden death map for your previous champions after getting manhandled on Haven. You turned a lot of fans' worlds upside down today, Blue Water. That's for damn sure. But can they make this attack half as memorable as the rest of this match has been? Comes down to if you're able to catch one on timing here, I think. Just with the rack positions you're able to hold down for SRB.
Well, this timing gonna be off the contact of this recon. You also got the paranoia out. BCJ backs up. Gonna call for pancakes to rotate over, but only has a judge from mid-market. Still, well, when you throw 90% of the shells out of that first cartridge into the face, doesn't make a difference what you do. And now Anzi will be tested at tree. Fragment deep. Fair has already gotten a bit through. Monzi would not expect this challenge, and that's what happens. Spaz now in trouble. Paint trying to hold the push through, but this is going to be opening here for Blue Otter.
30 seconds left.
The toss up as Fair continues to trollops forward with now this bulldog in hand, and it's become such a more dangerous round already. There's the sight control. Now it comes to the team fight.
Yep. Again, weapons are not great, but we'll see what they can muster. Initial looking decent. Yeah, paint up top. That will work. Classic chipping away at Bob, who's down to just a single shot, essentially worth of health. And it's going to have to check onto BCJ eventually. Or has there been a moment of timing here? Another toggle. Bob's going to call the fake. Now this has to be held to halfway. Bob will find the sound cues, but calls out the bluff again.
BCJ!
Unbelievable. BCJ's got no ice. And the headshots come through. Bob steals away the round for the 1v1 clutch. What are we watching?
I mean, just an absolute mind boggle from Bob. I don't know how you discombobulate BCJ to the point where he forgets the spike timing like that. But calling his bluff, and his steps for that matter, time and time again, after Fair once again, manages a fledgling couple kills to open up that site.
Well, here we go. Flash out. They're in trouble this time, but here's the response. Or is there? Salvo actually lands onto Zeke. I don't think he actually saw where exactly that was being queued up for. So opening exchange has Shopify Rebellion with the numbers, but none of these weapons are collectible.
So at least you've held on to the stack. The heavy push does come up your way. Chat, we saw some proactivity from Shopify Rebellion Black.
And it worked! At least initially. Still have some work to do here. And that's why. Yeah, weapons is too strong, but I just like, why have we not seen any of that tempo switch from Shopify Rebellion?
I'm still stuck on that last round, man.
No, same.
How does, I mean, that was just
no ice.
That was the stupidest standoff I've ever seen in my life. Bob's aura is unmatched.
Pancake's gonna get a nice little 1v1, maybe. Flash over the top. Bob just playing with food, and the outlaw shot hits. Wow. Wow. 8-7, Blue Otter. Now they're gonna be sitting at a pretty comfortable tally, and they've got ults nearby, if not possibly in this next round.
Able to flip this pistol, follow up, and take the bonus along with it. We've already found the collapse that we are looking for as Blue Water fans. Still, tough road ahead of you here on Ascent Attack if Shopify have so many windows where they can find activity as well, where they can push at the cracks. Mid has not been all too pressed just yet. Seems that Shopify are really respecting that double duelist that they have. They understand how much space Bob can make immediately here down mid, and Blue Water's gonna flex that this time around.
Well, opening first blood again comes through. Almost a chance for a follow. PCJ caught with utility out. Salvo being danced with. Fireball's able to get away, and in that moment, Bob does connect. Flash out. Monzi, though, pardon me. That might be a spark that Shopify Rebellion need to stay in this game, because that is a lucky spray down for 2, and now numbers are here with Shopify's defense.
Spike planted.
Stepping up again, Fireball ahead of it, and he's gonna get 2! Turns into a 1v1, and Paint's position's already compromised. Has to slow walk Zeke the turn. Paint clutches it. It is scripts and scrapes for both these sides. Shopify coming away with the defuse this time around after another brawl in the back site. We are truly devolving as we go on here, Shift, it feels like.
Correct. That is the only way to put it. Wow. Okay, 8-8 in what has been a scratchy game of Valorant. That's the only word I can think to use. And now you've got some fireworks likely to come in this next round. You've got the paths available for the Waylay and a number of other ultimates that could be round winning, even though there will be a limited purchase here for Blue Water, including the Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury combination. Whereas for Shopify Rebellion, it is the Convergent Paths, as well as the Null Command and the Armageddon, with nearly full purchase, but really both teams are at even footing here in terms of weapon purchase.
Yeah, we've taken a long road to getting both these teams to fully kitted status. So for Blue Water's attack, I mean, really the responsibility is placed back on them to continue making enough space to have enough advantage to work through the fight that you'll have to go through. Because clearly that post-plant team fight is where Shopify is trying to put a lot of their chips in at the moment with how much util they have to offer at the problem. BCJ's salvos have done a great job at flushing out these extra chokes that you've had to work with. And I mean, once Blue Water sets up shot and has that personnel advantage, it's pretty much over already. So trying to get on top of the end game and making sure you have enough to offer up until that point, again, places a lot of individual responsibility on both Paint and Pancakes to hold their own until then. But if you can manage to hold on to enough people to throw at this issue, then Yeah, the site control, they won't be all too worried about that. Blue's just going to step onto A, unfettered, unfazed.
Okay. How do you want to break this down? Paint, keep an eye on the waylay. Convergent pass likely to be the first thing to start. There it is, right across the site. Hunter's Fury to counter. Salvo connects again. I feel like the Salvo has connected for way too many kills to this point. Shopify trying to get their way in. How does Fair get two right-click headshots? Fireball continues to pop off in key 1v1s. And now it's a 2v3. Fireball's not losing those. Stop challenging him. Monzy on site. Doesn't matter. We're playing Call of Duty. We got a run and gun stinger. 9-8. Blue Otter. Steal away another one.
Hey, you're in your element, man.
True.
Oh, man. I mean, the hero rifle isn't even unfair. Guy has a pistol. And he gets 2 kills on the drop down. Does any amount of analysis or returning to the playbook or timing out, does any amount of that work when Blue Water denies you before you really get any of that started?
Fact.
I mean, that fight was so well decided from the beginning. The salvo's out to jump in, Paint's dash perfectly spaced. It just doesn't matter.
And here we go again. It's just the rails are off. The gloves are off. Let's just fight.
I know exactly.
And Blue Water on site, finding the kills they need to get the post plant set up. And BCJ and Paint are very far outside of the picture here.
Player standing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Total pile drive.
Little wiggle. Yeah. 10-8 the count. Shopify gonna be back on their next purchase though. Feels like a must-win coming up.
Yeah, no, the mandatory round here for Shopify Rebellion. In what will be the last map for one of these teams. No getting out of that now. This will get etched in stone. Paint's gonna pick up this operator. So again, the big decision still being made by Shopify Rebellion Black. They will try to make statement after statement here. And by the looks of it, finally vie for some slightly heavier mid control in this pre-plant. Blue Otter, a lot focused on the B main. So again, so much responsibility on Pancakes to hold it down until Shopify can properly respond.
Camera taken out. Tripwire destroyed.
Well, Pancakes
Cage triggered.
has a good cyber cage set up, but still can't win the one. Fair has been so good.
Unbelievable.
In these opening duels. It's going to be a free B site. You don't really have anything to retake here for Shopify besides just the raw power of the last 4 members alive.
Spike planted.
Fair's just been a demon. And he's unafraid at this point. Ascended at the front lines. Ready for this next entry. Knows a drone's coming. Doesn't care. Just peeks into the market. There's a short side for you. BCJ can counter-frag. Now you got a 4v4 on your hands.
Yeah, that doesn't really kill the time as much as Blue Otter were hoping it would.
No.
Bob's gonna have to hit a shot with an operator. There's the recon dart. Deleted immediately, but Bob does hit. BCJ also revealed and taken care of, and there's just nowhere for Spaz to go. Perfect post-plant hold. 11-8. Financial decision coming up for Shopify Rebellion. Do you force here, or do you save and play for OT?
No denial before. No action after. No steps properly taken. And again, on this really weak buy for Shopify, they'll have to let Blue Water make the majority of the decisions this round and respond in kind. These players have to be more ready than they were with those rifles, and already you see Blue Water starting to try and find those new weaknesses as soon as Shopify tries the new strats.
Oh, there's some information for Fair. Actually catches the shoulder as well. Trying to get the first before Paint can try to peek. Still does. Follow-up is decent, though. 4v4. Zeke not quite able to help out for any trades as he's operating the owl drone just to see what's over towards Tree. And Zostal actually may catch a little bit of timing here. There's the paranoia. Zeke wall bangs onto Monzy. And the A site is very vulnerable now.
You got 2 on, but so much space still there as Paint On the double swing for Spaz, they're trying to work off of each other. With the smoke
good.
peek.
Wow.
Spaz, that's a beautiful wander. That'll net him 2 on the way down.
Last player standing.
Oh, and then
Spike
Paint
down
connects
A.
with one of the most critical sheriff shots you could possibly hit. But it's Fireball. 1v2.
30 seconds left.
Goes to break the door. And the glass at the same time. Paint now with an operator. Fireball remaining with 10 bullets in the Vandal. There's the gun scene. And no problems there for Paint. Shopify Collecta Thrifty. And the length of this map feels a little bit more elongated all of a sudden.
Yeah. A breath of fresh air at the perfect time for Shopify to get their full reset going. And force Blue Water to panic a little bit again. That mid push was a little sloppy. Fair did not finalize the kill in time. Did lose his life before being able to take down his second. And the damage control from there, quite clean from Shopify. Able to get on top of that A push and some beautiful work from that smoke from Spaz. Timeout called by Blue Water, very justified. How heavily do you continue to try and press mid here when Shopify clearly don't have to put too much control over it until the fight actually starts? And in turn, I mean, how do you let these duelists get active again? Because that's, I mean, that's been the major bit of it. Fair, 26 bomb in his hands.
You don't want it to be for the L. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
It just feels like we're not anywhere near done with this map yet, though. So Blue Otter are going to talk about it after, I think, just a lot of confidence is built up. I mean, you see it. It's 5 out of the last 7 rounds. The majority of this second half. That round right there felt like we're just getting a little loosey-goosey, just trying to ego chow for the win. But
right.
Got to take your time here. Get yourself set up. You got knives out for fair this round.
Out of my way.
Decoy is out. Paint, well, reveals themselves. And an all drone to follow will have B control, at least B main control, going the way of Blue Otter.
Yeah, enough people to contribute to this. Still checking the 9s, though. Seeing where the Cypher could be set up. Zoe gonna toss this smoke into tree. Keep a nice audience over here. That'll be Monty's knives, so push can go in pretty quick, but we'll just double back here. A lot of...
Yeah. Oh, I was just about to say, this is a lot of mid control. I think that's why Blue Otter are trying to, like, try to get everything to go the direction of fair, but the defense, no need to rotate now. 5v3 situation. Spaz has seen the head of Zeke. So again, Shopify Rebellion have information, but look how far back they're playing. Like, this is still a lot of space. The Spike's gonna be able to rotate in for free. You just have to clear out this position at window. You just have to teamwork it out. Take your numbers advantage and just take a 3v1 and out trade it.
Right, guarantee that there's one here overextended. They still haven't even guaranteed the plan. BCJ ain't even on the way back yet. Now he will be.
I cannot believe they even let them plan.
Yeah, this is, again, very reactive coming from Shopify. We'll see how far it gets him here. Is now you can extend back. I mean, Zostal has a terrific position in tree.
Unreal.
It's a better one.
Plus a little bit of damage on the cross. You maybe wouldn't expect Zoe to be in this corner. Door will shut. And then immediately gets broken. Zeke off the reload. Bob can't really connect on it too much. Zeke only gets one. Just down to Zoe. 1v3 situation. Has an angle at the spike, though, from tree. Dark cover out. First shot not going to land as Paint finds the connection. And Shopify Rebellion will get us back to within 1.
We certainly questioned when they took the fight, but they did, and they did win it. Keeping 3 standing, holding on to that operator as well. I respect Blue Water trying to find that mid control at the beginning of the round, but the issue is with all that passivity you have to do to foster that, you don't have any, you give Paint every reason to check that. So unfortunately, no movement, no distraction dancing in order to force Shopify to multitask, Paint to think on his feet, overutilize. From there, they'll be able to retake that A site confidently. Win that. They still haven't lost.
Who's next?
that confidence when it comes to being able to play that retake with this composition. Oh boy, fun combination here with the Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury though. Bob is gonna give Zeke a free kill.
And then immediately get out of the Dimensional Drift and back away. Plus you've got B main control. Oh, and a follow-up. As Paint really can't get anything done there. Pancake's trying to get into the site. Nice shot from BCJ. Survives, gets back. Fair has gotten onto site, but the spike is going to re-wrap. Bob is also still holding. Are they just going to try to, get the free Planet A? Sure will. Isolation onto Pancakes. Or is it the other way around? Oh, goodness. And they know that Fair is on site still. Shot misses! And Fair connects to punish. 3v1 for Pancakes. Truck dart, follow up. Chunks him down to 71 health, but Zoe is low. Doesn't matter. Headshot lands, and Blue Otter's on match point.
That was BCJ's moment. That was Shopify's read. They could turn this round back on its head. But Fair is able to get back over, and Blue Water maintains that advantage. After another tremendous opening from Bob, the first kill collapses into that map control thanks to Bob getting so far forward immediately. Turns it into the cut from mid as well. And that's the whole front half of the map guaranteed for Blue Water. From there, another snowball. We've seen it all too many times. And Shopify Rebellion Black, your stage 1 champions, are now 1 round away from getting eliminated without acquiring a single point this stage. It would be a massive setback to their chances at Ascension, basically forcing them to have to win stage 3 in order to get there.
Yep.
And it would be an insane setback for the reputation of this team after their stunning playoff performance that we saw. That want to play, that passion, that need to win, it is there on this team. Where is it today?
I don't have an answer. We'll let that stay hypothetical. Critical, obviously, here for Shopify Rebellion. And we've got an early from the shadows. Or do we? No, we don't. Oh, Bob's found first blood today. BCJ can't hold here. Paranoia is out. There goes the Armageddon, but that's easily dodged. Fair's already on site. BCJ doesn't turn for it. And that might be how Shopify Rebellion's hopes end in stage 2. Unless there's a hero play out of Paint or Spaz. Good reaction. Can swap away from the operator, but Fireball's there for the trade. Neural Theft will get the recon on Spaz's position. And it feels like just a matter of time. There is just so much that can stall out this play. Time is going to be an issue. The 1v4 already is an issue. There's the flash, but Spaz finds one. Teleports into the mix. Still has a Paranoia. Not sure how much of that is actually going to land, and then just baits out the fake. And Bob just takes a straight shot. No worries. Blue Otter making the whole talent desk and our caster booth look very silly as we were all predicted Shopify Rebellion Black to win this one, but I'll tell you, that is not the Shopify Rebellion Black I expected to see today, and Blue Otter punished the mistakes that were being made.
Yeah, the ceilings of the 5 players of Blue Otter have been known for quite some time, but rarely do we see them reached so consistently, especially against a team that is on paper as good as Shopify Rebellion Black. A lot of questionable decision-making moments coming from this team across this whole series, and a lot of egoing that went the other way. That is just so uncharacteristic of them. This is going to be a long offseason for Shopify Rebellion Black. I don't know what changes they're going to make internally or externally, but they've got to be massive, clearly, if they want to catch up with what the rest of North America now has to offer.
It's crazy scenes, man. So Shopify Rebellion Black will be eliminated. They will join the likes of Core, Sad Esports, Nightblood Gaming, and Prosperity Esports as our teams that have already been eliminated. Blue Otter will move to 3-3, still 1 match away from putting themselves into either the playoffs or elimination of their own, but a good showing from them with compositions that we just did not expect based on their track record. And apparently Shopify Rebellion didn't expect it either. That's going to do it, though, for match number 1. We'll send things to a quick break, come back with our post-game reactions, and there's still one more match of Challengers to finish off the evening. Be right back.
all these people would really like to give up and they really had that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to send.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash. And we have seen Shopify Rebellion Black fall to some Blue Otters. A classic tale, well, actually not very classic at all, one that we did not see coming at all. I tried to do it. There was a fairy tale analogy somewhere in there, but I'm focused on Valorant, not creative writing. But Blue Otter, Gompers, take down Shopify Rebellion Black, proving or making us on the desk, on the casting desk, feel a little bit silly about our predictions.
It was honestly, like, again, Shopify, they have such a good resource of, support systems and like just being able to even like sit together in boot camps and like really work things out. So like in terms of that, you would expect them to have the leg up, and it felt like everything was just crumbling apart. It was, the lack of re-clearing angles and, just losing out on fights because their guns aren't pulled out. The fundamentals aren't there. And then also taking 1v1s that that they shouldn't be taking, letting rounds slip, you know? And there were moments where like there were really, really good clears coming through from BCJ. I thought BCJ, like, again, had tons and tons of potential to really keep this team going on that Tejo, but I don't know, like at some point it really did start to slip, and you know, from a very, very good retake play from BCJ, then everything just started falling apart on everyone's ends, and you know, it was such a close game, so I can't really say it wasn't the best, but at the same time, it was just, you know, not the Shopify that we know.
You can still say it's not the best. We can be honest on the best here. It's okay. It's chill. It's totally chill. I think that, you know, for SRB, the expectations were there for a reason. There's a reason why the entire broadcast predicted for a Shopify Rebellion Black win. We saw that glimmer of brilliance on Pearl, kind of like a picture back into the team that we had seen previously at their heights. But then we saw the mistakes that were happening on Haven, mistakes that were being repeated on Ascent. A lot of that space just being given up for free, especially on like the defense. And then just seeing how aggressive Blue Otter are happy to be on defense themselves as well, pushing a lot of those extremities, walking out mid. Same things that were happening on map 2 on Haven were being done on Ascent as well. And it felt like it always took a little bit too long for SRB to find that response and that answer to the aggression that was coming out from Blue Otter, whether it was those set plays or those contact plays coming in. And for Blue Otter, again, they took full advantage of those openings, and they're the ones to stay alive today.
I think one of the things we have to give credit to, I think we will do it soon, but I think I just want to do it right away, is just highlighting Fair. I see people in watch parties and chats just talking about how incredible of a player he is, making a lot of these, you know, these first kills, making a lot of these rounds possible. And I think someone in Sean Garris' chat right now is saying that, like, well, Fair is cheating, right? Like, there's obviously, like, I'm glad we're all in agreement. Yeah, Shopify lost, but Fair is cheating, right? And I think, you know, and I want to give props to the rest of Blue Otter for allowing Fair to find that success, Gompers, and allow him to kind of do exactly what we highlighted and said to this audience: keep a lookout for him. He's gonna do this. And like, he did exactly what he said. He followed our script, you know? Gompers, like, really?
Yeah. I mean, able to secure an ace is a crazy feat against Shopify. So I definitely think Fair was really on their A game today. And again, like 9 first bloods and being able to just really frag out for the team and be, you know, the centerpiece of what Blue Otters is. I think performance-wise, like, it was impeccable from Fair. If anything, if Fair didn't really perform that way, I think it would have gone a completely different way. I think Fair was on top of it in terms of being able to get the first engagements, being able to make sure that the numbers are down in terms of Shopify Rebellion. And I think that really did put them down a bit in terms of, you know, okay, well, we lost a very pivotal player. BCJ's down or Monty's down. How are we going to pick ourselves back up from here? And I think that's where Fair really did come in and kind of really just help the team out in Blue Otters.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, putting out numbers, like, I know we're talking about the 9 first kills here on Ascent alone, but across this entire 3-map series, Fair went 20 and 11, overall ACS average of like 300. These are numbers that we see come out from players like Kanzera on the regular, and seeing Fair step up to that kind of caliber is huge. It was obviously a major win condition for Blue Otter today, like you were talking about there, Gompers. But I think also even just like highlighting Fireball Ops, I think he had a lot of really great moments with some of those lurk plays that were opened up by the amount of chaos that both Fair and Bob were providing across the map as well. But this is an amazing feat here for Blue Otter and a great opportunity to take this momentum forward.
Well, folks, dare I say, I have the best interview of all time with this follow-up right now, because I believe we have Fair on the line, and I've never wanted to talk to a player more for a post-match interview, because, oh my God, did Fair just absolutely... again, I talk about the ISO masterclass, right? Like, I talk about, like, all of these things, like, insane. So, Fair, if you're there for the interview, I would love to speak with you. There was he. Oh, thank God. Fair.
Yeah, I'm here.
Cheers to you. The Red Bull cheers to you, because you, sir, are absolutely incredible. And I hope you understand that, like, we are watching you in absolute awe. First thing I'm going to ask you about is that ace, because it almost looked disrespectful Fair. It almost looked like you were absolutely in kind of like a flow state. Talk to me about that ace and talk to me kind of like the energy. Is like, where does that come from? Does that come from confidence? Because we were highlighting this on the desk a lot. Like you seem like a very confident player, especially today. Talk to me about that.
I mean, it came, honestly, I think it started like from last week when we played against Burger Boys. I think like I completely played like differently. I played like very scared, and it was just like, I was kind of like disappointed in myself. And like I knew that wasn't like how I wanted to play, and like be a team player. And I like really disappointed in myself and my team. And then this last weekend, I just came back from CECC Collegiate LAN, and I kind of like just played with full confidence, and I just like ran everybody down, and it worked. There was that we ended up losing, but then I kind of just brought the momentum, and I was like, I already know I'm the better player. Like what you could, whatever. Paint dropped what 40 on Fun Havers. Those guys, that team is bad, anyways. But I mean, it was just that I just kind of swung everybody and killed them all.
But like you're saying, like you talk about that confidence, right? Like you said that you didn't feel like you were playing yourself against Burger Boys. You come back from this LAN, even though you lose at this LAN with St. Clair's, you feel like you're a different person. Going into today's match, Shopify Rebellion Black are no, I mean, in our opinion, maybe you could say something differently, aren't a team that's going to take this line down, right? Like they're going to a team that's going to put up a fight. To go against Shopify Rebellion Black feeling confident, that takes a lot of character. Fair.
100%.
So where does that come from? Like, where does that, like, is that from your teammates? Is that from you?
I think it's like a little bit of a story, but I'm gonna say, like, first off, it's my team. They always like bring up the energy, and it's also like I'm not gonna lie, I like kind of feel like the main character because I just finished watching Blue Lock, and I low key feel like Isagi right now, and so I was just like, I'm just playing with like most confidence, and I'm just like in my head I already know I'm gonna win this fight, so it's like that's just how it is.
Well, how do you not become overconfident then? Because I mean, I'm sure you've watched Professional Valorant for a while. I know I've watched Professional Valorant for a while. Ego is the death of a win, right? So how do you
100%.
keep your ego in check but still keep a healthy confidence?
It's kind of like being put down, like that one round where like I killed 4 and then I reswung and died. I was like, that's pretty bad. I'm not gonna do that again. And it's just like it's just finding the balance, really. Like, yeah, I don't know. I have a really bad tendency of just like doing something big in one round, and then I'm overhyped, and so I just like try and do the same thing, and like it doesn't work out. But my team's already like, we're the better team anyway, so we'll just win the round, even if I die.
I mean, going into you've survived elimination, but you'll be still moving forward in the Swiss stage. You think your team is a better team anyway of anyone you'll be facing?
I think so. Honestly, I want to play like some of the other teams like Amady, TSM, and what is it? Envy. I think Envy was on their little honeymoon. That's like kind of fading, even though they're 4-0. It's okay. And then the same thing with TSM.
Fair to interrupt you.
That's just me though.
To interrupt you, you're calling some of the top teams in like a honeymoon phase, and they aren't that good. Why?
I don't know. That's just like the inner striker in me, That's just Blue Lock. It's kind of that's like the only thing in my head. I'm like, I just finished the show, so I low key think I can just like beat any team right now.
Oh, that's the confidence you need. Fair. You have impressed so many people today. I'm seeing it in watch parties and seeing it in chat. You are, I think, some people's new favorite duelist. So congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Blue Lock. See, I've never seen anime before, so I think I'm going to write that down as something to watch later. Because if I can aim like that after watching Blue Lock, better watch out on your ranked queues. But until then, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Let's stay right there. We have another game coming after this. Get some water. Let's stay right there. Back, everyone. I'm sure you added Blue Lock to your must-watch list on Netflix, Crunchyroll, whatever it is. I know we all have. We immediately went, all right, adding that to our must-watch. But we are here for VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Nash. Gompers, who actually knows a lot about Blue Lock, and who's, you can tell, is brimming with excitement that our previous winner, Fair, was shouting out that anime. But we are done with Shopify Rebellion and the winners, Blue Otter. We're putting that to the side. We'll pull Blue Lock later, because we have Winthrop University and Funhavers to focus on. Now, this is a match that kind of has, to be blunt, a lot of varying stakes depending on the outcome, Ash, but it's still an important game nonetheless. This is not, and this is not maybe like the cut and clear and dry elimination match, but this is still a very important match for the sake of Challengers League.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Talking it through for you guys at home. If you guys want, you can also check out the numbers up on VLR as well. But for Winthrop, they're sitting at 3-2 right now. So this is Winthrop's opportunity to qualify into playoffs. And Funhavers, they're the ones on the back foot. This is an elimination game for them. So it's kind of weird because if Winthrop loses, they're not out and Funhavers aren't out, but nobody qualifies. It's just like okay, if Winthrop wins, they either skip forward into playoffs and Funhavers will be out of the running there. So very interesting stakes here, and also an opportunity for both of these teams to continue a run within the Swiss stage. But for Winthrop, of course, this is a team that's going to want to get it done early.
I think one thing that in these kind of like varied stakes, Gompers, where, you know, maybe the audience wasn't clear, or maybe sometimes even the players aren't clear on what's happening, it's important that we refocus and we kind of sharpen our mental. Maybe you watch Blue Lock, like Fair, and really just kind of lock in and focus on it. But at the end of the day, it's not like a, how do I say it? It's not like kind of like, some people treat group stage matches as like, oh, you know, we can win and we can lose, whatever. But it is pivotal that both these teams look for that dub today, Gompers.
I agree. I mean, I think in general, right, you're live on stream, you have a pretty good variety of people watching. Overall, I'd want to put my best foot forward in a matchup that is important to me. And first of all, I mean, it's challengers regardless. So, you know, just being able to prove that you are in fact a threat, I think is definitely kind of like at the top of my list. I don't know if they watched Blue Lock before this. And, you know, like if they did, then I mean, you already know what's going to happen. That's a crazy statement, by the way. I'm sorry. I have to like say that. Like, I really respect Fair now. Like, but anyways, Winthrop, I have been a huge supporter of this team for a very, very, very long time. I mean, I always choose them for my pick'ems. I think they have so much potential for a collegiate team that has now made its way into challengers. And I mean, they've been showing like they have that bite. They have, you know, the sharp teeth that are able to make, you know, some sort of statement. And I mean, all in all, like their game has been getting better, and it's completely undeniable.
Yeah, it definitely is. And this is even at a point where I think like you're talking about the respect that you're giving Fair for that. It feels like you look over at Infiltrator, he's been on his training arc since like stage 1 and leveling up every single time we've seen him. And I think that that is where like a really bright light for Winthrop shines, is they're really good at setting Infiltrator up on a lot of these fights. And the synergy is definitely there. You can tell that the comms are great on this team, that they've improved a lot as a unit over the last 2 stages and are now at a point where they are performing very consistently here, and up against like top tier teams as well.
I think something that is important to mention is that I think Winthrop, correct me if I'm wrong, just came back from a LAN with the other collegiate teams. I think I remember Move specifically driving a van on Twitter, but it's when we talk about the kind of like some people in Blue Water, like they're having that collegiate experience. Winthrop and these collegiate teams are grinding so much and are grinding so often. And that's really where they find this kind of like wealth of experience and knowledge, where hopefully we will see kind of these fundamentals that we were looking for from the previous match there. You know, these are tried and true drilled. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about re-swinging. But someone we want to highlight is Nazi. I believe I spoke to them the last time I was here in my post-match interview. Such an impressive player. I think we talked about kind of that confidence coming from Fair. Nazi is someone who has that cool, who has that kind of this calm, cool, collected, or I mean, just look at that photo. Like, so just kind of like he gets it. He's not, I don't know if he's watched Blue Lock, but he definitely doesn't need to because he has it down. He has that like, I'm sorry, but it kind of has that gravity and has that sort of gravitas, if you will, Gompers, that is really necessary for a team, especially when you have maybe some like, kind of that busy sort of schedule that you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Nasi is very, very collaborative with the team. I think you'll be able to see that more so when we head into the game. But in terms of like being the initiator for the team, you definitely see a lot of the time the utility is just absolutely peak for just more so the comfort and the information. I don't ever feel like there's ever a moment where Nasi is lacking in, you know, the timing, the awareness of what they are doing as an individual. And I mean, you get to see it here, like clutch peak performance, very, very peak moments where Nasi is going to be able to clutch for the team. For me, Nasi is, it's nothing short of high impact. And for a player to be so driven and just very, very team oriented as an IGL, like they are at the top for me, you know, and they're the reason why, in my opinion, a very, very big reason why as to why Winthrop is here. So
I think something that I would also like to highlight with Nazi is kind of like the, you know, while he may be on like that kind of the initiator role, how much of a like, which is not like your typical like, you know, duelist shine, but we always like try to like highlight our duelists, right? But again, that initiator, those teams cannot find that success without that classic tried and true initiator. Even on kind of at Sova, which not that we don't see Sova anymore, but our handsome Russian fellow has kind of fallen out a little bit of favor for our handsome Colombian fellow. You're laughing like it's not true.
Okay, well, they run both on some maps. Dude, they run both on some maps. You get the best of both worlds there.
we just saw him play Sova highlights, right? That's why I'm bringing it up. But moving on to focusing on to another player, Infiltrator. Gompers, I'm going to go right to you, talking about that training arc since stage 1 that you wanted to, that you brought up earlier when speaking about this team.
No, there seriously has been a training arc. For Winthrop, I think day in and day out, we do get to see a huge development in terms of just shot calling in general. I think Nasi's definitely getting really good at that, but Infiltrator taking those calls and making it their own. I mean, for a duelist that is so driven and confident and able to really frag out, like, I mean, moments like these, again, being able to play with the util, taking the calls that are given and executing on them flawlessly. They are confident, they are dominant, they are driven, and they are not here to play. I think Infiltrator, if anything, is such a peak player to put into a collegiate space, and also for this collegiate team in general to just have these members of the team that are so like diamond in the rough, like, and show them to the world, like, yes, here you go, enjoy it. I think it's perfect.
Yeah, and I think with Infiltrator as well, like, again, this is a duelist that was maybe seen like at the beginning to middle of stage 1 was like a mid-table like duelist player when you were looking at the grand scope of things, and then from there has now reached new heights of being a top 3 duelist within stage 2 and performing so consistently as well.
Well, they will be facing Fun Havers moving forward, formerly known as Nonverbal, formerly known as, like, you know, the whole shebang, but now officially locked in Fun Havers. This is a team that kind of, I'm going to borrow a phrase that you just used, the diamond in the rough.
Oh, yeah.
Because kind of that sort of, I would argue that Fun Havers has a very similar vibe.
Yeah,
would you agree, Gompers?
I would agree. Sorry, I was just leaving the space there, you know. No, I would agree. They definitely have a lot of players that kind of speak out to me. For me specifically, I would say Kumi for sure. I mean, absolutely phenomenal player in my opinion. But I guess in terms of Fun Havers, they feel, I don't know, very equally rivaled with, I wouldn't say equally rivaled with Winthrop. They've been having kind of a rough mainstay within, I mean, this series in particular, this stage, you know, kind of just being a pick and choose with, you know, what teams are playing, how they're playing, who they're playing. There definitely are really big key moments where we do get to see Kumi really, really thrive on the Jet. Although, you know, moments where it's not really looking that great on the the race. So it really is dependent on, I guess, more so comfort. And I think that's something that we don't really take into account when we play games like these and, you know, have teams playing. We're not thinking, you know, what duelist can you really perform on? It's more so what duelist will help the team to where then I notice a lot of discomfort in games and moments like these. So I'm hoping they kind of start to get their groove back, and like Blue Water, hey, like something can happen. I don't know.
Well, moving forward, we wanted to highlight, we will be highlighting Kumi, but we want to highlight Corrupt, who, if you've seen the broadcast, you've seen them talk about stuff in the pre-roll stuff. But Corrupt on that breach, Ash, I'm just going to let you take it from here because, again, I feel like we're highlighting, our initiator players that just help these teams find so much success, in their games.
Yeah, I think I look at Corrupt, and they're one of my favorite players to watch right now for Stage 2 as far as like new players that have come in since Stage 1, right? And I think a lot of their value is very well-rounded as this IGL who is capable of stepping up in these moments to absolutely frag out, but then also the calling in conjunction with like the set plays that have been developed with their coaching staff as well here for Fun Havers has been really nice. There are some really intricate set pieces that we can expect to see from Fun Havers, and this is a team that can also adapt and thrive within the chaos as well, and all of that has to come down to the communication that is coming through from Corrupt and all of that setup that is being done by them as well to get Kumi comfortable to frag out.
Yes, I mean, I'm going to send it over to you, Gumpers, right away. This is a player immediately looking at their roster. You highlighted and said, this is someone I am so impressed by. Why?
Well, Kumi in particular, we've seen instances where they do frag out, right? There have been series where Kumi, wasn't really on top of it, but when they are, I definitely think their jet performance has been significantly better than when we get to see them on Rays on maps like Lotus, right? So, but there have been like the Yoru, actually perfect example, right? Kumi being able to just really take hold of a character that's so complex and make it look so easy. And I think that's such a big characteristic of Kumi is just like, it doesn't seem hard for them. It seems almost flawless to the point where it's like no brain duelist, right? Action. And I think that's something that's not very easy to maintain. There's not a lot of thought behind the brain, but you're so good that it doesn't matter. And I think that's pretty much where Kumi kind of steps in for me as a player. And I mean, we get to see, just exactly where the stats lay for him as well.
I mean, looking at this with Infiltrator and Kumi, there's two players we highlighted previously just now in our broadcast. I feel like we always talk about this, but for good reason. When you have these two great duelists, Ash, that have very similar stats when you break it down, you already know this is going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think my eyes also get drawn to the fact that, like, when you look at these numbers, yes, Infiltrator takes the cake by a small margin, but then you're also looking at the fact that both of these players have like a decent number of clutches under their belt as well as duelist players. Like for Kumi, even though it's like 6 clutches in total, it's a 27% clutch rate compared to an 18% coming out from Infiltrator. And I think that tells you a lot, the fact that these two duelists, while they can be hyper aggressive, they also know when to pull back as well for the sake of the team's macro and not look to overheat as often to be able to survive into the late round.
And I think that's a sign of a good duelist, right? Like we talk about that kind of this new age duelist, just go, fight, take all the space, kind of like a la Vanity Oxy, just go take space, we'll figure out what to do afterwards. But something I think kind of is lost in that sort of like the classic duelist meta is kind of the more, I'm gonna call it like a shy duelist, but something that is just more of a calculated, cerebral duelist almost. Ash is laughing because it was a terrible It's just a shy duelist, but in all seriousness, it's kind of, I don't want to call it a lost art, but it's something that we haven't seen a lot. And moving into our map select, we have Icebox, Pearl, and Sunset. We have not seen Icebox or Sunset today, but we will be guaranteed to go back to our lovely place of Pearl, or if you're a G2 fan, Trauma. But moving forward into Icebox, this was picked by Fun Havers. Gompers, I'm going to let you speak about the map picks and bans for us right away, because I don't know quite where this map ban might be leading.
Yeah, I think Icebox actually is a phenomenal pick just because, well, Winthrop typically like to run the Reyna, the double duelist composition, I believe with Moobs kind of filling in with the Reyna there. So for me personally, this works out well. They have like somewhat of a double controller composition on Fun Havers they like to run. And that really does get in the way of, you know, just being able to take up space. And for double duelists, you know, moving in on a site fast is fine, completely fine. It's completely doable. But when you have so much obscurity, it almost becomes impossible to the point where I do think this double controller is going to help out very nicely for Fun Havers for that first Icebox pick. You know, so long that they are expecting double duelists and maybe it comes out and whatnot and everything works out the way that's planned. But yeah, I'm somewhat excited to see how this one works with the Clove and Viper combo.
It's going to be interesting too, because I think this might actually be the first sunset that we're seeing, period, for stage 2. This might be the first time. I'll have to double check in case this is actually the first time we are seeing this map for this stage of Challengers. So also really exciting things here, I think, going into this elimination / qualification / everybody stays alive matchup.
We love a good amalgamation of stakes, but we'll be heading into Agent Select for Winthrop versus Fun Havers. I know, Gompers, you were talking about wanting to see that Clove Viper. Will it still be? Looks like we changed something up. Maybe kind of this change in comp is catching like a wildfire throughout Challengers. What do you think? Gompers, I'm going to send to you because I know you're excited about that comp, and it's frankly, it's not here.
It's so interesting, but I actually like the Harbor Edition, right? You know, kind of like taking away from Clove Cut to me feels more like a duelist incentive. Like, you know, you can have a second controller with the incentive of having that second duelist, but this is more so just aiming towards being able to not only find like, you know, the space and be able to cover it, but the ultimate as well, I really think works out so good on Icebox for retake potential, and especially because like that's a weakness of many. And starting off on the defense, you need something strong that's going to help you have, you know, that momentum boost. That's going to help you regain your composure in moments like that are very, very dire. So for me, Harbor, interesting, good, maybe. But, you know, more so for me, I'm looking forward to, and I really do think it's going to have a lot of impact.
Yeah, I'm really interested in maybe this could be Fun Havers just taking a page out of the book of like MIBR, who have had a lot of success with this composition running the Viper Harbor. And I'm here for it. I think that the way that MIBR were approaching this Harbor composition was really interesting. With how they're looking to like cycle that wall and then take that space, and just like the little like kind of like micro adjustments that you can do with that space taking thanks to the cascade, and where you're able to kind of like put a pause on the space and the information that you can garner within a choke point and whatnot. So I'm really excited, especially seeing Fun Havers getting the opportunity to start out on the defense first here as well. Should keep things really fresh and interesting.
Well, something I want to bring up is that both you and Gompers credited Winthrop University for this match. Now, when you saw the map picks and bans for Blue Otter and Shopify Rebellion Black, you got a little nervous with your Preds originally, that you preded Shopify Rebellion Black, and you were right to be nervous for that. Now that we have seen these map picks and bans, is there any sort of change anyone here would like to make? Anyone at all?
Ooh. No, I don't know. I already actually had a hard time deciding here because I really wanted to predict Winthrop. I think that at this point, like Winthrop really has earned a lot of respect and recognition within this tier 2 scene. But then I also actually just really enjoy watching Fun Havers as well. But this team can be a little bit more streaky. They're not necessarily like as consistent when it comes to those performances. It feels like we've seen high highs from them as well as low lows, where if those set plays aren't working out, we see it like maybe a little bit of a struggle. I also lied to you. It's not going to be fun watching them on defense first because they are going to be starting out on the attack. Joke's on you. But plot twist aside, I still think I got to stick with my guns on Winthrop on this. Like, I have been convinced to be an infiltrator and like Flair, Nasi, Moobs, Ali, Believer. I can't not back them up after the consistency we've seen from them.
Well, folks.
Yeah, for me, oh, sorry.
Girl, I'm so sorry. No, you're good. The game is ready. So we have Winthrop University and Fun Havers. And on who to send it to is my fellow incredibly loud Italian Shift and my best friend Tenrek on the call.
I don't know if I'm that loud. I feel like I'm actually pretty quiet. Here we go, Winthrop University.
We are best friends, though. That much is true. Me and Liz are best friends.
Wow, I'm kind of jelly, not gonna lie. Winthrop Fun Havers. I'm gonna have a hard time not saying Havers, and that's just not their name. It's Fun Havers. They're having fun.
You know what? I see. Yeah, I see it. It's phonetic. Yeah.
It is. It is. I will say Harbor has kind of rose back up into favor. We've seen a couple of teams last week use them quite often on this map, and that usually means that for Fun Havers, it's gonna be a lot of A attacks.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what Tim can do with this Harbor. The fluidity of his smokes have always been something worth contesting on Icebox, and with Corrupt on this Viper as well, you're going to be able to really put a couple blemishes on that A site, like you said. Throw this conditioning wall up pretty consistently on B, as well as they'll be the ones starting off on the attack half. Again, Fun Havers have to win this match in order to stay in the tournament. If they lose, they're out. Winthrop, opposite for them. If they lose, they're still in, but they're in sudden death. If they win, they make it to playoffs. Differing stakes, but same passion and want to win here for both these teams.
Also, I see what you did there by calling Harbor's utility fluidity. It's fluid.
It took me years
it's made
to
out
pick
of
it up.
water. Crazy stuff. But on the offense, you have the initial toxic screen and the initial high tide splitting up the middle of the map, which causes some attention for Winthrop through tube. Instant trade is there for the opening 1v1s, but in the meantime, you've got Fun Havers. Oh gosh, it's gonna take me a minute. They're gonna get on with the Cove to plant onto A, so a little bit of a little bait and switch there with the utility, and now it's on to Winthrop to try to retake with this toxic screen.
See that tide go up. Screen will come down. Fun Havers able to kind of crunch between the walls. Nazi gets that opener, but still trying to find the extremity. Moves, he'll head upstairs and go for the pot shots. Does find Kumi. Drop back down. Moves, dancing around Pyro, but will manage to lose that fight. Now in the 1v2, Nazi having a lot of homework to do, and able to backstab is Pyro and Blast. Nice placement for the spike to net Fun Havers that first round.
Yeah, I like the post plant setup there for Fun Havers as well. Just kind of, you know, again, it's just this little fake out where you've got the initial Viper's wall and the initial high tide to kind of block out space over through mid tube, forces all of Winthrop that were on A to kind of come back over and watch the middle of the map, even throw some spam shots over. And while all that's happening and this isolation under Corrupt starts to come through, you can see it's just a wide open A site. So it's not the typical breakdown. Still works out nicely. And then, yeah, the post plant, you just get a couple of members tucked into corners. You've got one member deep to watch over the backside of that defuse. And it's really, really well put together for Fun Havers. Same wall up for the offensive Viper. Different look here as Moobs tried to find timing on an angle towards the orb. Not going to be allowed to. And, well, now you look to your all attention onto Ali, who is looking for something through the great good headshot there. But another defender head drops. So we have a 4v3.
I have the spike. Now it'll be Pyro stepping up to the plate. Grabbing that gun. Fun Havers try to spread their wings here. Blast has been found. No gun out, so Nazi gets a freebie. And Fun Havers now will definitely be forced to give Kumi some support outstretched on yellow here with the Guardian. Nazi now going to be the one who might have timing not on his side. No! That's another one.
Stuff for Nazi. But just over challenge is a little bit too much. Again, just trying to maybe get information on where this offense is. So we get to the 2v2. Sheriffs out for the defense. Stinger, Outlaw for the offense. Toxic Stream goes down. Plant is there. Whoa, nice shots from Infiltrator. Pyro tried to contest, but it's just too many shots, too many Sheriffs looking to Matt. And how about the response here in the anti-eco for Winthrop?
Love seeing the initiative taken from all members of Winthrop there, really. Nazi, Ollie, really taking those extra couple steps forward, catching these members of Fun Haver off guard just in time to slight that advantage back. So Winthrop now gonna reallocate that spacing, not have to place too much on mid for the time being. You'll be able to double down a little more on these swings in the pre-plant as well. Infiltrator already getting greedy.
Yep, why not? It's kind of the Winthrop staple, I will say that much. Like,
yeah,
they love to just get those opening peaks, especially if you've got a scope and they had an infiltrator. He's been a potent opening first blood duelist, I should say. As the attack limping their way over through green to the direction of Moobs, who has a Vandal and now a little bit of assistance as Infiltrator is going to rotate over to join him.
Poison's off. You'll have a good cross for this as soon as Infiltrator gets in front of the screen, which he now is. Moobs a bit ISO'd, but that's purely for the intel. Yeah, he'll just be able to duck back behind. Nice spray down from Blast, though. And so now the rest of the cavalry has to come calling. Luckily, Winthrop's here to answer it.
Yeah, I like that little double shoulder peek high-low from Funhavers. Just really putting the pressure on any defenders that are watching that opening cross. Hunter's Fury earned early, though, as Nasi has been teeing off. Stops the plant, but Pyro still finds another elimination. Make it 2. And that really just leaves Infiltrator to try to do the work at the moment. Nasi still has an Aldrin to kind of scout this out, but moment of pause here for Funhavers as they had Corrupt Flame to the middle of the map, and then Nasi had to worry about too much. So back and forth we go here. Pistol for Funhavers, Anti-Eagle for Winthrop, Thrifty for Funhavers, 2-1.
Way to whittle away there for Funhavers on that B site, just throwing up wall after wall and forcing Winthrop University to kind of have their board split time and again. The consistent micro-positional changes that they had to make as they tried to approach that fight. Funhavers got to just push it pretty vanilla and win out those fights off of the scatter. So with the gun advantage now explicitly going their way, they have every reason to get a little more aggressive on whatever stack Winthrop has to offer here, especially with that ult in tow. It's all about finding the momentum here on the attack if you're Funhavers.
Aldrone denied early. Infiltrator will be tagged up by the dart. Not too much information, though, all things told, for Funhavers. Infiltrator still holding an angle up top. Just waiting for a chance to peek from rope to rope. There's the opportunity, but no, that Sheriff shot does not deter Funhavers from still holding the angles. Pyro, Kumi, first 2 shots are good. Nasi left on site. Rotating in early is Flare, but just has a frenzy, so yeah, you really have to hope that Moobs can rotate over and assist on this, but now that he's been seen, you don't know if they're tracking back. It's just too much doubt right now for Winthrop's defense.
Yeah, no telling what they could do until they commit to it, and by that point, there's not much in front of it. So Funhavers will go ahead and barrel it down that A site after all, forcing Moobs to fly on back into a 1v4. Once again, great steps taken, great measures by Funhavers the whole way through, able to cut apart these fights and then sculpt out the site after they've been able to parse out those individuals. Really, no question so far on this attack. Already, Tim's harbor shift proving to be quite influential in how you can approach this. You just have so many more ways you can kind of double back and fake out and go for these trade swings. A lot of options to be able to gain back advantage for Funhavers at the moment.
Good stuff, man. I really like what I'm seeing in terms of just like how the pieces are moving on the board right now for Funhavers. I mean, yeah, you got the, what happened in round 2 is more of a credit to Winthrop playing from the anti-eco with a couple of purchases with Sheriffs, but outside of that, I'm really liking what's being designed by Funhavers early. We're going to get our first look at a real round here, though, with both teams being able to fully afford into the following round. But if you're Funhavers, I think there's this level of like, you've shown some pressure towards B early, including what is going to be a fake cascade wall that will be noticed by Moobs. It does move Infiltrator out of A. So again, you're just showing like these little bits of utility, and it provides opportunities for Funhavers to get small advantages over the top of the A site.
Yeah. Winthrop University has every reason to step back when they have these things coming their way, but it doesn't make it any less powerful on Funhavers' side. And yeah, they're completely zoned out thanks to that harbor ult. They'll step on basically free. Cove is the free plant as well. Winthrop, they can't spray it down, and they're just going to fight on top of it. Infiltrator, first drop down. He's good for 2 off of that. That's instantaneous. Off the dash back, though, as his position's found, and the rest of Winthrop's got to pick up the pieces. They certainly can, though. 4v1 when all is said and done. And this time, you don't have all those follow-ups for Fun Havers. You don't have all those extra screens and shrouds. You used them all on the push, and Winthrop, they played just enough keep away and slow down with those sprays from heaven to be able to take the fight early. Fun Havers were not ready for it. A high, low, lower, lowest to get them their second round.
A little high, mid, low, that type of deal. High, low, lower than that. No, I mean, that's honestly, in terms of like how clean the opening was for Fun Havers, I mean, again, the reckoning just kind of demands respect. But surprised to see that there wasn't really much in terms of them actually kind of locking down the top kind of banister over towards the backside of the A site. It just felt a little bit too free for Winthrop to walk forward. I mean, Infiltrator gets 2 from the backside of their ropes building. So it just feels a little bit too easy right there. And of course, you have to give credit to the fact that Winthrop just win a couple of really good 1v1s on the re-entry. But
yeah,
the layering maybe not as convincing as you would have liked. Infiltrator going to save the purchase in favor of the knives in round 6. Everyone else in full purchase. Ali also has the Empress if he so chooses to pop it.
And we've neglected to talk about Ollie playing on this Reyna very much, but it's definitely a point of contention for this Winthrop composition on Icebox. Haven't really gotten to see him flex too hard just yet. Of course, playing on the defense, he's going to be playing exclusively for the retakes if he wants to be explosive. Apart from that, he's just getting his. Corrupt, though, opening frag up the creep from mid, and Winthrop, they'll have to reallocate, but that's just about as the B push is starting up.
Infiltrator going to try to do it all himself.
Be faster.
And why not? Dashes away, keeps Yellow in the control of the defense. Second opportunity, just a bit missed. Still has a weapon to play off of, but no. Tim's able to shut that down. Ollie, though, off of the Empress! Oh, in the leer just to get him into the site. That's good for 2. Viper's Pit going to be called into the action, but the plant is anything but comfortable still. Off this position, second toggle, second spray down, nothing there, and Kumi may have changed the tides here. Ollie's Empress still in play for now.
Planted.
Is going to try to re-wrap onto this. We'll have the opportunity to dismiss and keep the overheal alive. 1v1 with Corrupt. Back into the mix once again. Decay punishing, though, and Corrupt, who stepped out, will find the kill and get the 4th for Fun Havers.
A pity that Fun Havers understood the kind of targeting that Ollie was trying to find by the end of that round. Corrupt staying alive, keeping that Viper's Pit intact the whole way through the back half of that fight. But what a fight that was put up first from Infiltrator on that opening knife, but Ali, enough time wasted for him to come through and decide to pop that ulti, almost saving Winthrop this time around, but at least they still have that eco to carry this through and try to keep this defense competitive.
Opening battle. Wow, these guys just want to fight, don't they? Trades will favor Fun Havers. The aggression from Winthrop largely stifled. Infiltrator takes care of the Sentry Dome, but Operator will be known at mid-map. Ali, timing here could be everything. How strong is the Spidey sense? Pretty strong. Doesn't make it. First shot misses. Ali takes us into a 3v3.
Now, once again, it's all about the ISO members. Fun Havers trying to split this apart, and Moobs is alone here on Yellow. Cataclysm. Moobs avoids it, steps outside of Yellow, grabs his, and now your duelists for Winthrop are here to fight as soon as everything goes down.
Spike planted.
How do you break down this post plant with 2 duelists? Blast worried about the flank. Infiltrator will toggle. Aldrone will reveal. Hunter's Fury out. You can kill a lot of time with this if you're Pyro. One more toggle. Infiltrator seen. Dealt with by Blast. That's big. And now they know that Ollie's playing from the front as well. Ollie's going to have to try to stick this. Yeah, shoulders are just not going to be enough. You got to chow this outright. Sentry Dome is down, and Fun Havers will just move backwards, say, yeah, we know what you're doing there, brother. And Ollie will have to just bail and see Fun Havers get to 5.
At least able to get rid of that Hunter's Fury, but no more there as Fun Havers honestly get some great telegraphs early on of what Winthrop's plans are. The trade war in mid that tried to get cemented by Infiltrator that could have turned into a 3v3, but that turret finding him out early, and then the harbor wall getting placed in front of him. And so instead, you've got to push from the other extremities, and it's Ollie to give them a shot there, but that separates the remainder of Winthrop even more. Forces that individuality to really shine through. One of the toughest parts of a defense that is as thin spread as ice boxes, but now with minimal eco save for Infiltrator on this operator, we'll see what Funhavers go for tempo-wise on this attacking round.
Patience seems to be the call. Solo operator just out for Infiltrator. Sheriff's the rest of the way except for one classic for Ali. So again, major advantage here for Funhavers, but not wanting to risk any first bloods. Awful drone will come through.
They're waiting for Ali.
Yep, that will get you the information and where the operator is. And I'll be curious to see if Funhavers just decide to back away. Instead, it's an angle that Kumi's trying to hold on to. Not going to work out. Infiltrator for the first blood. And you're going to bait a lockdown with a high tide while you re-wrap back over to B with Corrupt pushing in towards mid-tube. But there is a sentry turret here to stop the play through kitchen. Ali, classic shot's not going to land. Sheriff shot's also a miss from Flare, and Pyro will get the plant.
A miracle that Corrupt gets out of there, but it's crucial to stall Winthrop just a tad bit longer to let Funhavers spread and set up here on the B post plant, which now they have, and Corrupt's going to redeem himself with that swing into two, grab moves, and force Winthrop to yet again question this retake, especially if Pyro can grab one from under it as well. Oh, man.
Infiltrator still connecting, though. Maybe still a chance, but no. Tim, nice little mini pinch around the back, leaves Nasi by himself. Catches one, but nothing more. So a couple of purchases through. Definitely felt more punishing than maybe you would have figured based on the weaponry purchase at the beginning of the round. Especially considering that you do actually get the lockdown out of play there. So not the worst news for Winthrop, but this half is starting to get a little out of hand, and you need a round here.
Yeah, Winthrop have got to find a way to hold on to this more consistently than just using those ultis. And I mean, ultimately, it probably comes down to just committing a little heavier to the retake, which they started to do these past couple rounds, but even then, these creeps in mid have made
Get out of my way.
the exec so much stronger. It's all simultaneous as well. Funhavers' timing has been excellent thus far. Kumi opting for the shotgun this time since he's got those knives, and he is gonna use them. Catches moves early on, but no kills just yet. Funhavers, though, easy portal under the tube, and they go.
Undersuri out. Infiltrator, oh my goodness. He is so slippery. Still alive and kicking. Kumi eventually able to find a couple of kills to make this a little bit more interesting for the offense, but the last one left, double cloud burst. And an Infiltrator is gonna find 4. And that's just what, you know, if you talk about this Winthrop team, you talk about the fact that these guys are a collegiate squad, but that is not a collegiate play from Infiltrator.
Blink and you miss him. And that's the kind of duelist Infiltrator has been this year. Winthrop dragged their way to a podium spot in the previous stage. They're once again trying to inch their way to playoffs here. And with Funhavers, on paper, it's an easy in. But here, obviously, Infiltrator not allowed to get as gross as he's been thus far. There have been a good couple stoppers and counter swings that Funhavers have managed to take. This time, wide open space that he ducks into. It's on the cell. Ali, though, who will grab 2. And that's
Unreal.
what that second duelist is there for.
Deploying drone.
Unreal.
Enemy mark.
Owl drone for Nasi, going to scout out that there's still some offensive presence here. Does not see Kumi, though. Will tactfully retreat just for now. Kumi trying to scale forward. That is a very critical pick. And now Kumi, yeah, aware that Nasi's still playing close to the back door. Will find a second. He moves now by himself. Now, does have a Viper's Pit to play with. No snake bites or anything in the post plan in terms of utility for Corrupt to deny a potential toggle. And yep, Moves is going to queue it up. Hop on for it for a moment. Step away. Catch a little bit of spam. Finding the first. Snake bite down. Going to try to hold this a little bit longer. Misses the shots initially, but eventually tracks it down and Moves secures a 1v2 Red Bull clutch.
It's enough to make it work. At the end of the day,
Only thought that was close.
took so much that time that first insert up a main, brave as can be. Working out for Winthrop a majority of the time, but the tempo with which Funhavers still got to approach this site was pretty terrifying. And Kumi with this double kill, miracle on the rafters, forcing moves to use that Viper's Pit to guarantee this round. And a timeout called for Funhavers, but I mean, at the end of the day, the game plan doesn't veer too much off course if you're this attacking squad at the moment, because you still have a lot of counter ults you'll still have to kind of just fight through. Regardless, you know you're going to have to reset space-wise and give a lot of responsibility to these individuals again. So what they're probably discussing in this timeout is just how to handle the discipline of facing off against these duelists that have just been in your face at every waking moment.
Pretty crazy.
That's a nutty peak.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know, man.
I'm seeing great work from Winthrop University on this defense so far. I think they're doing a great job of playing damage control. The issue is, the timing that they're deciding to take every time is just not worth it. I'm seeing so many moments where someone like Nazi or Flair is forced to step out on like the first leg of a side exec when you should be doubling back at least once, maybe slowing down, forcing a clear. With this operator on Infiltrator, though, he can go to T-spawn if he wants. I wouldn't care.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, that's just the power of Infiltrator right now. I think knowing that he's got the security blanket of another strong duelist behind him is that he can make these rogue plays and just go for free because the map is just a giant choke point. You've got suffocation in the middle of the map with an alarm bot sentry turret to watch through tube, and on that cross, Reckoning will be out though. Hold the pause though. Moves in trouble, still alive, surviving through the pre-fire. Still dancing a little bit. And as the poison cloud will fall, the lockdown may give Moobs a chance, but not quite. Nanoswarm doing some chip damage. Infiltrator was going to hit again. And he's just the difference maker, my man. Pyro's able to respond with one more, so we'll go to a 3v3 situation, making a 3v2 with Ollie's kill into Pyro. And the defense is holding for now, looking solid.
Yeah, the walls are going to deflate soon. Funhaver has to keep cycling them, but there's one peak you're missing out on, and now your other duelist is there. Ollie, another one, and he'll creep up once again to close quarters to finalize. Ollie and Infiltrator taking the reins of this game now for Winthrop University's sake to try to hold on to this defensive half before we swap sides. And so far, it's working.
Yep. 27 of the 40 total eliminations, if my math is correct, have gone the way of Infiltrator and Ollie. That's just, I'm telling you, like, the way Winthrop plays is just, it's so smooth, but it's so unorthodox. Like, we don't see Reyna played ever, it feels like, anymore. But this is a staple of Winthrop on this map. They played it years prior. And it's just the ability for them to have the individual confidence to say, we're just going to duel you. You better shoot better than we did on the day. And at the moment, Hunter's Fury will only move the defense around a little bit, but Infiltrator is still feeling feisty, and why not?
Yeah, the philosophy of I shoot better than you has really been pervasive in North America this year, hasn't it? But you just keep coming up on these new prodigies that just have something about them. Ollie, 2 kills, and you open up the sideline for Nazi to grab the third. It's curtains this round already.
It's crazy scenes, the way they just get away with this. And again, like, you've got Funhavers who are playing a composition that, in theory, should deter these duelists from finding so much aggressive value, but they just can't execute because Infiltrator's hitting a first shot or Ali's coming away with a 1v2. It's silly stuff, my friends. It's silly stuff. And Winthrop is on the precipice of tying up this half after a very convincing start. And that's just too easy. Pyro is just hanging up on the ledges. He doesn't have any idea that Nazi's right below him. And Winthrop will find a way to bounce back in a big way in the second quarter of this map. Ties at 6.
Switching sides.
A little more patience and a little better team fighting, going such a long way for Winthrop at the end of the day. Funhavers had such a great way to clear the board consistently with this Viper Harbor core on the controllers. But after all that is said and done, and the Winthrop University members are remaining alive instead of going into these mid-chokes and losing these wars, it's a full-blown 5v5 on site. And now that all of your controller util is gone, it's a lot harder to play catch-up. So
Yeah.
Funhavers, they had to force themselves to play for distance. They had to force, you know, Pyro and Corrupt to get a little aggressive with their util as well in order to get that spike down safely as long as Winthrop University members remained alive. A lot more discipline going into the back half of this map. We'll see if it carries through on the attack for these favorites, or if Funhavers have more life in them here on Icebox.
See how critical the pistols are going to be in this matchup. Recon Dart reveal most of the front part of B. But honestly, Blast is playing off-site here. Just going to use the Nanoswarm to deny the default plant position and then let the defense rotate behind that. But with Corrupt, I was going to say, starting to walk down mid, maybe there's a chance for them to try to play through it. But nope, instead the Nanoswarm is deleted. And Winthrop will wait for contact, but none is coming. So now they're going to get the spike over to try to plant.
On a good deal of fielding over. Flare, unfortunately, a lot of empty waiting for somebody to creep all the way up to A spawn, but not happening. So we'll have a full-blown 5v5 on our hands for this retake here for Funhavers as they'll already extend. And open sight lines means open season for Funhavers here.
Yep. Tide is out, moves, trying to play off the pinch. I believe he may have been seen. Nasi connects with the shock dart, though. Secondary hold on top of the cove, starting to come through, but Nasi finds Corrupt. Blast will get it to halfway. Billy with the follow-up. Flare has to challenge, and in that moment, he will fall, and the pistol will go to Funhavers.
Just so much to dump into that execution. The Harbor util just completely drowning that attack. And yeah, it took me a century to come up with that one, too. But
I don't believe you.
At the end of the day, I think that was, again, just very well played by both sides up until that spike got down. Funhavers have so much to throw at the problem. Moves, I love the attempt at the wraparound, but unfortunately it didn't find anything. So it just, again, it comes down to burning through that cove, and it takes such a sacrifice to even get that far. From there, Funhavers have enough to carry that into a round win. Already really buying up heavy, all heavy shields, but Winthrop all stingers. This will be juicy.
Good reveal, though, off the opening defensive utility check. Oh, and the right click four-round burst for Kumi will land. And, yeah, they're also going to see Ollie, and they're going to know that this is a Stinger's hit. So all guns are up and forward. Leader comes through. Doesn't really deter too much. Winthrop able to trade a little bit. A little bit. Nasi, okay, hold on a second. 1v3 situation. It's Stinger versus Spectre. Definitely doable. Nasi pushing up. Timing is going to be everything on this check. But Corrupt, knowing the spike has not been planted, is going to wait a little longer.
Yeah, 55 whole seconds with this if you're Nasi. So really taking the litter with where you could end up going. Toxic screen, though, goes up. And the recon bolts out. So Corrupt now has to be the one to make the call.
Spike planted.
Corrupt on the check. Nasi playing with elevation. Oh, what a check from Corrupt off the ropes. First burst, good for Nasi. Follow-up is better, and it's a 1v3 for Nasi. How about that for Winthrop off a Stinger buy that was revealed and largely dealt with? Nasi says not so fast.
Yeah, incredibly telegraphed before the push even really commenced. Funhavers trying to play the distance game, go for that long range, and for the most part it works out, but Nasi slips in through the cracks enough to grab that last two, as the elevation is also acquired by Winthrop. That is some gorgeous spray control there. And able to maintain the 1v1 against Corrupt after they themselves do some beautiful dancing around the pedestals. That is a crazy run back for Winthrop University that's already turned the momentum upside down here. Now it's Winthrop that gets to be patient again, as Corrupt is going to be the one to have to step up, and it won't work as well for them this time around. Nothing will.
No. Too clean here for Winthrop. Not going to take any hesitations with their advantage. And they know that Blast is in the corner. Yep, couple of tags to the Guardian will work out, and it's Winthrop up 1 after what has been a map that has largely been decided, or at least somewhat finagled off the first 3 rounds of each half.
Yeah, we haven't really been able to spin back eco-wise on either side all the way up. Both teams have just been so scrappy and far from flawless on the way down. This was one of the cleanest rounds we've gotten to see yet, and Funhavers just really having to throw everything at it. Built up this early as Winthrop University. We'll see what they can get away with this round, as again, patience can be on their side, at least for these first 30, as Funhavers every reason to start throwing out this prelim util to try to stop these pushes that these guys are going for. Moves just gets one. What?
Yeah, that's just one of those that it's going to feel miserable if you're Pyro. You just cannot fall in that position. Blast has read that Ollie is somewhere underneath too, but yeah, you have to respect that there could be a push through. So Blast is out of the picture a little bit here. Moobs has rejoined the offensive effort back towards the spawn, and that offensive effort is making a move over towards B, and Moobs may get a chance at Blast here.
Yeah, might not peek it, not fully, but Moob's not as ready for it. Blast, good turn. So it'll be a full-blown 4v4 here on the B site. Unoccupied, but also unchecked, so Winthrop are a little slow to it. They'll extend, but Funhavers have the sight line and the kills. Now the re-up attempt from Nasi can't find anything just yet. It'll have to be a 2v4 post plant, but you got two of the best agents to do it here if you're Winthrop.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're Funhavers, though, that is just a really good understanding that you know that Winthrop is going to want to try to scale through and avoid that harbor utility. Blast follows up, leaving Flare by themselves up top. Blast is already on for the defuse. Yep, and the shoulder check just not going to deny. Yeah, that's really good for Funhavers. I understand what you're doing for Winthrop. You just don't want to get separated by Tim's utility. But the timing of the play was not ideal, obviously, as they just get caught trying to scale deep into Snowman.
Absolutely. Trying to get ahead of the curve when the curve wasn't even on the way. A great call by Funhavers to just be ready for that fight as Winthrop goes for the extension. And able to maintain and equalize the whole way through despite that open sight. Winthrop, again, very telegraphed that they still have to do all of this checking before they get onto his site, regardless of how many heads they see. If it's not 5, they are playing a little slow before they jump on.
Full purchase still available for both teams. 8-8 is the current tally. Hunter's Fury at the ready for Nasi. He's been known to throw that thing out as soon as he gets a tag with an Aldrone, which this time it will not tag. He's also the spike carrier, so keep that in mind. He will likely not be in a position to immediately back up and use it for post plant. Infiltrator initially did the check, but didn't clear the full corner. Ollie gets one in response, but it still numbers the Funhavers in the 4v3. Nasi finds one though to Corrupt. That ties up the numbers. Defensive Aldrone, scouts, tags, opportunity for Kumi, and how about that? A heck of a display. Finding the final 3 and 4 in total. Funhavers take a critical round here late in map 1.
Does it all himself off of a singular ping that throws Winthrop into disarray. A gorgeous way to recover a round that was still not completely their way after Winthrop continued to take this high ground very quickly on the A site in order to equalize the kill feed. Kumi, though, again, there's always a part that's unchecked. The extension and just the raw aggression from Kumi to decide to finish that himself. That is a gorgeous set of kills to get Funhavers back ahead of things. Force Winthrop up their tempo just a little bit this round with their half buy they've got here.
Still some potency, though, with these rifles, especially with Infiltrator still wielding a Vandal. Ollie, good leer. Corrupt is completely hindered by that, but still comes away with a pinstripe. Pyro over the top. Tough battle, and Nasi just again breaks the timing. And how about this? Lockdown out for Blast. Nano Swarm coming through. The spike gets planted. Blast going to reposition. Can he get this to halfway before Winthrop can check? Oh, and he goes for the toggle. Nasi's going to call the Hunter's Fury immediately. Did not spend it to deny the lockdown. Blast dancing with it. Not able to find anybody, though, so now has to go backwards. And this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult because you got a recon dart there. That will reveal. Blast will get it to halfway, but re-peeking this is pretty much an impossibility. High-low set up from the hells of all hell. And it's a 9-9 count for Winthrop.
Such speed that they took this site with this time around. And even so, it led to it being a little bit sloppy. Corrupt They got to sit up there for the second time in a row and get something free. But this time, unable to branch back out is Funhavers. And Winthrop get enough time and space to reset. Tie us back up at 9 here. We're finally getting to that fully kitted territory again for both sides at this stage. 2 Blade Storms in the balance as well here. It's about to be a DBZ fight.
Yeah. Or maybe not. Currently on opposite sides, and you've got the Aldrone for Pyro through 2. Allows an opportunity for Moobs and Blast to square off. Moobs comes away the temporary victor with a little bit more damage tallied. Alarm bot in the way at this offensive peak over towards B. That gets deleted. Spike is still down, but the alarm bot off. Funhavers are going to be a little bit more worried about what's happening. Really on both sides as this delayed high tide comes through. It's going to get Kumi up top. Doesn't have an angle though.
I appreciate this from Funhavers though, because you had to have Corrupt go over to support Blast after taking that chunk of the health pool. They know Winthrop might lean over towards the A site, so they throw up that tide early. And now Kumi is planted in on this extension. Infiltrator spots him, but Kumi has the better knives.
Oh, but shut down by Flare. So now the spike should be able to go down.
Yeah, they should have enough time. They're going to come from heaven up here. Harbor Alt's up. They're going to fight this off rip.
Yeah, sure are. Ali trying to hang. Only finds one. Pyro follows up. Spike gets planted by Moose, but he's absolutely stunned up. Just great timing from Tim on the Reckoning. High tide to allow entry. The Reckoning forcing all of Winthrop to essentially pick a corner. And with the clock ticking away against the timing of the plant, a key round gets responded to as Funhavers retake the lead.
Just continuing to have enough to respond here. And again, not much intel to go off of, but Funhavers, they were a bit on the chopping block there after Blast got pressured out. Could have gone for that B pinch, so they had to spread themselves out a little thin again. Thank goodness Kumi going absolutely insane on this Blade Storm to give those extra couple seconds over to Funhavers to get back to that A site. Respond with that Cataclysm right as they're going for the plant. Perfect timing, like you said.
Little feel out here for Tim over towards green. Nothing that some pre-fire can't really deter. And everything's staying pretty cautious right now for Winthrop, and they are pulling out some pretty critical utility. That's a cascade wall down, and they're going to claim yellow, so like in a pretty key position here for Winthrop if they want to try to set this up for their double duelist hit.
It's all about how they can snake off this opening pick, and they'll enable Infiltrator first up. He's got to choke himself in, and Funhavers, they can go for the pinch early on. Infiltrator's got to get himself out, and he somehow dies off the snake bite too, and Pyro now has to chase nothing. Ghosts with the Hunter's Fury. It's Winthrop that can go for the pinch now, and Moobs is good on to Corrupt as well, and Kumi.
Spike planted.
This Winthrop team is
silly.
Dude, I was gonna say this Winthrop team is just silly. Like legitimately. It's just Infiltrator just does things that are so disrespectful for the tier 2 space. So I remember like when we watched this team initially when they first qualified for Challengers last year, I was like, all right, you know, show me something, C-Val. And the first look was like, damn, like these guys just gun. Like they're gunning teams out of their shoes. And now you're like dealing with year 2. The squad's starting to build up some really solid protocol and some really solid chemistry towards their mid-rounding. But it's still individual moments like that. It's just, you know, it has that unteachable quality to it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not just what you can make your team. It is still who is on it. And Winthrop, they have fostered quite the roster over those 2 years of activity here in the Challenger scene and C-Val as well. They're just coming off of the championship silver medal after they lost to Maryville. And so, as always, these scenes continuously muddled, continuously rock, paper, scissors like. Funhavers being this close in the matchup should not be a surprise to anybody, as they continue to come with these amazing heroic responses as well. Kumi getting enabled just as much as everyone I think would want him to be on this map so far, just placing so much trust in him to choke, to like hug these walls up until the bitter end, and then just go ballistic. On the other side, this double duelist from Winthrop University keeping things as exciting as always, banking off of each other instead of other util as well. Infiltrator moving in off of Ollie's Lear to get that 2K, to get inserted long enough. I mean, it's just such explosive talent from both of these rosters that you'd love to see grow. This is the right space to do it, but Funhavers on the verge of this being their last map of the stage. Who can tell what could change for a tier 2 team like this in just the months between splits?
And we're playing for a corrupt early Vipers pin around A by the look of it. He's got a stinger in hand. So if they get a read here, he's going to pop this thing to try to set up the defense around A. Aldron out for the offense. Defensive harbor utility, littering the zone, but Tim will drop in. This Vipers may be down a little bit too late, honestly. Infiltrator reads the response, and yeah, Ollie's able to step right in. That's just too late from Funhavers. Critical error. Try to get a read before they committed to the ultimate. Winthrop have already taken the site. Plus, they've got the lockdown to push out any contests from the spike being planted. And honestly, your Funhavers, well, I was gonna say you might want to consider saving, but instead Blast finds 2 with the Guardian. Kumi hits, and it's down to Flare and Nasi. Double Cloudburst for Kumi. Pops out of it. How about that for a reaction? And the shots from Nasi don't land. It all goes completely awry based on the plan that Funhavers had. But as their name would suggest, there's still fun to be had in the 3v5.
A completely decided sight after Winthrop University rip off the Band-Aid and the Viper's Pit with it. And yet Blast with that first entry, and Kumi doubling down on this operator. Such activity on the retake for the Funhavers, showing how willing they are to go for it at any given notice. And again, the timing for both sides, those windows could not have been more perfect on either end. It's Funhavers who come up profiting though, and Winthrop who have to turn back to this half buy that they're now going for. Again, blistering speed they'll try and approach this A site with. Pyro's early.
Wall out. Corrupt still holding from the high ground. Denies the Aldrin that doesn't tags actually onto the player down low. I believe it's Tim. Winthrop still looking to try to keep the aggression in. Moves for first blood. Infiltrator up top. Spams it down. No problem there. Trying to fight his Tim, but Infiltrator cuts onto a second, or eventually dropping Blast for 2 before also finding the same fate. And Kumi is not interested in challenging this with the operator. We're going to go 11-11.
If it's Infiltrator running it down, he's going to win. If it's Blast holding a position, he is going to win. Unstoppable force and immovable object across these 2 rounds here, but it's Winthrop that have enough personnel to keep up and contain. Finally shut that down on top of another insane spree here by Infiltrator on the attack, continuing to make Icebox A his playground. So back up to the tie game here at 11-11. Both teams' economies should be recovered and also on the verge of quite a few ultimates here. Of course, with that lockdown previously expended from Winthrop, it'll be down to Moobs and that Viper's Pit, so Funhavers have every reason to engage a little bit earlier here, try to turn this to a 4v5 before Spike goes down. I'm wondering how much mid-peeking we'll see from them earlier on here, because they've just had to be so well prepped for this heavy A-take, and it just hasn't come up. Are they willing to play for that retake again like they did so damn well earlier on this game?
We'll see. Weapons still purchasable. We do have a Marshall in play, though, for Corrupt. Again, not much between either of these 2 teams in any form. Kumi, aggression. Aldron pushes him back. Oh, and this angle is unexcusable. Nasi just up the rope. Catches one as Funhavers were trying to force things up early. High Tide to follow, though, kind of draws the line of the sand here. You shall not pass until Nasi works his way forward. Kubi now inside the Cloudburst with a shorty. No moves with the response. Down to Blast. Has been good in this position before. Can Lightning strike twice? Lockdown out. Nano Swarm to zone. Flare trying to catch an angle, but Blast with the 1v2 Red Bull clutch, and Funhavers will get the map point.
Match point.
It's Kumi and it's Blast. Forcing A-Site to a 100-meter dash for Winthrop University. You've got to get to this jet on the operator. He cannot be stopped until you're 2 feet in front of him. And it takes 3 bodies to get that far. And then you're up against Blast on maps. And Lord, has he been undeniable from this position. Continues to be when getting a pile drive on top of the lockdown. And now 1 round away from taking Icebox in regulation here as the underdog. Funhavers, they might just have enough firepower to make it work.
Knives are out for Infiltrator. First blood for Ali. It's just an absolute war zone inside of A. Pyro trying to step up. Reckoning may allow an opportunity to try to peek this, but the Nanostorm zones them backwards. And will stay 5v4.
Extra Lear expended to clear out mid, and Winthrop again have to go piece by piece here while Funhavers can stay stagnant. And an Owl Drone will confirm that nobody's sitting in the doldrums of the lobby. Winthrop have backed out a little more than that, though. And hearing that Owl Drone, they'll wait it out and now try to press a little further on top of it. Funhavers, they'll have that read down, set the wall up to force Winthrop to go for the heavy clear again. And Ollie already giving himself away. Corrupt will no doubt make the call.
Yeah, the Empress out is something you don't want to really be trifling with. Recon bolt denied. But Ali, Infiltrator respond to Corrupt's secondary first blood. Infiltrator now up close personal with an eyes. Not going to miss from that range. Moves will get the plant, and Blast once again will be trying to re-enter into A, but this is a little bit different than what we've seen before. A couple of different 1v2s for him, but this would have to be a 1v4 for the win into a Viper's pit with knives lurking over the top. It's just a laundry list of things that have to be done.
Yeah, with one hand tied behind your back, with your eyes closed.
For real. First blood is good, though. Finds Ali. But nothing more. The right click for Infiltrator will send us to extras.
Well met for Winthrop University here, shutting down Kumi early. And then that extra peek up top also nets that extra kill. Much easier time getting on the attack. But it remains to be seen that Winthrop's attack remains consistent because A is kind of your only option at this point. B is proven to be the stomping ground for this Viper Harbor double up. So that final destination is still a certainty when we swap sides again after this OT round. We'll see if Winthrop gets themselves to that game point here or if Funhavers once again have their foot on the floor a little heavier.
What are we going to get here? Funhavers have shown that they are more than willing to go to either of these two sites. It has not been the typical high tide cascade run into A. And they're going to play around with the timing here just a little bit as well. You just got Kumi watching to see to make sure no defenders try to play aggressive up towards yellow. Pyro going to scout it out with an Owl Drone. It's a very passive one, though, just to clear these corners. Defense will get a little bit more aggressive with their Owl Drone. We'll see nothing over towards A, but they will catch Blast. That doesn't really tell you too much, though. Blast is often the one lurking, so no information gained really from either side.
Yeah, Funhavers going to be forced to make that choice, and Winthrop going to be forced to change their lean. A little heavier on A here. And with Flare having to set up closer to the kitchen, Moves will once again have to be that bell ringer as soon as they hear that sound.
Really good.
Snakebite first denial. This is really well done by him so far. I mean, rest of Winthrop's going to get here, but Kumi's already extended, so it's still pretty scary.
Yeah, but the Poison Cloud's still in position here to try to stop this plant again. No Snakebite, but again, the orb keeps going up, so Tin is down low on HP, but that's a big first win. Flare, wow. Triggers out a nanoswarm, stops the plant from Tim.
10 seconds.
Kumi stuck in the bottom of the corner. Flair watching the cross. Nice opening shots. Ali also able to connect. Just down to what this 2v4 can muster, and it may not be much. Lockdown is earned for Flair. And Blast will have to try to fight off a couple of contestants. Not going to happen. Infiltrator with the glass cannon will get the opening shot, or the final shot, I should say. And Winthrop will take the opening edge here in overtime.
I mean, that was absolutely perfect from Winthrop University. After Funhaver sensed the certainty of taking that B site with all of the util that they had, Winthrop, they decided not to touch it with a 10-foot pole. They just decided to touch it with a couple pieces of poison. Moobs able to just launch the entire kitchen sink at that spike plant. No reason not to. Rest of the team's on the way to make up for it after the fact, and they do. Win out that fight after everything fades away. Funhavers have nothing to offer after that spike goes down, especially since there are basically only 2 people standing by the time that happened. As a handy win from Winthrop here on the defense, we'll see if they can keep that momentum here on the attack. That is no doubt the A-side. Funhavers have no uncertainty there. They are stacked for this.
Yes, they are. Well, Tim's going to go for Orb.
Ballsy.
I'll say. Lear is out for Winthrop, trying to go a little bit quickly. They're trying to see if they can catch Tim off before he can get set up, but not going to happen. Aldrin will see a lot, though. What a shot from Kumi. Ollie able to get at least some information, though, where this defense is set up. Infiltrator makes good on that, but doesn't see Kumi. And so this offensive attempt for Winthrop gets stifled and pushed back, and there's a 4v3.
Winthrop tried to choke up there, but nobody spotted. Moobs still inserted, though, and that'll get rid of Kumi, splitting the board both ways. It'll be a coin toss of where Winthrop end up here on the macro. Corrupt, though, creeping up the tube. They've been excellent here so far, but they can't win that fight out against Flair, leaving another channel open, but Moobs now falling on that extra insert into the A site. Funhavers still have a denial across the board. A 2v2 that couldn't be more spread thin. Flair now catching Pyro. That's going to be a 2v1 for Winthrop.
Stop it.
He's all the way in.
You just can't believe it. You just can't believe it.
30 seconds left.
Can Blast provide some magic again for Funhavers? Plant for Nassi's going to come through. You have to check every single corner if you're Blast. Do you check the one right on top of ramp? You sure do. What? Flair! Did he get a sound cue or something? Just started spamming at the corner by the look of it, and somehow connects onto a headshot and survives with 9 HP. There's no way.
Yeah, you don't even need the backup plan that time around. Winthrop have it all figured out at that point. Flair is too far in to be denied at that stage. Winthrop cracked the code. It took 26 rounds, but they were able to get it done, make that distance a little bit heavier than Funhavers were able to a majority of that time. But God, it was so close. It was such a foot race every step of the way, just teams trying to beat each other to the punch, and then they end up going blow for blow anyway. Shift, we have not seen the beginning of this match.
Well, we have. It just,
well, I mean,
it feels like we have so much more to go.
Yeah.
I don't have any words. That is an unreal map of Valorant for good, bad, or otherwise. It was fun. That means we still have more to go, but Winthrop set the tone early, taking away their opponent's map pick. See what we get for map number 2 when we come back.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there, so I said poutine will make me feel at home and good straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
Gotta focus. I'm shifting into soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's just nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy's always better.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
Welcome back, or welcome to the first time to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash on the desk. And if you're just joining us, well, you missed a good Winthrop University. I have to say it like that every single time. Winthrop University taking Icebox away from Fun Havers. This was Fun Havers map pick. I think we're just seeing today a lot of map picks being stolen. Whether it's the strat or just the read, whatever it is, Gompers. But we went into overtime, Gompers. It was a 12-14 finish for Winthrop, and it was back and forth that entire timeline. But in the end, Gompers, Winthrop University take it.
No, yeah. I mean, again, you can only get so far at the end of the day, especially with two teams kind of having, I'm going to say more so similarities and in skill, I guess I can say. The double duelist, it was great, in my opinion. I think it worked out very, very well. I really did like seeing Ollie on the Reyna, although I felt like, I don't know, Reyna's so individual as an agent in general. It really is such a pick and choose to be the fragger. And of course, the fragging went great, but more so in terms of, you know, what the first kill to first death ratio is looking like. I don't know, and especially the gameplay in general, it didn't really feel like it carried out as well as I wanted it to with the double duelist composition, right? The aggression kind of a little bit lackluster. But in terms of the game in general, super, super entertaining. Kumi was like the demon of the game that you're kind of just like, how did that happen? And where did that come from? And why are you opping all of a sudden? Like, I really enjoyed this game personally in terms of being able to see Kumi really shine as a duelist. And that's kind of what we've been talking about from the start.
I think that it also just like looking at bigger picture here, but in this matchup between Winthrop and Fun Havers, for Winthrop, there's like the expectation of, okay, this is a team that has grown so much over the last 2 stages. They've improved. Fun Haver is a new squad that was added into the fray here for stage 2. And we knew that there was an opportunity for them to make it a really close series up against Winthrop University. We saw that here in map 1. We go all the way into an overtime. And that's where we see Fun Havers, you know, playing some of their best, being able to make it really competitive up against a team like Winthrop, who made such a deep run in playoffs last stage. And I think that you also have to give a lot of credit over to players like Blast as well. But even like talking about some of the success that both these teams had here, there were just so many moments where it felt like the post plants got really scrappy for both sides. A lot of that post plant util was honestly really well played from both ends. And then we also saw like some of those late mid wraps and whatnot. I think that was well facilitated for Fun Havers because they did have the double smokes that they got to play with at times. But then for Winthrop, of course, being able to take this one in those last 2 rounds, I think was massive for them to be able to even take it to that overtime in the first place.
Yes, I think that timeline and those numbers demonstrated that, you know, while you may have a set plan and it gets down to that scrappy sort of almost brawly type of Valorant, at the end of the day, to quote a dear friend and coworker, Bren, you get shot, you die in the game. At the end of the day, it does come down to how you find those kills and where you are finding those kills. I mean, Gompers, you highlighted it. Kumi went off, just found some incredible moments that were very, like, I think, kind of classic trademark Kumi, but we also would be remiss if we did not highlight one of the other duelists on the side of Winthrop University, Infiltrator. And this is Infiltrator, someone we highlighted in the beginning of the broadcast, Gompers, and I believe you spoke to them and their skill and kind of this, I think you called it a training arc, if I'm remembering correctly, but just kind of this this head-to-head with Kumi that is just kind of quintessential Valorant duelist meta, etc.
No, yeah, Infiltrator is, again, we kind of looking at the head-to-head, very, very on par with, in terms of the duelist skill level. I definitely think Kumi and Infiltrator have pretty big similarities, although Kumi kind of feeling it a little bit more within this game, I would say. Actually, no, Infiltrator was pretty on par in regards to what the duelist was looking like. I'd say Infiltrator is, honestly, as crazy as it sounds, isn't even playing up to the potential that they really, truly are. I think Infiltrator has way more that they can put forward into this game, especially, you know, as the double duelist incentive. I think it was a little bit more of a relaxed portion on the shoulder of Kumi to be able to handle that operator play and handle being able to not be as aggressive as they typically are. But what I'm excited for is next map, right? Like seeing Kumi really in action by themselves with more support, right? Whether that be double initiator or double controller. So for me, I gotta give a lot of the kudos over to Kumi and Initiator, especially like just really carrying the team in terms of what the game was looking like.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight is kind of like, I feel like a lot of times we talk about, like, for good reason, like if you go look at the tier 1 leagues, you know, 100 Thieves, Asuna, this is his playground. Why? Because it allows him to have these moments like Kumi, like Infiltrator, where it just kind of becomes their literal, again, like playground. You know, it's a perfect moment for him to play around areas, play around corners, deep, short, wherever it may be. It's exactly why we love this map. Personally, I love the box. I know some people out there don't love the box, but I'm a big fan of the box. But we will be moving on from the map of Icebox. Again, that was Funhaver's pick. Winthrop do take it in overtime, so not a bad showing from Blue Water, from Funhavers at all. But we'll be moving to Winthrop University's pick of Pearl, a map we have seen today already for those of us who are sticking with us for the entire broadcast. But Gompers, I think you spoke a little bit about the Pearl pick in the beginning with the map picks and bans, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, well, with Pearl, my thing is that, well, the interest of being, you know, I do believe it might have been Ash that talked about Pearl a bit, but with Pearl in particular, I think the thing that interests me is that Neon buys double duelist composition that we might be able to see on the side of Funhavers, which kind of piques my interests in the sense of, I mean, not really typical to be running both the Yoru and the Neon so frequently for this team. It's something that they've been pretty familiarized with, which we saw the double duelist composition work for Winthrop. Is it kind of going to be that difference in terms of, okay, well, you know what? We're going to see a huge rush come by. We're going to be able to see the Yoru really thrive in this environment. But more so, I mean, I'm very excited for Pearl just because, I mean, a nice spot to see, you know, this up-heavy map where it's so controlled by this one duelist versus Pearl, where, you know, you really have to get that frequency in terms of really collecting tons and tons of space to get on the site.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl is also like a very op-heavy map as well. When you're comparing it over to Icebox, we saw all of those moments where Ali was trying to like shut that down for Ali or for Kumi and whatnot. But I think looking at Pearl as well, what interests me the most about the fact that they are running, if they stay with the same composition, that is, the Neon and the Yoru on the side of Funhavers, is with the expectation that Winthrop will also be pulling a Vice out of their own out on Pearl. They do have a lot of opportunities with those two duelists to facilitate these chances to kind of break up those Vice setups. Like you can Yoru clone over the wall, or if it's Neon that ends up coming in contact with it, that Neon player will be able to actually get that kind of triggered and out of the way and go for that quick rotation over. And as you guys can see on your screens, there aren't going to be any changes here into that agent select. Kumi will be reprising the Neon, Pyro onto that Yoru as well. And this is something where I think things can get really fun for Fun Havers as well on defense, looking for that push and pull and trying to maybe trigger or get over that wall early on and pose a bit of a threat to the flank there on Winthrop.
Fun for Fun Havers. You know what? Ash, I see you. I see you loud and clear. What you
Wait, hold on.
did. No? No fun? No fun for Fun Havers? Okay.
Girl,
my bad.
When has that ever been my vibe? Let's be so serious.
I thought you were being
Dad joke?
cute. But you know what? I know who
thanks.
has...
You're cute.
Girl, I got you.
Wow.
Girl, you know, we need to take a little moment by ourselves, but I know exactly who to send it to. My enemy and my best friend, Shift and Tenrek.
Flip-flops more than an Adidas sandal, that one. It's too much estrogen
Tomorrow,
on that desk.
I will be her nemesis.
Oh, goodness. Fun Havers, Winthrop University. You had mentioned kind of in casual conversation talking about Winthrop that they did drop that CECC Grand Final versus Maryville. They actually did play this map, and they did beat them on it 13-8 with this same composition. So some recency in terms of what Winthrop has done in the last couple of days, whereas for Fun Havers, it's been a little bit longer, not that much longer. They did play this in round 3 of the group stage, so there's that to go back to. And it's been a pretty successful map for Fun Havers, all things told. So definitely this feels like a priority pick for Winthrop based on what was vetoed at the beginning.
Yeah, this really does seem like just the least common denominator when it comes to Fun Havers at this stage in the match. It feels like the easiest way for Winthrop University to get things done because truthfully, everything about this Fun Havers map kind of spooks me a little bit. Putting Pyro on this Yoru is a very intentional choice, especially when Kumi is deciding to remain on this Neon. It's a composition that raises a lot of eyebrows, reasonably so. You're using bodies for intel a lot of the time, and so you're putting a lot of responsibility on Pyro and Kumi for this map to not only frag out, but also be able to return to their team more often than not to have these full-blown pushes.
Okay, well, here we go. Fun Havers looking to play with a little bit of aggression in this trap play. It doesn't really fully work out, though. Corrupt catches one before being traded, and Kumi, initially the one trying to find the first blood, is out of there. Great gravity vortex, but Kumi cannot stand tall to fight with it. So it's down to Pyro. First Sheriff shot connects onto a couple of weak bodies. Tim, outside the Nebula, caught a little bit off guard, and it has been, well, a bit of a shooting range. And how about it? Pyro snaps for another couple and turns it into a 1v1 between our vices.
With Moobs still having to do a decent bit of clearing, the guarantee that Blast is not nearby. As he makes his way up main, it'll all come down to timing.
Not ready yet.
This plant will be heard.
Not ready yet.
The Blast will have the telegraph. Arc Rose will be available, though, to guarantee at least one sight line, but he's not checking Blasts. It all works out for Fun Havers in the end after the wraparound.
Honestly, again, I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of that, even when we get into full gun rounds, just because of the fact that you're playing with double duelists for Fun Havers. So you, again, kind of like the same thing we were talking about for Winthrop on the Icebox. Like, there's not a lot of consequence for the Neon to try to make that play happen off of things like a relay bolt or just a pop flash coming out from the Yoru. But I think the curious point about the setup is that Winthrop are just as eager, I think, to spend early utility to win over towards A main. So I imagine that's going to be a hot spot for this map as we continue on. Lots of damage dealt, obviously, by Winthrop in the round, but not able to secure the plant means it'll just be a couple of Sheriff upgrades here.
Just searching for whatever they can muster up here. Stack from Art be their best bet at it. In the meantime, Fun Havers will flex a little bit, grab a free orb, unless Kumi gets all 3 kills away too quickly. Hey, slow down, buddy. Come on, it's round 2.
I mean, hey, if you're going to stack and rush at him, yeah, it's pretty easy pickings for the Guardian. Okay, so the bonus will be pretty potent. Outlaw still in play, Guardian, Ares, and then one of each SMGs. Whereas for Winthrop, you will be getting pretty much a full purchase. Light armor just for Moobs and a Guardian for Infiltrator, but we've seen what he can do with that weapon. That scooter is way too big for that bear. How does one bear pedal a scooter like that?
How is that bear able to operate that scooter? Fun Havers will flex again, grabbing that orb on A. No Teo, instead you have infinite smokes. And a free excuse to plant Kumi, force an extra check, and oh my god, they're using everything on this guy.
Yeah, I love this from Funhavers, and this is going to be an issue for Winthrop if this continues to be this much efficiency from Kumi, because yeah, you can just delete all that utility and then get out, and Winthrop have to spend so much to even get this position. Oh, that's awkward. You got to miss an LMG if you're corrupt, just bullet hosing. Doesn't work out fully, but it's an even exchange of lives as the A site will be taken by Winthrop.
A little cheeky here, but Pyro will keep that going as he'll step out with this Outlaw in hand. Tough angle to find with the Nebula, but Nazi is stuck here for a reason, and that'll be an easy one.
So do you really want that here? Salvo's out for Winthrop on this 2v3 post plant hold. At least attempt to hold. Last tagged up, but still holding. Pyro deals with the first. Yeah, just a staggered setup there. Not going to be broken by Winthrop. So again, it's just fireworks at the front doors at A again. And Winthrop not able to fully survive through the post plant, has Funhavers winning the bonus, and with a couple of weapon upgrades, they're going to be feeling really saucy in this first half now.
I mean, the amount of legwork done by Kumi in those opening 20 seconds, getting rid of so much of what Winthrop have to be able to sustain normally in fights like that. You know, you don't have to leave Nazi out on an island like that if you're not throwing both of your Prowlers and the Salvos and a flash at this one Neon. So if he's able to remain as invasive as and annoying as he is, just continuously faking out those double backs, then we've got quite the defense half on our hands here.
Yeah. Nice little look at the shock dart from Corrupt, which does a bit of damage on Nazi. Sheriff upgrades is all that's going to be worked with here for Winthrop. That's a Judge right to center massive moves. And so far, this defense for Funhavers, again, I think just the efficiency, the value that they're getting out of, you know, Kumi's first 3 rounds, just holding over at A long, deleting the offensive utility and coming away with kills is just something that Winthrop is just not ready to exchange with anymore. And with this comp, it's just going to be really difficult to get all the way down to B. You're going to spend a lot of stars to do it. And that's just, again, like the value exchange just doesn't feel all that worthwhile. So Winthrop is in a little bit of trouble here early. Whoa.
Oh, they had to get rid of the shear here, so it's going to be another extra second here. Good excuse to, I guess, get some smokes going. This is really tight, but Winthrop will corner out the art swing and make this fight plant work with a little bit of util to throw, but Funhavers, they're already going to go for the pinch here from the connector.
They have to out-trade this, do Winthrop. Pressure being shown from both sides. There's the shoulder check from Kumi. Wow, just rushing right on forward. Pyro Blast also following up. And yeah, that'll be it. Flare stuck way back at main. Not really a hope or a chance, you would think, for him to stop a defuse. Does catch one elimination there, but yeah. Easy hold for Funhavers. After our little drive-by over the top of the A site, it's a 4-0 start for Funhavers.
Again, with a round like that, you got to use everything earlier on. No need for the Neon to be in your face.
Rip and tear.
We'll have a full-blown kit for Winthrop's attack here, and they'll start building up the ult cycle so they can leaf through the playbook a little more consistently instead of just having to play for those picks after losing advantage. So Funhavers, in response, will try and egg on a little bit more. These double duelists are going to continue trying to burn away at the kits that Winthrop has to offer. It's a heavy workload for those duelists, but clearly they're willing to take it on one at a time, as it seems. Kumi, the one stepping up and quite far as well. He's maintaining this.
This is a pretty important round here for Winthrop just to get something that looks remotely winnable.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, like, a dimensional drift is all you really need to try to re-clear this out, especially considering that they actually do have the ability to contest this entry towards A initially, too.
Face your fear!
Nightfall is out. Kumi, relay bolt. It's going to hold their ground. I love it. Oh, and catches Nasi with some util out. Infiltrator for the terrain. Trying to move quickly. Tim holds him back. Armageddon, it really just has to be sidestepped. And again, Winthrop spend a lot to get essentially nothing. And Pyro's still holding. Blast making safe to pinch in the rotation. And think an arm gets hit right there by Infiltrator. Yeah, down to 19 HP. So even though it's a 3v2, Funhaver should be feeling comfortable. Flair able to shut down onto Pyro, but now would have to do the near impossible, stuck on site with a 1v2. That's a 5-0 start for Funhavers. Surely a Winthrop timeout is coming soon.
Who picked this map again?
Yeah, Winthrop did.
Like genuinely, there is so much that just seems empty when it comes to these pushes. You're either using everything too early or you're not using enough at the right time. Just no exacting upon these ultimates, no parsing out individual players. I don't know if you're too scared of the mid presence from the duelists or you just want to conserve for the post plan. It just seems like there's such a high level of indecision from Winthrop that's already been conditioned from this inconsistency on the peak. So now you just have to find your own level of aggression. That's a way to do it. Okay, Infiltrator.
Thing about this is though, the Kumi's still around. Oh, what a right click on an Infiltrator. Tim still keeps us even in a 3v3. Blast just up on Nebula. Hey, how are you? Sidesteps one. Not able to snap onto Flare though. 2v2. Operator out. Stray shot through the Nebula, not gonna land. And it will be just an elongation of this 2v2. 60 seconds on the clock. Spike is still nowhere near this play though. So Winthrop, the ones that would have to likely back off and try to reset this.
Ali's just joining up with Flare. These salvos will return. We'll be able to try to flush out part of the map here. That stealth drone will be heard by Tim. So he'll go for the circle back, catch Ali, but Ali wins the fight. That was the guarantee Winthrop was looking for, waiting for Funhavers to come to them, and they did. 20 seconds on the clock, an unstable attacking round. But they'll have enough time to get onto the site. Pyro is guessed right, though, with this operator in hand.
All it takes is one shot. Oh, he may be able to get a little bit further forward with the shorty. Chunks out some damage. Now's the hard part. There are no weapons on the ground around this site. You're going to have to do this the hard way. And this first check is the scariest, especially with a little crouch high-low setup here. Yeah, and the corner being watched. Winthrop will take the win. That's how they win their first round? In a Thrifty? This series has got it all, I swear to you.
Got to give it up to Infiltrator for that one, for sure. That double kill on the Blade Storm. Expert turns for both of them. Kumi really tried to put a wrench in it, but luckily held on to that corner, and Plaza was able to get maintained. Again, the fight came to them in the 2v2 as well. Tim thought he had the wraparound after he expected them to kind of lead into the drone. Again, hairpin plays here for Winthrop University that's getting them by.
Yeah.
And so they'll have to try and just lurch their way forward again here against so many ultimates and a Pyro who just does not want to stop peeking with this operator.
I mean, hey, could be just heat checks at this point. He's connecting for the vast majority of his opening 1v1s, if you want to even call them that. So that takes moves out of the action. No Steel Garden in play. Cosmic Divide at the ready, but that's it here for Winthrop. And again, just based on how this exchange has gone towards A main, Winthrop have given up on it almost completely. So Stealth Drone will clear. Fade will utilize the Prowler to clear out Art, and we're going to get at least some sort of a split setup here, but Pyro tested and deals with Ali, and now everyone can just rotate back and deal with A.
Winthrop searching for ghosts out here, man. Any old thing in the wide open when you have these players that have complete control over it. An easy flash or sightline to net the insta-kill. And that's the gap that it takes against this Funhaver defense. That's what you need to clam up in order to win it. Flare
this works.
Forward, 3-2.
This works.
Fires through the clone. Two more in your way, and you're caught out with Blast holding this spike. Salvo's not in hand, so he's got to walk it forward, and Blast is just going to be able to hold this.
Wow.
Netting Funhavers that 6th round. As always, there's a player in the lobby that's willing to keep it interesting, but no further than that. It's 6-1 Funhavers.
Gun here. Go, go, go.
Unreal stuff. But a 10-5 start for Pyro, outdone by the 9-1 that we're seeing from Device. That it's just honestly, you've just been hanging and kind of following up on these rotations that have come through and just been in the right place at the right time if you're Blast. Like, really haven't found many vines that have really like obstructed the Winthrop hits. It's just been good rotation timings and decision making for FunHackers.
Well, there's a vine to get in the way of Infiltrator to try to slow this down on top of the shear, but Winthrop is just gonna gun it down. At this point, they understand that searching and waiting is not gonna get him anything. They've got to go for the fights, and they've got to be better at them. Corrupt from a distance with this Hunter's Fury, able to dryly fire into the B side as Winthrop spread their wings, but it'll be a 3v5 on the retake.
Blast, good contact there again. Kumi shutting down the play through pillar. Ollie's got no idea. Headshot lands, doesn't fully get the kill, but shouldn't make much of a difference. Yeah, that's just Neon doing Neon things. I mean, Winthrop haven't put up much of a fight here in this first half, legitimately. And we got to talk about it at this point if you're Winthrop. Like, this has just gotten way too far to reach. And again, like, I just want to keep going back to the simple fact the first 4 rounds, FunHackers showed that they're just going to shut down any offensive utility in A main, and Winthrop have given up on that play completely. And I just don't think you can.
Absolutely not. So much of this utility is just getting wasted on the execs. And honestly, before it's even dropped, there have been no good capacities for Winthrop, especially Nasi, to be able to actually do anything with these kits. These FunHackers are either too willing to fight it, too willing to just show their hand early on and win out anyway because you have the better stack, or play the late game and just go for the full-blown retake. Kumi gonna do the former, get caught by the stealth drone, has to duke it out, has some help though with Tim, and so the fight, it's all on Winthrop whether or not they want to take it. And Armageddon, and they commit, and they win. Flare, great response that nets them the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, initially that stealth drone looked like it was going to shut down the play completely, but like you said, Kumi gets just enough help. The Armageddon there is a bailout, and it works out beautifully. But now it's just on the Blast and Pyro. Steel Garden going to be called here. Not really going to stop Winthrop too much, or pardon me, stop this rotation from FunHackers since no one was on site.
Spike planted.
Op needs to connect. Do you even get a chance at it, though? Blast on the other side. Free. Absolutely free. Up close and personal. The no-scope doesn't land. Flare able to get the response and moves with the shutdown. Has Winthrop on their second.
I'll isolate the problem.
Unable to make up for the lost ground, but it is as close as can be. Pyro having to go close range with that operator. But really sticking to that play, Winthrop University out-committing FunHackers there and forcing Kumi to run back into that bloodbath. Just a perfect response on the proactivity that FunHackers have been flexing on occasion here. Shows that they are very much still awake in this game, even if they haven't really been able to show it as much in the kill feed. Full-blown B-stack here, except for moves after the TP back from Pyro. They should be pretty keyed into this, though, after all that intel.
And this is the thing, like, again, it just goes back to the same point that Winthrop have not been able to find any success towards A. So now you're forcing something towards B with a comp that does not give you much of an opportunity. But Infiltrator has pulled out a bit of a linchpin with an operator of his own, shuts down the hot hand of Pyro. Flare on for the plant behind the Cosmic Divide. Defense will have one of their own to play with if they so choose. They try to go for some sort of a pop flash with Kumi, but it doesn't work out. Cosmic Divide now separating the site, blocking off the B pillar site. You can see there's not much of a window here. But as the attacks Cosmic Divide fades, now here comes the next action. Nice one tap from Ollie. No doubts there, but Corrupt picks up the op, finds one, but you would never expect this. Moves off of a pinch, will find the follow-up, and now Winthrop have the 3.
Amazing snake from Moobs to guarantee not just that round, but a whole lot of guns kept after it. And man, it is truly in Winthrop University's nature to come back. They've done it since playoffs in stage 1. The uncanny ability to just not be able to meet the matchup until the twilight hour. And with the help of the Cosmic Divides, with the help of that open space given to Infiltrator to get that opening up shot, Winthrop have the clearing to go foot to the floor. But Funhavers, they'll roll through this exact same charade.
Yeah.
TP out of the op for the intel early on B. So Winthrop, they have to switch up their playbook now. What do they contribute to this B push this time?
Yeah, and I think this is Pyro just sitting there like, you're not going to beat me twice. Like, this is a confidence peak from him. The Infiltrator looking towards the right side of Halls. Ali with the slow walk down. And Funhavers are not showing anything.
Nothing.
Orb tag. And they're going to wait, I think, for Kumi to get first contact here. He's playing a counter flash position.
Face your fear!
Nightfall out. First pick misses. Pyro able to get crash back. Infiltrator in. On to at least allow some space to work with here. Infiltrator flare find the first two. The Pyro connects off the response, and Kumi's got a double. So now again, Funhavers have stopped the spike from getting onto site, and Winthrop brought options. They're stuck here.
Kumi so low after all of that is said and done, but not checked until the turn back. But Pyro, still sitting on this operator, turns into a 2v1. Artificial flash, Nazi just has to gun it, peeks into again! Pyro on this operator.
He's nuts.
Unending force. After Infiltrator earns Winthrop a mile on that push. They had the sightlines, they had the cross. Funhavers have one little pillar to stand behind, and Kumi and Pyro just deny. And Winthrop locked out somehow. 2 members. They don't get the memo. They're not past that smoke. And you gotta recycle the fight. From that state, it's in tatters. 9-3 on the horizon. Pyro, unending presence now in Plaza on this op. 14-7 so far this half.
Crushing it. And it's about time that Winthrop showed us some sort of a force up through A main. Knives a part of it. Corrupt not looking up. Immediately dealt with. And now Infiltrator is just dancing with smokes. Right click misses though. Tim punishes. Still holding on to dugout. Pyro in the dimensional drift, finding so much information, and Funhavers stuff the play at the front door. Unreal stuff, man. That's another one of those rounds that you're gonna look back on, and Winthrop's gonna be like, what the hell is wrong with our A execute?
Just a total tush push onto site from Funhavers.
Yeah.
Not really any thoughts behind it. I was gonna say, after again, Infiltrator goes for that beautiful execute, distracts 2 more players. I'm like, it's like getting your first shot at the doctor. Wasn't that A exec so easy? And then Funhavers said, yep, that A exec sure is easy. Watch this. And they barrel right on back. 4 rounds out from taking us to map 3 here. Such an impressive display from these Funhavers players. Discipline throughout. And yet the ability to frag. Blast is on 4+ KD after that defensive performance, getting to recline. We'll see how active he gets on the lurk this time around. He's already getting jumpy.
Oh, the frenzy out for Kumi has me excited. Moob's playing deep at B link. That will work. Kumi's already taken a lot of damage. Deltrone to reflank over through mid. That gets denied. The shear wall does get proc. But Funhavers have 3 players here. Infiltrator does some damage, finding the first. Flare following up for another. And then Moobs may just secure this himself. Blast. A moment of consideration over towards Art, but not much there. And it'll be Tim for the 1v3.
Very weak pistol round from Funhavers here. Just trying to babysit Kumi's frenzy forward, but there's nothing really behind it. And anytime Winthrop pokes around at the swarm, they get out pretty unscathed because Funhavers has no response. No other positional advantage. All the eggs were put into one basket. Tim now just walking into his demise, delivering the spike right back on over. And so, not much to be gained really from that round if you're Winthrop University. Funhavers not too much to offer there. Went for kind of a one fight and then just kind of collapsed from there. I mean, you found out everybody at that point. If you're Winthrop, you kind of have it locked. You've got a solid defensive round in your pocket, a lot of guns, 3 heavy shields, very dominant start to this. Exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, Funhavers will see if Kumi can produce something with the Sheriff. Salvos will back him off of A. I think the biggest key here for Winthrop's comeback opportunity would be to make sure that Kumi just doesn't find a free entry. And there's a lot of tools to kind of get Kumi forward. I think especially around these angles at A as we move forward. You know, Pyro's ability to kind of hit them with some pop flashes, the relay bolts to clear off some of the tight angles. But really outside of that, it really is Kumi trying to produce it themselves. So we'll see. Kumi does get 2 here. It's a 3v2 situation. Blair's still watching the cross, and I guess we'll see how things happen.
One enemy remaining.
Live munition.
Just make it into existence for a second. That 2-piece to open. But yeah, it's gotta, the root of this has to be Kumi. Has to be that long arm of the law. Find the extension proper to make Winthrop University panic. And the speed with which this A exec is going to happen eventually for Funhavers once they have proper guns and a little more util to kind of blockade themselves from spamming like that, will be blindingly fast. They have so much to offer in the pre-plant to let Kumi go wild. That's the whole point of this, is letting him get inserted and go crazy enough to let Funhavers have a pretty easy rest of the round. Again, now that they have guns, they're able to do that. Pyro has got to be that first punch in, though, to let Kumi go crazy, go stupid. And you got to get through this sheer first in order to do that.
That's a nice little opener from Pyro. Blast stopping the rotation. And wow, I'm actually surprised that Funhavers aren't just committing to getting on a B here. You're going to have a 3v1 essentially, but they're going to wrap back and see if they can maybe take care of Ollie. I think they know that he was playing over towards A, so. We'll see. Could be a 3v1 on either side, though.
It looks like they've got a decent read on this. Infiltrators ready to run back whenever they hear noise. 2 stars going to be available for Ali. Try to slow this down. Oh, but he's immediately found out in dugout. Funhavers can go hunt him down if they want to. They don't know where Infiltrator is, though, so they won't.
Recovering it.
Three fights to win for Winthrop.
Yes, it's a patient approach right here for Winthrop. They do toggle the spike. Ollie trying to step forward, trying to punish the peak, but misses his window. And now the responsibility will go over to Blast more often than not. Yeah, Tim's just going to play with his food a little bit here, and this is just taking too long. There's Blast. Good. Checking to make sure no one's on, and Ollie will run out of time on this. Funhavers going to get the double digits very quickly. This has been a really solid map from them.
Incredibly impressive. We've really seen everybody understand their role in a comp like this. So unorthodox, but very powerful when these duelists understand how far they can extend. And that round in particular, I think, definitely had the right sorts of ideas here. Kumi getting caught by moves, but Pyro is the one that does get that extension, takes 2 back, gives Funhavers the advantage in the fight. They reset onto the site, force Winthrop to split the diff, make it even easier for themselves. All guarantees, that's what Funhavers are looking for here. They want nothing less. They don't want these hero moments. They don't want these shenanigans to come out the other way.
Right there.
Oh.
Nasty.
I mean, you're hoping the stealth drone pops and then you can out pre-fire through the smoke, but Funhaver just beat you to the punch. And Winthrop are, again, just feeling really stuck right now. I mean, you got a sheer wall to try to block off some of this this hit, so you can at least gamble stack a little bit more, but you lose another 1v1 to kind of away from the site a little bit, forcing Infiltrator to hold by himself, and yeah, there's just nowhere to go there with the Dimensional Drift just staring at you. Nasi moves, keep things interesting for a moment, though. But it might not be enough. It'll have to be a 1v3 for Moobs. And coming after this round, it's going to be a staggered buy situation for Winthrop, so they're in some big trouble.
Again, Funhavers find those rocks in the snowball to make it all the harder to deal with. And keeping such a steady eco the whole way through. I mean, maintaining the crowd as well. They're really playing for this long game every single round. And they'll continue to vie for that frugality, even in the pre-plant. I mean, we're really not seeing too much get dumped from them before they get onto the site, are we? Like, they're trying to play primarily for these fights, and they'll launch maybe a dart or like an arc rose. But really, again, these two duelists, a lot of their talent is the driving force of these premature pushes that are getting them so much distance.
Built to the same story we were talking about with Winthrop from Icebox. So it would lead to a very interesting narrative around Sunset if we do continue on this path towards map 3 and moves. Wow. It's just another one of those moments where it's just everything seems to be going the way of Funhaver. Moves is down to a single point of health, essentially. We'll try to sneak in towards screens for something, but this is going to be a very tough site to hold with just Sheriffs and one Vandal from Nasi on the cross.
Just waiting for something, anything to proc. Easy giveaway that will net Funhavers another easier round. Nothing given away early on, but Moves will be forced to step out and just take the brunt of that. It's not about it being easier, it's about it being as easy as possible.
Yeah.
And so they will just make sure that everything is wrapped up in a neat little bow before this spike goes down. Still so clean, so respectful from Funhavers. They know there's still a lot more game to be played, but not much more of it to be played here if all continues to go well for them. This has been a beautiful performance from this budding composition on this map. Certainly unexpected from Winthrop, unexpected by many, I'm sure.
Well, here's map point for Funhavers. It'll be Winthrop on full purchase, Infiltrator with an operator, trying to get the defense something to work with here. But outside of the pistol and the follow-up, these have been very clean rounds for Funhavers. And again, it's kind of hard to break down because legitimately there's a level of like Pyro was just snapping with the operator to start things off. Kumi's found some good kind of distraction-based play to allow the rest of the team to kind of funnel through behind that. And Winthrop just have not really had a chance to feel out where the offense is too much. Like, I really haven't felt like we've seen many prowlers to scout out and get into the defense forward. You know, it just, they haven't really had a chance to. I mean, especially considering what the tally was after the first half. You lose the pistol and the follow-up, and you're just kind of, you're kind of stuck.
No springboard for Winthrop. Infiltrator finally having the room to be able to pick up an operator in the first of many game points. Still though, not much to be able to hold on to this defense with once the duelists can breach. Pyro gonna try and play for the double up GP back, but Infiltrator silences him too. It may have to be one more round.
The thing about this is Funhavers have still some room to work with here. Nope, not anymore. Yeah, blast dropping, Funhavers committing onto the site. Play for some repurchases.
30 seconds left.
And these are some really valuable kills. Infiltrator has been able to earn knives off of this. And you've got Steel Garden, Cosmic Divide, one away from Armageddon. Things are trending, but of course, with 6 more game points still available for Funhavers, they're going to have around in the near future that they can just set up however they want with their own ults too.
The opportunities will grow quickly if Funhavers do not get these shutdowns that they have been able to in those previous rounds. Love them calling the timeout already here. Again, extremely respectful of how good Winthrop University still are here and how much they have to deal with all of the problems that Funhavers have proposed on this attacking half. I'm just very impressed by this team's ability to swap from the defense and maintain that fluidity from site to site. Just everybody's still fragging, everybody's still trading util incredibly efficiently. Nobody taking on too much at once, and yet everybody available to go for a wrap or a peek or a choke or a swing or a trade. Very chameleonic players that this team's got. They can really do whatever you ask of them.
Chameleonic is a strong word. Is that an actual word?
I think, yeah. I think because I said it once and then somebody else asked me the same thing and then I had to look it up and they were like, yeah, it's a word.
I like that. It's a good word. Strong word. SAT word right there.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome anytime. To me? Oh, that hurts if you're Winthrop.
Yeah.
And that's just another one of those rounds that you see this little back and forth, you know, of what they're trying to do in terms of utility battling over towards A. And this time there's no show of force from Funhavers. You bait out the peak, you find the win, and then you followed up with a really good Hunter's Fury onto Flare. So here we go, 5v3. Steel Garden gonna come through. Overdrive as though is out for Kumi. And with Ali dropping, this would have to be something from the front, and there's just no room to work with. Moves by himself. Nice couple of taps here. But for what would have to be a 1v5 and a retake. And yeah. Doesn't feel very good.
Yeah.
Well, okay, hold on.
Surely no time.
Surely, especially with the post plant getting a little bit more dynamic here. But Moobs may have a chance at this. Gravity Vortex will give a little bit of time for Funhavers before they have to peek, and Tim will throw away any such cinematic antics. 13-6. And we're going to see 3 maps again here. It's been a stage full of them.
That really ascended to quite the stomp for Funhavers at the end of the day. Really getting the solid read on this Winthrop squad wherever they went. Ultimate denial from these duelists to make the fights at the end of the rounds quite the triviality. So coming into Sunset, Funhavers, I mean, aggression still 100% going their way. They will have this comfort neon that they can rest on as well. And they've already gotten quite a few reps in on this map heading into it. I can't say the same about Winthrop, at least outside of the pracs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a map that just kind of feels like we saw from Winthrop on their first map. Just a duelist difference. Like Winthrop was not able to keep up with what you were getting out of the operator from the Yoru. And then of course you had Kumi just running around going crazy with the Neon. And that second half in particular, it's just so many moments that Winthrop just felt like they were just getting outpaced, outmatched, and just not really prepared for what they were seeing fully. So a bit of an oddity here in this second series. Again, both teams fighting for a lot in this, but we've got our decider of Sunset coming up after the break.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice and whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game, just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling like you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared.
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, just my main thing is always having fun, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with the pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Ash. And we just saw Winthrop University lose their map pick of Pearl to Funhavers, guaranteeing us a map 3 where we will be going to the first time, probably, we think so, Sunset. Now, this was a map, Gompers, that was just pretty, if I may be so bold, damn dominant, and Funhavers half of the...
Yeah, in terms of like momentum, I definitely think from the start they carried it pretty well. Funhavers, right, with actually I guess a player that was doing incredibly, I guess is the correct term, was Kumi off the start. I definitely think, on the Neon they elevated themselves, but then also having the addition of the Yoru. And we got to see some troll plays from time to time, right, with like Yoru's ult being able to run around and actually blockading some players from moving so that the flash could come through and some of the team members could eliminate. But I think they really utilized their util to the best of their ability. Not only that, but like being able to weave in and out of every single article of util, right? Extremities being taken up off the rip on the start of defense for Funhavers, for creating these flawless rounds and taking the double duelist to their advantage. So I think everything that they were given, they played to an absolute T.
Yeah, I think it really came down to that ebb and flow, their ability to be super dynamic on the map. You had opportunities where Funhavers were taking these chances to set Pyro up on those long angles for the Yoru with the operator and like the quick TP out. Meanwhile, you have Kumi playing a little bit more dynamic across the map and going for some of those other engagements and putting a bit of that pressure on the flank as well. And some really nicely set pieces coming out from this squad. For Winthrop, I was expecting a little bit more from them. I think you also look at their composition where they are running the double drone in the Sova and that Tejo, and it fell a little bit flat with how they were going for that map control. It didn't feel like we really saw that composition shine as much with the information gathering and whatnot. It felt like that there were a lot of times where Funhavers were doing a great job at catching out timings on Winthrop and isolating a lot of those like 1vx situations and not even giving a chance to Winthrop to really set up well to synergize with each other.
I mean, Gompers right away, we see kind of the tail of the numbers right there. You can look at the timeline, but also 3 out of 7 post plans for Winthrop were lost versus a clean 4 out of 4 for Funhavers. But again, that timeline, it was just, there was moments of kind of light, if you will, for Winthrop, but it was, like you said, so dominant in Funhavers' path. It kind of just didn't really seem like Winthrop could find an opening, really.
No, they really couldn't, unfortunately, like, especially off the start, you know, Funhavers was just having such a dominant beginning, and I think they started to roll with that. Of course, rounds were lost, and Winthrop, they tried to make these adaptations. Did they work? Maybe. I mean, you know, Infiltrator, we get to see a little bit here. They were having, I wouldn't say a phenomenal game. They've definitely, you know, again, last game on Icebox looked a lot better, absolutely. But to still be able to handle, you know, those 5 first kills and execute on the site, yes, that was good. It was great. It worked out totally fine. But I think overall, Funhavers, you know, just working with the double duelists and kind of letting them roam free and do what they need to do and alternate the ultimates from there, I think that's where they really were dominant and didn't allow Winthrop University any space, because they were in these extremities. They were taking up so much detrimental space from Winthrop that when you look back at the VODs, it's like, where can they go? They literally can. And if they go somewhere, it's Pyro and Kumi that are watching and just eliminating everyone on the board. So.
And we will be moving to Sunset after this, which is, again, I think I highlighted this right before, or right after we came back from break. This is a map that we have not seen yet, but we first want to do that. We want to highlight Blast, actually, from the side of Funhavers. I believe, Ash, I'm hoping I'm getting my analyst right this time, that you highlighted the Vise that was going to be picked this time. And kind of, again, we're talking about masterclasses today. What a masterclass on Vise and Killjoy as well, but masterclass on Pearl with the Vise, Ash.
Yeah, I think Blast played his role incredibly well, not just on Pearl, but on Icebox, which is why I kind of wanted to do that head-to-head between both maps, is just like the consistency that Blast has had on his role, and the fact that you're also looking at a Vice who has so much survivability. I think looking at how he played on Pearl especially, and that means so much when it comes down to, you know, the setups that are able to delay that time a bit more continuously for Winthrop, by that time for the rotations for the rest of Funhavers, and even just divvy up Winthrop as well when, you know, you have the entry going in for Infiltrator, and then either the wall goes up or the vines come through, and it makes it a lot harder for the rest of Winthrop to kind of catch up in that spacing. And it felt like the anchoring from him was great, and the post plant utility was also incredible to see. I felt like there were a lot of post plant situations on that Killjoy where they bought so much time on Icebox thanks to the nanostorms that were being thrown out, for the backstabs that were coming in, for a lot of those flanks and those opportunities that Blast was taking to thread that needle and just to continuously provide that delay and buy so much time for his team. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be pulling out on Sunset, considering it's a map that we have yet to see in Challengers since its return.
I mean, we sometimes saw Vise like played on Sunset. At least I did in my heyday of playing Vise on Sunset. It is a brilliant como se llama? I can't think of the word. Sentinel to use on Sunset. Takes up all the space, is global info, etc. But again, you know, Killjoy and Icebox, kind of like that. If you feel like Blast has that flexibility where he can just kind of slot in anywhere that Funhavers will need them. But they'll also be starting on defense, so that kind of brilliance is able to be shown right away. And then he could possibly give Funhavers a really encouraging lead in the beginning, in the first half, since they're starting on defense. Maybe they run a double Senti complex. Some people are doing on Ascent a la C9 Gompers. But having not seen Sunset really ever until now, we're moving into uncharted territory for not only Funhavers but Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Funhavers, they've actually had a couple of repetitions going through within the month of May and other tournaments on Sunset. So it's not as though, you know, this team doesn't necessarily have strategies to kind of move forward with. I do believe Winthrop have some stuff in their pockets as well in terms of tournaments. I mean, this team is immaculate with being able to play more than one tournament, right? Again, this is collegiate, so they're playing in something every single day. I think in the past week or so, they've played already 20 games total. So this team is not only getting reps within challengers, it's also everywhere else. So for me, I do truly believe they're yes, they haven't had the chance to showcase what they have within challengers alone, but I think they're fully prepared in terms of what compositions they want to run and how they actually want to handle each other after the last 2 games. So they definitely know what each team is prepping for, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's the part where it gets a little bit interesting because heading to Sunset for map 3, I think is a big risk that's being taken for both of these teams. Or it could also be like an ace in the sleeve for either of them, considering they did allow this to go through all the way until the end. And I think it is a bit of a gamble as far as we don't really know how much like time has been actually put into scrims on Sunset in particular for either side in matches where for Winthrop, this means qualification if they're able to close this out in a 2-1. And that would also mean then that Fun Havers would be eliminated. And then opposite of that, if Fun Havers, they're trying to stay alive here.
Yeah, it also turns out that Winthrop actually haven't played this map at all officially in the last 4 or 5 months. So correcting myself from the side of Winthrop, are they cooking? Maybe, possibly so. I mean, it seems as though the cooking starts here. Obviously, Agent Select popping up. But I like this. I like the Neon selection coming through. I think we've seen Kumi on the Neon, and they are absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, for a map like Sunset, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I don't think there's any surprise that we're seeing a pretty standard composition here for Sunset since the last time we saw this map back in November when it was previously in the pool. So same thing when it comes down to the core. It's just the addition of the Tejo that we're seeing for both of these teams. An agent that wasn't like part of the meta back then and whatnot wasn't available. And now this is probably, I think, the most popular composition right now within competitive Valorant in this mirror. So I'm excited to see what these teams have been cooking, or if we're going to see, you know, very similar like meta and approaches from the last time that we saw Sunset in the pool.
Well, folks, we have one map left, qualification or elimination on the line for either of these teams. I know just who this game belongs to. It is Shift and Tenrec. Friends, please take it away.
I was expecting something a little bit more off the rails right there from Elizabeth.
I was really on edge.
Yeah, she's a rogue one. She likes to give you a little head fake, and then all of a sudden it's just a fastball down the middle. Here we go, Fun Havers, Winthrop University again, new map into the pool, and honestly, one that I haven't watched in quite some time. So I'm excited to kind of get this one underway. I think the introduction of Tejo onto this map will make post-plant setups very, very difficult to break down. It definitely makes sense why this composition has found favor, just kind of looking at the agents on the card here. I think you kind of know what you're going to get. It feels like another one of those maps that does lead towards Breach finding more value with the Tejo in the mix now. So until that Tejo nerf comes in, it just feels like this is going to be a staple.
Yeah, getting to watch pre-nerf Tejo Breach on Sunset feels like getting candy before dinner. Like we get a nice little sneak peek into what the absolute most insane, out of this world post-plant meta can look like on the map that is built for it, with both of these sides understanding that that is how this map operates at the moment. Not nearly enough time to develop any fledgling new meta comps at the moment, until the new patches come through at least. Playoffs, potentially. This map, strictly a test of your ability to play.
Ooh, dicey battle here at Courtyard. Salvo will land on the moves. I believe he was actually stunned up by a fault line that had come through, but Corrupt will also drop. So now you're just onto like this little mid hit. Kumi feel a little bit of pressure. Paranoia cutting across the site. But the defense will survive. They will get rid of market control. And in that moment, the pinch is on. The flash is there. And Winthrop will take control over towards B.
Overwhelming. After that mid-fight goes just about their way, they're able to turn it up to 11 a little bit before Fun Havers, and that's going to be how a lot of this map goes. Who's able to win that 10-meter dash from site to site, from kill to kill? And so those two Neons, Infiltrator and Kumi, two of the most explosive duelists we've seen this year. All eyes going to be on them for a majority of this map. How much work can they do? How far are they willing to go?
We can't stand around all day talking.
Well, that was clean. That's all I'll say. And I think this is just going to be one of those bare knuckle boxing matches where like both these two teams are going to want to try to throw out those early fault lines, try to get some salvo control. It'll just be one of those things like it's almost like playing a game of chicken. Like who's going to give up on that battle first? Because that's something that I think we can also look back on with map number 2 on Pearl and say that like Winthrop just did not want to have that utility exchange and kind of gave up on that play from the offensive side in particular. And if they give up on it again, you tilt the edge over to Funhavers. So I'll be interested to see, I think, if this utility battle continues on, who's willing to, you know, kind of stick with it the longest.
Who will deviate from the mirror match first? When will these teams get out of that flow chart? Start getting gritty. Not this round, certainly, as Funhavers stack is going to coin flip tails. Winthrop slowly but surely clearing out the A site as they'll sculpt it, plant it. Moves. Waiting to make sure nobody comes through mid on the run back. Literally everyone is in spawn. Oh, yes, that's why.
That's why. I'm kind of surprised they didn't try to go for that a little bit sooner, considering they didn't get any contact at B. So the plant will still come through for Winthrop with the win. Full purchase, though, is in hand for Funhavers, but this bonus with a couple of purchases will pretty much be even footing here for Winthrop, too.
Yeah, I mean, now that we've done that little song and dance, Funhavers will be fully prepped to go for the interception, and it will need to be a prior interception. They'll need to pick up at least one on the way out before the retake. Need to make sure Winthrop doesn't have enough to continue re-upping this fight. Any piece of this comp is a crucial one, but Funhavers certainly have their preferences of who they'd like to target.
Well, a little bit of a delayed peak potentially here for Funhavers. Over towards mid once the smoke fades. Fault line over towards a elbow. Paranoia gets called because of that. And this dark cover is going to fade. Crossfire set up here for Funhavers. Stealth drone to scout. That will alert. Oh, this is a really good set of utility. Here comes the push through forward, but Pyro and Corrupt will still take 2. Flare trying to respond, but it's a 3-for-2 exchange that ends up favoring Funhavers. That is a great hold.
Fast lane giving Corrupt a little bit more freedom to walk up and take that cross so that you're not fully boxed out. Funhavers doing an incredible job of zoning away these members of Winthrop, continuing to restrict them despite flushes as powerful as that with the Tejo breach in tandem. Now, still able to retain that audience with this spike on the back steps. Winthrop University will meet the fight. Kumi, the one to step up now. Moves on the wraparound. And nobody looking at him yet, but it'll all come down to timing, how much you'll get. 13 seconds to go. All you have to do is not die if you're Funhavers.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, moves caught. That's just, again, I gotta give a lot of credit to Funhavers. I know it's technically a bonus round for Winthrop, but their ability to still stand tall on an approach for Winthrop through mid that looked very strong is, again, formidable. It's going to play mind games with Winthrop just a little bit. It's like, well, we did everything we said we should. Like, that's how you draw that up in the playbook. Salvos, aftershocks, fast lane to block off one side. Pyro still catches one. Corrupt gets the other. And that entry for Winthrop just gets completely stifled. And you're like, what? Like, that's just one of those head-scratching moments, I think, if you're a Winthrop.
I got to give a lot of credit to Tim there from that elbow peak. He did a lot of great zoning himself with that Paranoia, just able to play back out. Infiltrator diving in, caught again. Tim up early, finally flushed out.
There.
Stop again.
Yeah. And it's just the battlefield has changed in terms of location, but the battle itself is the same. Like, it's still the same toggling of utility. It's the same decisions that you would have to make in terms of committing. It's just the line is one step back here for Funhavers with this more passive setup behind elbow. I don't know. It's just, it's going to be one of those things of, you know, it's going to test the mettle of both these two teams of who's going to try to stick to this the longest. Corrupt in trouble. Salvo in the corner. Blasto following up on the lurk. But Ollie, will get the isolation, and it will trust Blast to try to finish this off 1v2.
A ladder of forcing out of chokes here on elbow forces everybody from Funhaver to swing on themselves.
One enemy remains.
Not everybody can profit. Blast though,
Hello?
easy backstab, easy
Stop
turn
it.
onto Flare. Manages the 1v2 and ties things up for Funhavers early on. This time the wrap did work for the Sentinel. You're gonna see that so often. This map, Blast just sneaking into crevices.
He just continues to do this. In all 3 maps, we've seen this happen for Blast. And again, a look at the opening exchange of utility. It's evenly traded, but then the battleground just never actually moves. And then eventually you get a plant situation, but you don't know where to set up because you don't know where Blast is. And that's going to feel maybe a little bit too easy for him for the 1v2. So now the Eco will switch hands just a touch. Stingers and Sheriffs are out for Winthrop, so not out of the running for this round, but in a 2-2 count, this is an important one early to try to gain control of not just the Eco advantage, but also the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, this is going to be a big round for Funhavers to kind of profit off of here. Already trying to play a little bit of keep away with the steps that they hear, but it's going to be a full-blown B approach that will go pretty uninterrupted here for Winthrop University. Caught by the trap wire, though, and that's every excuse for Blast to poke out. Easy trade, though. Pyro now first peek. Also traded by Ali. Proactive peeks from Winthrop to keep things steady.
Still very winnable. Just comes down to how do you break this open if you are Funhavers. Good aftershock. Breaks things up a touch. Kumi, wow. Getting that far forward is next level. The shot afterwards, even better.
One enemy remains.
So now it's just down to what moves can find in the backside at main. And it will be a classic right-click spree from Corrupt to take that away. But again, it's just Winthrop in a post-plant situation that's winnable. Aftershock is well placed. Kui just breaks the timing, gets up the pillar. And then at that point, Winthrop just can't deal with it.
We did that. Go, go, go.
Cuts through the site one time like butter, and from there, Winthrop have too much of a guessing game to play with who's left on the battlefield.
I'm out of here.
That's the crazy thing about these Neons with something like a Tejo Breach is that they don't even need to frag out that heavily. Not nearly as much as you needed to before in order to have a really great Sunset performance. Instead, with that one-and-done dash, with the lane as a proxy smoke, you can enable the util dumping even more on a map like this as Neon. Try to find those easy flush picks and then just prey on whoever's weak and left.
Full guns here. Armageddon at the ready for the defensive Funhavers, but the same can be said for Winthrop as I look over. Mid will be electively given away here
So
by
fast.
Funhavers. But this is a choice. The stealth drone won't see anything, so you know they're all the way through. Armageddon on towards the site. Kumi right back into the mix, but no. Infiltrator beats him to the punch. Salvo out. Defensive Armageddon just to clear a path for Funhavers to try to get into the site or at least contest on the connector, but that doesn't work out. And Winthrop have a 5v3.
Spike planted.
Suppression is out. Aftershock is going to split this defensive retake a touch. Blast still to find a free angle, but the trade this time is very swift from Infiltrator. And this double stack for Funhavers, well, it'll only be a matter of time before it's scoped out. Paranoia comes across, moves with the peak, and yeah, Infiltrator will find it. Actually, the full ace in this round.
Yeah, very casual. I'm particularly disappointed by that defensive Armageddon from Pyro that round. That was just a little too far back. Everyone from Winthrop was already down from the drop, and it also prevented Funhavers from kind of doubling down on the backstab of the fight and the immediacy of it. You give enough time for Infiltrator to not only get on, but turn back around. Timing was just a little off for that interception.
Yeah.
What you can expect with something as fast-paced as Sunset. Again, it really is a foot race here. Who's going to beat who to the punch? And this time, Winthrop University, their decision-making was a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner.
I think for Funhavers, look, I understand that Armageddon at the same point. Hold that thought. A little check here early on both sides. Infiltrator overdrive, punished.
Wow.
Defense going to quickly rotate on back. And what I was going to say is, like, I understand, like, you gave up mid, so you don't know if Winthrop is still sticking on that connector. So you're trying to clear that out completely.
Yeah, split the board.
Yeah, but it is one of those that's like, it's a high ultimate usage for what is essentially, again, based on our knowledge with the minimap, not much value. Moves. That's a 1v1 win on Kumi, which opens up the A site completely, and we're going to get a 4v3 post plant.
Big creep from the Teo breach, even bigger from Ali. Both sides watching each other though. Pyro ready for this. No! Watching the wire. Surely Corrupt can win this after Ali checks it.
One enemy remaining.
Nope. That is a fantastic sequence from this coach turned player.
Well, Blast is going to be chased down by the look of it.
Yeah.
See if he can connect onto one or two before falling. Have an opportunity for it, but no. Nasi will find the kill. Winthrop will take an edge here early. 4-3 up, but full purchase on the way with the Rolling Thunder in the mix for the defensive Funhabbers.
Yeah, again, a lot of tools that you can use to slow this down, put it to a halt, grab the kills that you need to make the post-plant fight much easier. But Winthrop, their speed is starting to get a little concerning. And Infiltrator is starting to jump off the leash a little bit. So very hard to commit yourself to a stack on the site or any sort of other wandering if it's not Kumi. And he'll step out early, meet Ali from the mid door. So the double back splits the board again. Ali could creep up on this, but instead he'll enable his push from Moobs just a little bit.
Where is everyone hiding?
First blood for Blast. That's over towards the B site on a very deep play from Infiltrator, which was really unassisted, largely speaking, just based on the fact that it was just a fault line, I believe, that gets him that position. And then Blast makes the matter worse for Winthrop by finding one before it can connect into Market. So this has gone very well for the defensive Funhabbers until Kumi gets caught trying to maybe retract back. And now all of a sudden you have to try to re-clear this largely off of the help of the Rolling Thunder. Will be countered. Flare stepping up, will miss the timing on this flank. Pyro, is he able to find one for free? Sure is. Oh no! Okay, that was almost disaster, but instead it's Blast who is able to turn the tides for another double. So 4 in total on the round for Blast, and we're tied at 4.
Yeah, Blast just making his way right through, waiting out all of the util that Winthrop had to stall and just fighting on even footing. Really tough to find the angles to make that happen, but Winthrop didn't have a whole lot of time to extend. So just popping into the back line, Blast has every reason to just keep peeking, especially with this insane wraparound. That's your security as well. Very well kempt from Funhabbers to keep this game nice and even. Both, this is really just about as blow for blow as you could ask for, with both these teams on nearly even footing. Funhabbers fighting to make it so it is even footing.
Oh. Good first blood from Kumi again, just that little poke of aggression. Moves, okay, responds. Stealth drone there, doesn't make a difference. Moves just holds his ground. He doesn't care if he's suppressed. He doesn't have anything to use.
Go, go.
So Winthrop will have the edge with numbers. Kumi with the ability to go to the overdrive if needed. And the lurk is dealt with. So now it's on to Kumi. Good shutdown, finding their one. So 2v2 situation, and Blast has gotten back into the mix again.
Just fragments of teams making their way onto site, but Blast all the while solo dolo onto the site. Down goes Flare. Nazi holds his own in the trade too, but where, oh where is Corrupt? They've made their way all the way back to B spawn. Nazi has all the util in the book to deal with this too, but he's chosen incorrectly. It'll be a full-blown commit to the one peak and one chance that he doesn't take properly. Corrupt is the one to make the wraparound happen this time and give Funhabbers the lead.
Wow. This has just been a tug-of-war series. And it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. I mean, we're just going to continue to get like these 80% purchases in for both these two teams with how this has gone. But 2 in a row for Funhabbers, like you mentioned, has them back into the supremacy. And initially when like Moobs gets the 2 towards A, you're thinking if you're Winthrop, like, wow, we should be golden. Like, that's going to pull the defense away. We've got a numbers advantage on the B site. And then all of a sudden, Moobs dies. And then you lose another to Kumi. It's just like, oh, never mind. Like, it's just, nothing is going the way that you would think it would. And now a delayed peek. Kumi with the operator out, not able to connect on the infiltrator, and mid-map is now vulnerable.
Yeah, these teams just trying to build up House of Cards, but they're getting blown down when you're like 4 cards in.
Right there.
You've got to just work with these fights that you're getting handed. And both teams taking them in stride. Kumi making some chaos, but not much more, as Winthrop have a full-blown pinch of the B site. They're able to swarm blast, deal with them swiftly, and this will be a snowball of a round for Winthrop University. In fact, potentially a flawless one if Tim doesn't have something to say about it. Has the off angle, but that is all he'll get, and Winthrop University will tie things back up again.
Yeah, that round really kind of comes down to the fact, and I hate to make it sound so simple because it's, you know, just a simple draw of how it goes out, but Kumi missing that shot into Infiltrator when Winthrop are designing the play to push through mid. That's just tough scenes because Kumi doesn't have a spot to reposition. You see him get surprised and isolated. And yeah, if he hits that shot, everything changes for how Winthrop play that round out, but that's the way it goes sometimes. 5-5 to count. Broken economy here for Fun Havers. Deciding what kind of purchase they're going to put onto Corrupt. It'll just be a stinger. Overdrive is at the ready, and Kumi's going to get aggressive. See if they can maybe find a weapon here. Stealth Drone is a part of it, though. Shuts down the finger guns. And Infiltrator follows up with Flare. Nowhere to go for Fun Havers. That's a really good, like, this passive Stealth Drone to shut down the trap play from Kumi.
Man, this Teo guy has an answer for everything.
Last player standing.
You really should nerf him at some point soon.
Spike planted.
Infiltrator with the swift counteract. To deny any other semblance of a push from Fun Havers. Of course, it's Blast left. Corpse in the vicinity?
Weapon here.
Oh, I think not. Oh,
well,
wait, there you go. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Nah.
Just seeing if maybe you could finesse onto one more peak, but not to be. Through 11, 6-5. Last round of the half. Tally the ults. We got Armageddons. Rolling Thunder, somewhat close for Corrupt if you can find an orb to kill. Overdrive, nearly ready for Infiltrator with just one orb or elimination. But yeah, that Stealth Drone, excellent. And yes, you still get one if you're Kumi, which is not the end of the world, but you were hoping that you were going to be able to shut down that entire play and then get some weapons to maybe win the round, but that Stealth Drone maybe saves things a touch. So here we go. Full purchase for both teams. Couple of light armors and one regen armor for Fun Havers, though, so they'll be a little bit weak in the health pool. Armageddon off the get-go. Kumi's stuck in the corner. Shaking off the effects of the fault line, though. Has a pinch with Corrupt, but no. Shots aren't fully there. Overdrive out, and yep, zip, zap, zoop. Tim is down, and Winthrop will find entry into A for the 3v2.
That double slide was sick as hell, Infiltrator. Making all the space to get that fight to work after the Armageddon was very well timed there by Pyro. They've got to respond to the backside, and neither player for Fun Havers can. Winthrop really didn't make it look like they had that round under control for a second after that Armageddon didn't catch Kumi and then they didn't check Kumi, but they're able to manage both prongs of that defense. The Armageddon comes out at a great time from Pyro, but what does Infiltrator do? He pops that ulti, he gets that second drift in, grabs that third kill, and Winthrop University move fearlessly onto the site. That's the kind of blistering speed, the kind of house of cards that you're looking to build up if you're Winthrop. And even still, you got so many different aspects of Fun Havers trying to stand their ground and hold you down, despite the fact that you're able to go at 110. This really is just blow for blow, desperation time for both these teams in a map that is, by all accounts, once again, uncharted territory. But man, it must feel good to be home occasionally for these Neons at least.
Yeah, for real. Fun little tech from Kumi right there at that relay bolt. Quickly, Paranoia, though, allows Ali to follow up. Good salvo behind the play as well, just helping out Ali to make sure they can stay as long as possible in the site. And then the pinch collapse from moves. And Nasi, or pardon me, and Flare rather, is absolutely perfect. So a flawless pistol here has Winthrop feeling saucy off this opening defense. But again, it's just a pistol. And yeah, you still got some stingers being purchased here for Fun Havers.
Yeah, at this point, the only thing the pistols can make a case for is who's going to get the rounds from the pistols. Not really anything more than that. You don't get a tail of the tape. You don't get any real character shown from these teams. You just get the right macro reads, and Winthrop, great compression on top of the early denial. Just like they're looking for it. They can't find that every time. They've got to play the long haul. Luckily, with that gun advantage, Funhavers are going to try to deny with this stinger buy. They'll try and get by with it.
Well, that's a good first. Yeah. Not going to let Ali get away with that twice. Moves playing a different position, a little bit further up towards this pillar. First one good. Tim with the shutdown. Corrupt also follows up. Nasi wants to go quickly on the response, but the flash doesn't really punish too much. Pyro backing away. Infiltrator punishes. Relay bolts, and how about that? One more! No! Blast able to get the shutdown. And that will be an anti-eco round coming the way of Funhavers, continuing this tug-of-war game between the two teams.
Kumi pressured the whole way through on his approach, and he still manages to get away with one. Downright incredible.
Goes here.
And although the counterfire is there, everyone from Funhavers is too. And they're able to outfire their way through the back site, gain that personnel advantage, and force Infiltrator to once again go absolutely insane, which, damn it, he almost did, man. 2 rounds above once more. Winthrop playing from the brink again. Funhavers, all the choices in the world to work with, but does Winthrop get proactive first? Seems like Infiltrator's hungry.
Well, it's just some opening corner peeks here for Winthrop's defense on the extremities of the map. Funhavers really have not really shown that they want to test this. I mean, you've got trap wires to stop the overextension from the defense on either site. Teleport Q comes out. Stealth drone is going to come out. Ollie will delete that. Ooh, and wants to play a little bit longer here with the Bucky. Funhavers not going to test this. And yeah, Ollie's going to have to get out of here now. Oh, good first shot.
Oh, Ali.
What? How does he get both?
Are you out of your mind? After the smoke fades away, Funhavers played that perfectly until the shots rang through. But at least the stack is there. Kumi pressured out by these salvos and is not able to grab that opening shot, but doubles back. And that might be the kill that Funhavers need to lurch over to get this round.
It just feels like there's no such thing as an unwinnable situation with both these two teams squaring off.
Never a dull moment.
No, Aftershock will stop the plant for a moment. Nasi, long-range shots, tag a little. But here's Infiltrator. Classic and the Bucky. Oh, missed a window on the first, and even though the headshots on the Corrupt are impressive, he really would have loved to have had 2 there.
One enemy remaining.
That works, and now Nasi, he predicts wrong. He thought Kumi had bailed out into main.
Gun here.
Not the case, and Kumi connects on the Outlaw for 3. Funhavers holding in, if you want to call that a bonus round, I don't know what to call that. It's going to be a bonus round essentially here, though, after the anti-eco.
Yeah, after Winthrop were able to burn up on so much with their shoddy buy, it's now going to be Funhavers with their shoddy buy. Probably literally shoddy buy after seeing what Ollie was able to do on that Bucky. Unbelievable stuff on those steps to keep things nice and tight. Give an advantage back to the defenders here, especially if Infiltrator's able to do that. Look what they've done to my boy.
Smoke spam just continues to be a menace. So big advantage here for Winthrop's defense. And if you're Funhavers, I mean, to be fair, they're predicting the right site. I mean, if you're going to get a post plan, that's your best chance, but getting into site's going to be the issue here.
The early denial from Winthrop is looking pretty solid. Enough to carry them over the line in what is such a tough map to defend. Because of all of this that is still allowed to Funhavers. After all of this lack of util that they've had to use up until this point, Pyro has essentially carved out the entirety of A to allow this for to be actually in there. Oh, unless you just spray through. Okay.
Well, this is, I mean, again, it's a 2v5, but you connect and get a weapon. Maybe there's a chance, but Tim, Paranoia, Infiltrator, gonna look for kill number 4. No, doesn't get it. It's Nasi who gets it in the turn. So, again, the edge is 2 rounds here for Winthrop. This extra diffusal orb will have Nasi 2 away from a Rolling Thunder, which could be big, I think, in terms of trying to get this thing over the finish line if you're a Winthrop fan.
Yeah, they want to have anything they can just because they know they could lose it all in a moment's notice. Fun Havers now have their economy back in tow, and they're on the way to their own ult cycle. Just as, you know, we've expected to see these insane util trades in the beginning and end of the executes, I'm expecting to see these ultimates get traded pretty aggressively when the going gets tough. With how much space you're able to make and steal from the other side, especially when these Neons are kind of just running around willy-nilly, having that absolute guarantee is something teams are going to press the button on a lot sooner than you'd see on other maps. I'm ready to see some ults get wasted. I'm ready to see some extra proactivity. And I mean, when one side starts making a whole lot of noise, a real show is going to start from the other end as well. It's not going to be, again, never a dull moment with either of these squads. If one side is going to try and make a statement, the other is going to try and make one just as long and just as annoying.
I'm just going to call this now, Tenric. I think we're going to get one round where it's going to determine the outcome of this game, and it's going to be with 7 ultimates that get popped.
I think you're right.
I don't think it's going to be this one. I think it's going to be the next one. We'll see, though, because this is a pretty full purchase coming through. Overdrive is already out for Infiltrator. Aftershock stuns, makes life miserable as the defense not going to successfully get that trap play off. And Ollie's in a little bit of trouble, has the one way to slow things down while the defense can reform. But, yeah, you have to worry about mid-map now, too. So there's a lot of stretch here to the Winthrop defense.
Already you're seeing them have to kind of couple up. Ollie, estranged as always, attempting to find the window, but doubling back, he still wins the swing. Mid. Uncanny how he always manages to win these, and now he'll step back, places one way down, and go right back to business. He does it again!
Like, we have to respect that one way if you're Fun Havers. Like, you get a free first blood, and you're dealing with a 5v4, you cannot allow a one-way cover from an Omen take down 2 of you. Like, use something, flash it, anything, fast lane it. Like, you just cannot allow Ollie to get 2 there. Critical error, and now we've got a little Mexican standoff between Cyphers and Market.
Moroccan standoff.
Moroccan standoff. But moves, catches timing. That should shut down the B play. But again, knowing that Ollie's playing over towards A, they're actually going to opt to move into B. The spy cam has been replaced, and there are 2 trap wires to keep moves pretty planted in the backside of main. He's even going to find the kill on to corrupt the spy carrier. And Kumi can at least quickly recover and try to plant. The salvo will stop that, and that's going to be a round for Winthrop.
Total denial across both stages of that execute. Of course, Ollie left them limping on the way over to B site. But having no open denial of moves after all of that standing around done by Blast meant that he had his way with that site from any old peek, and he chose the one that they weren't staring at. Total control after that opening frag went the way of Fun Havers. Infiltrator trying to get a little gutsy early on. Go figure. Hey, you think he's going to do that again?
Yeah, maybe. I don't want to predict anything in this match.
You think these Neons are gonna try and go a little forward every once in a while still?
Yeah, maybe once in a while.
Maybe every once in a while.
Yeah. But instead, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's going to be so much information for Fun Havers, knowing that the Neon's playing that far back. But can they follow up on the flare in the site? Yes, they can. No way. No way.
What?
I mean, we're giving away a lot of space if you're Winthrop, which is obviously voluntary, but what was our protocol there against pistols?
They hadn't even flushed on site. Like that, there was a free twofer they could have gotten from the cubes, and they didn't fully collect. Fun Havers bringing out the sheriffs and anamorphing into straight aimers this round to net them another chance at being able to escape with this. As again, it is Fun Havers who are on sudden death here. This could be their very last map of the Swiss stage. And it would be Winthrop's as well, as they would make it to playoffs off of that W that they'd secure from it. Now 2 rounds down, though. And the guns have been reacquired. The ultimates are now 5-fold. So
if they try something,
they have really everything to offer going forward. How much will they have to expend in Winthrop's wake with this maybe 2 full buys worth of guns you gotta kind of burn through?
Yeah, probably. I mean, here we go. Here's that round that I think I was talking about, by the way.
You gotta bait out this Rolling Thunder from Nasi, man. You gotta get rid of it.
I think you do. He's playing on site too, so if there is any early panic, he would have to make a decision. Salvos are out though for the defense to push off this play. The one-way smoke is still down. No immediate peaks as of yet, but here comes the check. And I imagine that Winthrop will just hold this position as long as they possibly can. Who's going to delete the stealth drone? Okay, looks like Nasi does. Dark cover gets replaced. But as soon as this one fades, will Funhavers decide to push on towards site? Blast will show himself at B. And honestly, that replaces the breach and the Tejo, which is actually pretty critical here in terms of if Funhavers were to attack. But instead, they're going to rewrap this thing back to mid.
Wait a moment.
They had Corrupt planted for quite some time to see if they wanted to go for a play off the Rolling Thunder into the A mainstream. But after Blast had that peek and caught the minimal peeking, seems like Funhavers think they have better chances over here on the B site. Armageddon to the back site as well, and this is the exit they'll go for. Ollie is stuck.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is fine though. Well, I'll say Ollie doesn't have to commit into sight here, but he will. Rolling Thunder for the offense comes through, countered by the defense. Overdrive is out. Kumi affected, still holding on the front doors though of this backside of the site. Spike finally trying to get down. Kumi shut down. Opening trades gets to a 4v4. In the corner though, Corrupt still holding the angle. Blast will follow up and that pinch is perfect, but Flare wins this 1v1 and Blast once again comes up clutch as Funhavers will exchange the Rolling Thunders, take the round, and now be within 1.
Such a natural exchange of Sunset that turned out to be after all of the ults were through, which by the way, Funhavers launched 4 that round. They were able to make enough out of that site, but Winthrop playing so sequentially, exiting it, waiting for Kumi's overdrive to either expire or him to push with it. Open audience for that one, so you minimize the damage done, and you start stepping on. But all of that open space from the underside, the underbelly, that Blast takes, uses the neural theft as the crowd gets reduced, and then finalizes the guaranteed angle.
Shadows traveling.
Backyard brawl ends with Funhavers with that advantage, and now Tim all the way in the back. Flare will at least silence that.
Yeah, defensive Armageddon coming down, moves, following up with Infiltrator. That is a good dissection of this B site. Corrupt 1v3, nope. Moves, holds his ground nicely. And after again, just a cheeky ultimate from Tim to get to the back line, you think maybe that will pull the focus from Winthrop, but you get the quick trade, and then Moobs just does his job. Holds ground, doesn't allow the site to get taken, and it's an easy follow-up for Infiltrator from Market. Lovely.
And now they fully waited out that ultimate stampede, losing 1 round for it. And so now if they can just continue to elevate, have that slight skill diff that they've been starting to lean into on this half, along with Ollie's TP still in tow, Winthrop know they have the positional control. They just have to maintain it, and that'll come down once again to Infiltrator. Walking into this.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow, and he gets away with it. Ollie also a couple of toe tags trying to connect on to Kumi. Doesn't fully land, but for Funhavers, they're a little bit stuck here at mid-map, especially losing out on Blast's lurk over towards A. You just don't know what that angle looks like. And if you want to clear it, you're going to need to use something. Paranoia gets spent for the defense. Winthrop feeling a little bit anxious about what's happening at mid. And it's just going to be a fault line recheck here for Funhavers. Infiltrator. Ooh. He's going to hear a lot of this. Is going to catch a bit of a one-way here in the corner. Fast lane is up, though. Here comes the attack. Wow, that's so annoying, but there's no follow-up here for Funhavers. It's not initially. What a shot from Tim. Flash comes through. Nazi's able to hold. Follow-up from Corrupt is good. Ollie over the top finds the 1v1. And now it's just down to Corrupt. 1v2. Has moves over towards the short side. Ollie over towards the back.
10 seconds left.
He's got some sanctuary to plant here, but it's a pinch that you just don't want to be stuck in, and moves will finish it off to get Winthrop to 11.
And after that opening frag, it does come down to the one and done execute. Kumi did a solid job of playing keep away from 2 for a moment. But the remainder of Funhavers could not complete. They couldn't go for those frags until a couple crucial seconds later. From there, Winthrop University, they can play a little farther back, a little safer, and wean off of that advantage. Able to do so for the remainder of that round. And so Winthrop will have 3 rounds of match point to play with, which would both cement them in playoffs and Funhavers out of contention for it. It doesn't look like the bye is going to be pretty either here, Shift. Funhavers, it'll really have to be a committal push or a real hero moment from one of these gun holders to get them over at least one of the lines they need to stay alive in this stage of Challengers.
Last player standing.
What an emotional series this has been. I mean, just so many rounds that have calmed down to the wire. A handful of clutches that have been either close or gotten through the finish line. 1v2s. We've had a 1v3, a 1v4, a couple of aces today. And that moment right there, you think Kumi does his job, right? Like, he gets deep, pulls all the defensive focus back towards him, but nobody can follow up behind that one-way smoke.
It's just really tragic seeing these few hurdles keeping Funhavers from being that level better of a team.
Yeah.
Still a couple more chances to prove that they can be, but Winthrop are closing that door. Funhavers behind it. Slow walk up, full stack, B main. It's been low occupancy on the early defense here for Winthrop, and Funhavers know it.
Ball line's gonna land. Ollie denies the self-throw. Paranoia, offensive rolling thunder, but Ollie still catches one before being affected. And he stayed alive. Funhavers can't get into the back of the site. The crossfire setup's too strong. Kumi for 1. Here comes moves, though. Neural theft is out. The reset, no! And it's on to Infiltrator. A 1v2 situation. Judge in hand for Tim. Pyro playing opposite, closer towards the pillar. There's the first shot. Bullet doesn't connect. That's the one that lands? Okay. Fast lane up to the 1v1. Pyro with the Guardian. Has collected the spike. They're going to meet here in the Rex at the pillar. An Infiltrator steps to find the headshot. The 1v2 Red Bull clutch to finish off the series. Because of course it is. A fitting way to end, and Winthrop University will qualify. Whereas Funhavers, the fun is over. They have been unfortunately eliminated.
It really was back and forth the whole way through, though. A swath of hero moments and mistakes dotting along that match. But at the end of the day, it's Winthrop University that still have the better chemistry, that still have the better buddy system, the better long game as well. That management of resources proved to be a big talking point in the maps that they were able to win. Funhavers, a great effort made by them this stage to try to get their way to playoffs. But they'll be waiting until stage 3 to try to prove themselves again. No doubt they'll still be making some noise in some other tournaments across the tier 2 scene. They have always been the grinders of this scene. So I'm sure we'll see them back in true form again in the next stage. But Winthrop will be that 4th team to make it through to the top 8.
Unreal series. I mean, exciting for all of the reasons. Some good, some bad, some ugly, some just unpredictable. Fun nonetheless, though. A very tight series for these 3. Again, major commiserations out to Funhavers because, again, this series could have gone either way. But for Winthrop, just a touch better here on Sunset, gets them into qualification. We've got the full day wrap up and a look forward to what's still to come for Challengers in the near future with the desk when we come back. Don't go far.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
For the final time, welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ash and Gompers on the desk. And we have seen Winthrop University, after a 3-map, as we say in wrestling, slobber knocker, take down Fun Havers. It's what they say, Ash. That's what we call a banger in wrestling.
Okay.
If GB can do it on America's, I can do it here. But Gompers, it was back and forth for a while, especially on the first map. And then the second map was a little bit more one-sided in the favor of Fun Havers. And then I think when we have that, I believe it was a 7-5 half on Sunset. I mean, I don't know what that half talk was, Gompers, but Winthrop University said, you know what? We have places to be, people to see. We're in the middle of finals week. We have stuff to do. And just took it and ran with it.
No, they absolutely did. I mean, it was very, very consistent from the start, I will say. Of course, like, there were moments where I'm like, all right, Fun Havers is getting a little too close for comfort here. Like, it's not feeling that great, but I think they held their own, especially, like, again, you guys have to understand, you know, you guys watching, like, this is a best-of-3 game. It's late for some of the majority, and, you know, they're really just trying to haul down, you know, as much synergy as they can with the circumstances they're given. And I think Winthrop did absolutely phenomenal with with, you know, everything going on. Like you said, finals week, right? Like there's a lot more going on for the collegiate scene. So like these players are like just piled on with work, you know, outside of school, inside of school, in the game, outside the game. Like it's a lot, but I think, you know, Infiltrator really did show up today. Of course, like Mental was not trained at all throughout the entirety of the game, and they top fragged like a G, like the G that they are. And I'm proud of this team. Big congrats, honestly.
That last shot we had from, or last round from Infiltrator, where, you know, he gets this insane kind of flick spray, I don't even know what to call it, throws up the wall, fakes around, goes around the corner. Infiltrator was done. Infiltrator was like, I need to go, we're done. We almost lost this round, but I can't let it end here. Something I want to pose to you is kind of this stamina question that we're talking about. You were highlighting it while we were in the break, that this is a team, and these are players that have been not only grinding the game, as we've said, but, you know, finals week, like we're saying, do you think that's kind of like a form of confidence? Is that like, do you lose stamina, or is it just kind of, you know, this is frankly what they signed up for when they signed on to this university? Like where do we land there?
I think it is something that is probably better answered by like the players themselves as far as how they might feel about that. I think that they're obviously doing this because they love the game, they have the passion for it. But there is that, you know, concept of being a little bit burnt out as well, which is why I think we didn't see. I think Winthrop still played great today, but maybe not to like the level of like how clean we would have wanted the series to be from them. But you keep in mind, like they just got back from the CECC LAN that there was this past weekend. They're doing double time at that as well because it's running the same time as CVAL too. And then also having to prep for your challengers matchups. That's a lot to ask for from players who are also wrapping up their last semester, like you were talking about. So it is pretty insane here for the Winthrop team and players to be able to put out these performances and have that kind of endurance after hitting so many events in a row, and then having like all of the other life circumstances being thrown at them as well, and then to still be able to put up the numbers that they're putting up and the synergy that we see from them. And I think that speaks a lot about the team and says a lot. But for fun havers as well, I think we've seen like that opportunity where they did grow throughout this season. It is unfortunate to have to say goodbye to them as they are eliminated with the Winthrop win, but at the very least, not booted down into promo relegation for the side of fun havers. So we will be seeing them during stage 3, whatever iteration of this team that it may be. But I think there is like a bright spot for fun havers in that regard. They did have like a great they had a great attempt at fighting back against the Winthrop, but like you were saying, it felt like everyone on Winthrop was firing on all cylinders today, and every moment where it counted, each of these players was capable of stepping up to the plate. Infiltrator was consistently crazy the entire time. We see so much flexibility consistently from Flair and the different roles that he will flex in and out of. And then Moobs has been super reliable as always on that Sentinel role as well. And it feels like we've also seen him innovate in a lot of like timings, positionings that he's been taking too. And it's just been nice to see the fact that they're able to perform with that kind of depth, considering the marathon of a week that I know that they've had with the collegiate matches happening at the same time.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Moobs because I believe we have him on the line for our post-match interview. And I mean, first thing I got to ask you, bro, is how are you feeling? Because we just talked about it, the stamina, you're in finals week, you couldn't even play the other week because of finals, you know, you're doing double duty with the LANs, etc. What, are you okay? Like, what is going on?
Well, I think, you know, we know what we signed up for. We knew that this time of the year would be the busiest for us. But yeah, we had LAN last week over the weekend. And then we just came back. We went to Arlington. We played like 9 maps in one day or something like that. And, you know, on top of that, we lost both of them. So, you know, our team had a lot of mental resilience going into it today. A lot of people are tired. I caught something. I'm sick like as death right now. So, you know, being able to pull this win out feels really good.
Well, one, we hope you feel better, because being sick during finals, we've been there, done that. Not fun, but you still, no one gives an extension.
I have a 20-page paper due today, so we'll see how that goes.
Did you finish your paper?
No, I was supposed to hand it in today, but I didn't even start it.
Delete the VOD. Anyways, moving on. I kind of want to ask you about the reps that you're talking about. Like you said, you've played 9 maps. You know, you're prepping for this, etc. Where do you feel rehearsed or practiced, or do you feel kind of like run down almost? Because I'm trying to get inside your mind, and Ash said it best. It's best to ask you, do you feel over prepared? Like when you have the amount of reps that you have, especially coming from this weekend, how do you feel?
Well, the thing is, I think we're like a team that doesn't really bring anything super flashy to the table. I think you guys mentioned it earlier that like we're individually very skillful. Like all of our teammates can have a pop-off game or pop-off series. Like I have very talented teammates. Like Infiltrator should be in tier 1. I don't know why he's still carrying Mild, but yeah, I mean, we don't have anything super rehearsed, but we just try to keep it fundamental. And we have talks a lot about keeping it fundamental. Like we don't have to do anything special against these teams. I think in the first split, teams kind of wrote us off as being like, oh, it was like a Make-A-Wish game or they got lucky, but now it's just like we've kind of realized that we're better than a lot of these teams just by playing regular Valorant.
What did you prep for today against Funhavers?
Nothing, to be honest.
Nothing.
I just showed up, I went to the gym, I like had some food and I came and I played.
Simple as that. Was it leg day?
No, it was chest day.
Chest day. That's my favorite day. But moving on, you've qualified now. You've eliminated Funhavers. Not only that, but you've qualified. You talked about this mental resilience earlier. When does your mental resilience begin to kind of like talk about this, kind of morph into this confidence that you were talking about? Because like, yeah, you guys know you're great. You guys were written off before, and now you're steadily being predded by every single talent today. Are you guys confident in your game, or do you feel like you still have to kind of reach that peak of confidence?
I think we're always confident. I think even going to these LANs, I talked to a fellow collegiate player, and he just asked me where does my playstyle come from, and I just told him I just think I'm the best player here. Whether that's delusional or not, I live by that. But I think especially with all these LANs kind of behind us, we have one more left if we qualify to it, and finals are over for a lot of us after today. So it's like we get to have like a little breather now, like let all these other teams qualify and then figure out who we play. So I think we're going to be confident, we're going to be rested, and we'll just have fun like we always do.
I'm going to give you a chance to say something to your doubters, and because you're right. I think a lot of people have written you off and or you as in Winthrop University have kind of said, no, collegiate, they're not the MADs and they're not the TSMs, etc. Open floor. What would you like to say to them now that you have qualified?
Well, I think I can speak on this like as someone that's been in the collegiate space for a while, and like obviously I'm getting my master's at this point, so like somebody called me a super senior on Twitter the other day, which was pretty funny. But I do think collegiate has went from this point where it was like a laughing stock, and everyone thought that collegiate players have egos. But now they really have to look at it that a lot of us are doing a lot of schoolwork, a lot of other responsibilities, and we're still owning all these teams that are scrimming 8 hours a day. Like we don't even scrim, right? So it's like losing to us, like
you don't scrim.
Nah, we scrimmed once before we played Shopify in Split 1, and we got rolled, and we said we're never scrimming again. We got
so how do you practice?
Sheer determination and raw sex appeal.
All right, noted. Well, you're feeling very ill. I know you said, and you also have that 20-page paper. Block paragraphs are your friends. So thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go. Have a good one, Gabe.
Thank you so much.
Listen. We
Fire
let that marinate a little bit, and I'm being serious. Block paragraphs.
Are we letting that marinate?
Do you want me to talk about it, Ash?
Is that why I'm failing at my comp games? Because I don't have raw sex appeal?
No, I'm saying block quote paragraphs are your friend when you have a 20-page paper. That's what I'm saying, because it gets you to the page minimum more. But moving forward, after Winthrop University have moved forward qualifying, eliminating Funhavers, let's take a look at our bracket moving forward. Oh, we also have to talk about and the game that was earlier, or not earlier, yes, it was earlier today, but it was with Landor and Core. Landor beating Core 2-0, a clean 2-0, it's looking like on VLR 39, and then a 14-12, ooh, dramatic. But they will be facing Blue Otter moving forward. Winthrop is kind of sitting there pretty in the 4-2. They've qualified, waiting for more people to join them. But this is a bracket that, Ash, I don't think really any of us, if you asked me before the Swiss stage, we saw coming.
No, definitely not. I think like you look at, okay, Ambrosia qualified 4-1 earlier. Winthrop, I think the expectation of Winthrop qualifying like 4-2 is pretty on par with the performance that we saw from them from stage 1. It raised the stakes for them as a team, like Moves is saying. Players, the community and players are starting to like realize, okay, we got to give them a bit more of that respect now and realize that it really is a consistent performance that they're going to be able to bring to the table. But your eyes really get drawn to the fact that we're in round 6 for tomorrow, those 3-2 matchups where teams like Qbert, teams like TSM have yet to qualify for playoffs. And it's just, I think it speaks a lot about the level of competition, how close that has grown here within Challengers from stage 1 to stage 2, because those teams are ones that we would have expected to maybe have like one of those like 4-1 positions.
I think, if anything, Challengers, it's the playing field is being leveled more and more every single day. You cannot count anyone out, and your shoe-ins maybe aren't so much shoe-ins. But that's going to be it for us on the desk today. On behalf of production and casters, Gompers, Ash, and myself, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and get your finals done. Then it's good. We'll see you later.